if we look live, then we'll get started.
That will require me opening a different window. So
hold on. I see it. We're good.
Okay, I literally just have your chat up.
Yeah. All right. Well,
So
we seem to be live. So hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another card game Yak-a-Thon. I'm Abyss Hunted, and joining me as always here is Slio9.
hello, everybody.
So, new Hearthstone set came out Thursday last week, so just a few days ago. And it's a pretty cool set. There's a lot of 135 new cards in it. And I guess without much further ado, let's get started on talking about this set. So, there's a lot of new mechanics in this set, first of all.
Well, I would argue that, like, a lot of them are one-off cards. I wouldn't call those new mechanics. But
I'm slightly muffled. Oh, boy. Well, I'll speak louder. How about that? I'll speak louder. Okay, so yeah, sort of new mechanics. We got the highlight of the set, legendary weapons for all 9 classes. There's sort of a new cycle, 1 per class of cards called Spellstones. There's another sort of cycle that's only in 3 classes called Unidentified. And then there's our new keyword mechanic, Recruit. So, Recruit is, it has some condition, like says recruit a minion with such and such condition. It just means take it out of your deck and put it into play.
yeah, so recruit a beast, recruit a minion with 1 power, recruit a minion with 1 cost, recruit a minion no condition. It takes the actual card out of your deck, not a copy like Barnes might do if you're familiar with things that have done this in the past. It is the card. So
Yep. And then Spellstones are spells that sort of upgrade their effect if they see certain conditions while they're in your hand. They do have to be in hand to see them, but it's basically like upgrading spells. And then Unidentified are cards that you don't know what they do when you put them in your deck, but they become identified when you draw them.
Yep.
So then we've also got just some one-off things. Rogues get secrets now, which that's kind of exciting. Druid gets choose twice, and just some other one-off things as Mage gets a spell with no mana cost, and Shaman gets a spell that's repeatable as many times as you want in 1 turn. So I think there's a lot of interesting pushing of the design space for this set. A lot of cards I'm really excited about. So I guess why don't we get started on neutral commons? All right. So speaking of cards I'm excited about, I'm not excited about this card. Dire Mole, 1 mana, 1/3 beast.
This card had exactly 1 purpose for me existing, and it doesn't do it. And it makes me irate that it doesn't, and that is the whole Rexar thing.
Ah, yes.
The entire purpose of this card in my mind was to give Rexar a 1 mana 1/3 like stat line to hand off, and that doesn't work.
Rexar was not updated with new beasts for the set for really dumb reasons I'm not going to get into here.
Yeah, I wasn't even certain I was going to bring it up until I saw Dire Mole and thought I have nothing else to say about Dire Mole other than that's the point of this card, right? Like, yeah,
I guess what I have to say is historically 1 mana 1/3s have tended to be strong with cards like Monoworm and Tunnel Trog, but then thinking there's also Warbot.
Right, I was gonna say, like, 1 mana 1/3s are all right. Like they do decently, but like generally it's because like Monoworm and Tunnel Trog aren't 1/3s, they're 4/3s.
Right, exactly.
Like I guess Void Walker gets played, but again that has text on it. This
is I might rather play Goldshire Footman.
Give me if I want a beast, I'll pick Snow Flipper Penguin.
Yeah. Although that said, possibly a consideration for like Wild Druid with or actually maybe it's even still standard Mark of Yasharge, but other than that, like
I don't think they're that dire of need of
beasts. Right. Druid has a 1 mana 2/2 beast. So This is just like if you want to switch that to health. Anyways, not excited about that. Speaking of cards, I'm also not that excited about Wax Elemental, 1 mana, 0/2 taunt, Divine Shield. So this is directly between an Annoyatron and a target dummy.
I like it more than like the 04 because it takes 2 hits to take it out, which is generally going to be more. But really, this is just sort of, again, it's an elemental, yay.
I think I'd rather play target dummy, to be perfectly honest, because this costs a mana, which is infinity times more than target dummy costs.
Yeah.
All right.
It takes 2 hits to get through. That's...
All right. Now for some good cards I'm actually excited about. Plated Beetle, 2 mana, 2/3 Beast, Death Rattle, gain 3 armor. Holy cow.
We have River Crocolisk with like health gain on it. Like, you know, this is really, really good. Like, mostly because I'll accept a River Crocolisk base, and then this is River Crocolisk with text.
Yeah,
so...
also, like, just, I think any kind of controlling deck would probably, unless they have better twos to play, which some do, we'll see them, but this is definitely a step in that direction. There's also a number of cards that care about how much armor you have in this set as well. So,
yeah,
I think this is quite good. And it's a beast.
Yeah, usually when we say like River Crocolisk with text, usually that does get rid of the beast on it. You know, it's like, this is, Flame Juggler, where it's, River Crocolisk with text. But no, this is actually just better than River Crocolisk. So yeah, I like it because it's neutral life gain is my bigger thing, rather than like playing it in armor gain classes. It's more like playing it in classes that have nothing.
Right. Like compare this to Friendly Bartender. Which, like, usually heals you for nothing because you're already at full.
Yeah, or heals you for 1 and then dies because it's irrelevant.
Right. I think this is a quite good card. And definitely be happy to pick it in Arena. Alright, next card. Fungal Enchanter. 3 mana, 3/3. Battlecry. Restore 2 health to all friendly characters. Dang.
Talking about cards that are getting 1-upped. Earthen Ring Farseer, like, I'd say in a large amount of situations, this is a better Earthen Ring Farseer. There are a couple where it's not, where it's like I control Ocnai Soul Priest, or I really need 1 thing healed for 3, but this is generally going to be more.
Yeah, no, this was a 5-drop neutral card. What is it? I think Priestess of Elune?
No. Priestess of Elune is the 6-drop.
That
You're
heals
thinking
you.
Dark
Darkscale Healer?
Yeah.
Yeah, is a 5 mana 4/5 with this effect. This is really, really good. This is like, oh, you thought you were winning the board? No, you're not. Also heals you, like.
Yeah. It's nice to see Darkscale Healer's effect on like a body that's a little bit more like cost. You know, Darkscale Healer being a 5 mana 4/5 is like you're paying +1 on it. This is like you're effectively getting what you would expect out of it for size at 3.
Right. Also, this is cheap enough that might even see play with Northshire Cleric in place of Circle. I don't know. Like, maybe not in Constructed, but probably in Arena. Like,
well, in Arena, I'd pick this card again. Like,
this is great on its own without it. Yeah. Anyways, I love this card. All right, moving on. It's a Mimic. Toothy Chest. 3 mana, 0/4. At the start of your turn, set this minion's attack to 4. So this is yet another in a long series of 3 mana 4/4 with downside, and it's also very resembling of Validated Doomsayer. Yep. Now, I don't know how I feel about this. Validated Doomsayer is already a card that can have problems because if your opponent gets free attacks in for a turn, and if they do, it just might be a dead. So, like, it depends on the board state.
You kind of... So with Validated Doomsayer, even if it took a bit of damage, like, okay, it took like 3 damage from a 3/2 or something like that on the board, like, that's still like a 7/4, which is like a reasonable thing to be playing on turn on your 5-drop.
Yep.
If this is fighting any 2-drop, like, it's like, okay, the River Crocolisk hits it and it becomes a 4/1, and it's like, oh dear, like, you have to be in a really good board position to be able to drop, you know, an 0-4 without it just dying, right? Like,
yeah, like your opponent. It's like the opponent who passes on 2 gets owned by this, but they might be getting owned anyways for passing on 2.
yeah, like that's so you kind of want to play this into the empty board, and anything other than the empty board doesn't sound too great. So
yeah, I think there's better of this 3 mana 4/4 with downside out there.
heck, I think there's better of that in this set. So
Yep.
not neutral, but
Yep. I know which one you're thinking of. Anyways, back to cool cards, though. Dragon Slayer, 3 mana 4/3, reasonable body. Battlecry deals 6 damage to a dragon. So, Dragon Hate was actually, I don't think, a thing that existed in Hearthstone, really, until this point.
So we were just looking at the mimic that you had to work, waited a turn, you know, to get it to be a 4/4. Or you could just lose 1 point of health and get the body with an upside.
Yep.
This is in a long line of, like, was there a silence a demon that was on a 4/3 like this?
Yeah, but that was almost never relevant in any situation.
Right. Well, this one.
This
I
one's
mean, on
very
turn
relevant.
3. On turn 3, this is only killing 1 card.
Right. Don't play this if you have a dragon out, by the way.
Oh, yeah, don't play Fairy Dragon and then this on 3. You'll feel really bad. But 6 damage is also a really huge number for killing dragons. Within this set, there's a couple relevant ones that it kills. And outside of this set, like, Operative is 6. You know, Twilight Drakes are either 4/6s or 4/7s when they come down, usually. This does a very, very good job.
All right, next card, Kobold Apprentice. 3 mana 2/1. Battlecry, deal 3 damage, randomly split among all enemies. So there's a few things I could think of that this card is. You could call it a Mad Bomber that's been paid with a little bit less stats and a more mana cost. Or maybe it's, I was also thinking it's Arcane Missiles for 2 more with a 2/1 attached.
Yeah.
Or like a Blowgill Sniper for 1 more that does missiles instead of a ping.
Yeah, so like Disciple of Cthulhu maybe, or it's a bomber you're paying in mana rather than paying in luck.
Right.
I think of it as, I think the closest analog to this might be Twilight Flame Caller, like,
Really?
you know, well, not like in power, but in the idea of like a 3-drop with a cheap spell attached that is damaging. So
Yeah, I think in my mind it most closely resonates with Blowgill Sniper. That I don't feel great playing this, but it's fine. I mean, neutral Arcane Missiles is okay.
Yeah, the fact that it's a 2/1 kind of harms it in the sense that you play this and it's very likely to die immediately back. Like, not even get in its body, just like get in the tempo hit of, like, you know, hero power killing it or something like that. But like, I think it's decent enough. Like, the combination makes it all right.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd for me personally, I'd be okay playing it, but don't feel great.
Right. It's all right.
All right. Next card, Sewer Crawler, 3 mana 1/1. Battlecry, summon a 2/3 giant rat.
Oh,
Wait
dear,
a second.
Tusker.
Don't mess with
I haven't played this card. I really kind of want its call out to be a call out to that fact, but so yeah, if you're familiar with Razorfen Hunter, this is that card, but in reverse, which is weaker in some instances where you're like, whoops, I got it off of evolving like a totem or something, but stronger in like doubling battle cries, which can happen in this set.
Yep. Also, yeah, Razorfen Hunter itself, just again, a card I feel okay playing. Not fantastic, but
Yep.
all right. Next card, Stoneskin Basilisk, 3 mana 1/1 beast with Divine Shield and Poisonous. So If you can actually set this up right, this is a 2-for-1.
No matter what's happening here, they have to spend at least 2 like things on it, like in the sense that either a ping or an attack or a token, but you're always going to get 2 regardless. And if you play this into like, empty board or like board that just has some big things, it's like, oh God, what do I do about this stupid 1/1?
Right. Not sure if it's better than the Wasp, but in some situations it is, I'd say.
Yeah. So I'm very impressed by this. Another card I'm saddened isn't in Rexar, but very, very happy with this card and well willing to play it.
Right. I'd prioritize picking this more in classes that get less shots at removal, certainly.
Yeah. Or even ones that have ways of dealing with like the chaff, like tiny. If I can get rid of the 1/1s with tiny things, then
right. All right. Next card, Boisterous Bard, 3 mana, 3/2, battle cry. Give all your other minions +1 health. I think it's good.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if it's amazing, but it's decently strong. I mean, there's the 3 mana, 3/2 that gives a minion +1/+1. So if this is actually, I guess if you're going wide, this is better.
So you kind of want, I think 2's cost, and then anything past 2 is like, like 2 other minions is cost, because then you're getting like 3, 4 stats. Yeah, I mean, the value of it goes way up if you're able to play this and then make trades that, like, you wouldn't be able to have made without it. That's what you want to do.
And yeah, I'd pick this in Arena. I think this card's fine.
Yeah, I'd probably want to have things like Tusker from before, they're not Tusker, I guess, from before.
Right.
With this sort of thing.
Or just being like a shaman or a paladin, although it's questionable whether that's what you want putting the health on, but not irrelevant.
Well, goes on anything, so.
All right, next card, Sneaky Devil, 4 mana, 2/2 demon, which is, there are some neutral demons, not a whole lot. Stealth, your other minions have +1 attack. So, this is a throwback and a half.
It's been so long since we've seen remember old Blood Imp?
Yep. Now that was health. This is attack. So it's really old Blood Imp crossed with Raid Leader. It's really what it is. It's one more Raid Leader with stealth. But
yeah, it's a Raid Leader with stealth.
But did you know that team pumps with stealth are really strong because you usually just don't break the stealth on them?
Yeah, this is, again, kind of wants you to like have a team, but I like the idea of like Raid Leader with stealth. This is gonna matter. Like, I guess it really matters what sort of class you're playing against, how good this is gonna be. If they can easily deal with two health stealth, then this is a poor investment. But like, if they actually they can't do anything about that. They don't have sweepers. Oh dear, that's annoying.
And again, like Paladin, Shaman, your hero power is getting a ton of value on those classes.
I like it.
Yeah, I do as well. All right, next card, Shroom Brewer. 4 mana, 4/4. Battle Cry, restore 4 health. So we put all the numbers on Earthen Ring Farseer up by 1.
Oh my goodness. There was an Alchemist in Priest a while back that was a 5 mana, 4/5, gain 5, and this kind of makes that look like a Alchemist. Yeah.
Yeah, this could be put to similar use for Auchenai Soul Priest combos, but...
Eat it, Priest of Zaloon.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that this card, like, compares favorably to a lot of cards and is reasonably strong.
Yeah, I would... Like, Dark Iron Dwarf is a known good card. Now, that's partly because it helps you with trades, but this is still, I'd say, at least as strong as Dark Iron Dwarf. If I were evaluating 4s, or around there.
Yeah, I mean, this can help you with trades in the sense that, like, you heal up something and bump it in and it stays alive rather than dying.
Right. butt trading instead of face trading. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, good card. All right, next card. Hoarding Dragon. 4 mana, 5/6 dragon. Death Rattle, give your opponent 2 coins. So this is quite a bit of a throwback to, I guess, Hungry Dragon, which is, again, the 4 mana, 5/6 dragon with downside. Now, give your opponent 2 coins. I'm not actually sure which is better between 2 coins and a 1 drop on the board.
I think personally, just in how the game normally plays, the 1 drop on the board is easier to deal with because it's more likely you can immediately just be like, okay, bump my 2/3 into it and take it out. Whereas this drawback can heavily you play this, your opponent goes, aha, Dragon Slayer kills it, or just maybe Fireball kills it, and then all of a sudden, a couple turns later they're on 9.
Yeah, this can definitely backfire on you.
Also, it can also, the reverse of backfire, where you give your opponent coins and then they overdraw, but...
Right, there are no applications, that's true. Although coin is easy to get out of hand.
Right, you have 1 turn for that to work, but...
Yeah, also, not so easy to control when this Death Rattle's triggering. But, I'd still probably play it in the arena just for board presence. Even if the coins might bite me. What's actually the mana cost on here? Hungry Dragon, you were basically paying in, giving your opponent a 1 mana equivalent. This is giving them 2, but not the card, so...
Yeah.
What's the adjusted mana cost on this for, is it basically a 6 drop, or is it worse than a 6 mana 5/6?
I think it's stronger than a 6 mana 5/6 for sure, because this coming down on 4 means you play this in any 4 drop that comes down, it beats. It's just, because it's a pit fighter.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it, I guess, is what I'd go with on the drawback. So.
Yeah, I do too. All right, next card. Cursed Disciple. 4 mana, 5/1. So 1 more mana on your Magma Rager. That's looking great so far. And then Death Rattle, summon a 5/1 Revenant. So, actually, despite my Magma Rager joke, I like this card.
Yeah, I think, the first thing it's trying to, whenever I see a 5/1, that's the first thing I think is, haha, Magma Rager. But, this is actually pretty damn good. If you're fighting against a class that can ping it, it effectively has Divine Shield, or they ping it and it's okay, the 5/1's still there.
Right.
If they can't, and this can actually hit for 5 and trade and keep doing that, that's really good.
Yep. Yeah, 5/1 Divine Shield, definitely, because you got, what's it called? The Possessed Villager is basically the same card as, now I don't remember the name of the 1 mana 1/1 Divine Shield, but yeah, summon same thing as Self for Death Rattle is basically a Divine Shield on it.
Yeah, I would be fine playing a 5/1 Divine Shield in the arena, and that means I would play this because that's what this is.
Yep.
So.
All right, next card. The Corrosive Sludge. 5 mana 5/5, Battlecry, Battlecry, destroy your opponent's weapon. So, more oozes, more sludges.
Goodness. This is good to have. I mean, especially, when the set is legendary weapons, so they probably want to include a little more counters to that, but...
Yeah, I think this might be the only weapon counter in this set, but there's a few that already exist.
Yeah, big ooze. Oozes in the arena are always important to have as an option because that's the only way to really interact with weapons. And this one's also 5/5 for 5 is with an ability as cost.
Right. Now, for constructed uses, it's no Harrison Jones, but this is a common.
Yeah, I was going to say, in Constructed, this is going to see exactly 0 play because Harrison Jones exists.
Yeah. Although, funny enough, people saw this card and at first immediately started thinking, are they sending Harrison to Hall of Fame?
Ha! Well, I mean, they could, but they also
But
said that they don't Hall of Fame, except for like when they do rotation.
right,
So
which is I think the next set after this one. But anyways, good card. All right. Speaking of good cards, Trog Gloom Eater. 5 mana, 1/5. Okay, maybe you're not getting your body's worth, but taunt and poisonous. So it's like bigger version of what's that 1/2 that has the same French vanilla effect?
you think a snail gastropod?
Yeah, the gastropod. I don't know. Is it worth paying this much more in your gastropod for this much health?
I mean, I think so. Like I'm fine with it because
Like,
the snail is always gonna 1-for-1. This can double up, this can eat multiple things.
yeah.
And
Like, actually, isn't there there's a 2/5 poisonous, isn't there right now? I think.
yeah, for 2/5 poisonous for 5.
Right, and the thing is, with poisonous is, like, the only time attack matters is if you're trying to deal damage to your opponent. So
Right, it might as
maybe,
well be infinite.
so this probably is just an upgrade on that, and that card was fine in Arena.
Yeah, I am, again, I'm basically fine with any poisonous cards playing them in the arena.
Yep.
Unless my opponent's a priest, in which case I play them and then immediately lose the game because they play Potion of Madness. But that's not a fault of this card.
Right. Totally fine playing it. All right. Speaking of taunt, Green Jelly. 5 mana, 3/3. At the end of your turn, summon a 1/2 ooze with taunt.
Hey,
So,
Hogger.
yeah, common Hogger for like one less and lower stats. Yeah, I'm fine with this.
It's not the same as Hogger in the sense, it's you're down a mana cost on Hogger. Okay, that's a pretty good start. You're down 1 power on the generated taunt and 1/1 on Hogger itself. Yeah, that's fine. I've always been a decent fan of the generating minions. I remember Obsidian
Statue
Yeah,
was
statue.
definitely one of Warrior's strongest cards when it had access to that in the arena.
Yeah, because like if they can't get through it, it's very unlikely that they will get through it the turn after. It keeps going.
Right.
So.
I'm certain I will be losing games to an opponent who has one of these that I just can't crack. Now, mind you, 3/3 is reasonable enough to deal with if you have some form of interaction removal, unlike, say, an Obsidian statue. But I still think this is fine.
I'm okay with it. I like Hogger. So.
All right. Next card, Fungalmancer. 5 mana, 2/2. Battle Cry. Give adjacent minions +2/+2. So a Defender of Argus and a pile of fungus walk into a bar.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness, this is so same stats as a lot of like five cost cards we've seen, where it's 6/6 worth of stats, but you have to work for it in some way, or it's split in some way. Silverhand Knight is a good example of this, where it's the 4/4 with the 2/2. This has the 4 of it have haste, which is like a good place to be. Or if those minions were in play, you have to kind of have an established board for this to work. Like, I guess like that's sort of the problem, is that you kind of have to have an established board for this to work, or at least a foothold on the board, and then you're good. But
Yeah, no, I think this is pretty strong. I mean, Argus is strong. This is double the buff on that for 1 more mana. There's no taunt, but also
I don't know if I've said my qualifier in this stream. I usually say it in all the other ones. I'm almost always talking about arena. Like, almost, like, please do not read my comments of, oh, this card's pretty good as a constructed, like, yes, play this in constructed, that's cool. No, I am almost always talking
if
about
we're
arena,
talking about constructed, we'll go kind of explicitly mention it. But also correction is Obsidian Statue is not the card I was thinking of. It's Obsidian Destroyer is the one that makes scarabs. Obsidian Statue is that unreasonable priest dragon that life steals and taunts and destroys things on death. But
All right.
okay, but yeah, Fungalmancer seems good in Arena, definitely. All right, next card, Guild Recruiter. So this brings us to our first recruit card, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen recruit on a card.
Yeah. So 5 mana, 2/4. So you may notice this is a trend for recruit. Is stats are a little, if not more than a little, behind the curve.
Well, I've seen that that's just a damn theme in
But
in this set. Like the previous card was a 5 mana 2/2. You know, like we just are going to have this all over the place.
right, but it was more like a 5 mana 6/6.
Again, if you have the more that I'm thinking about it, the less I like it, because like I've played the Valkyrie, and the Valkyrie is a 5/4, and I almost never trigger the Valkyrie.
Okay.
I don't know. That's from like just experience. It's very hard to like. I've had a lot of trouble getting the Valkyrie to work, and it has such a better body. Anyway.
Yeah, but this thing, 5 mana 2/4, but Battlecry recruit a minion that costs 4 or less. So just yank something out of your deck. So if it said 4, I'd like it more than 4 or less. Like this is, oh, whoops, we get your 1-drop out of your deck. Like, great. I really don't feel good about that. If you actually get a 4-drop off this, though, then it's probably a better version of Silverhand Knight.
The problem is like that's really like questionable if it can happen. You know, like you either have built your deck with like no 1s, 2s, or 3s as far as minions go, or you've like, or you're rolling the dice and you don't get recruit puts it into play. Like it does not play it. It does not, you know, it puts it into play. There's no battle cry from a recruited minion.
Right.
So
like
I'll be honest, I haven't seen this whole set. I've not seen a card with recruit I like.
I think the place this may be okay, but this is again only in an arena context. I wouldn't say constructed at all.
I'd never play this in arena.
Yeah.
I would never pick this in arena.
There is a place I'd pick this in arena, and that's if I was playing Warlock, because Warlock actually has a decent number of over curve with downside cards in this set.
Yeah, but then you get your 2/1. Like you get your 2/1 that drew you a card. And like I would not pick this in arena because it's like, I think of it this way. This card in arena is a Onyx Bishop with -1 power and always grabs you a shitty minion.
Okay, that's a fair way to think about it.
Like always is going to grab you a 2 or 3 drop. If it grabs you Taz Dingo, like okay, that's great. You know, Onyx Bishop could have done all of that the entire time as well, because I do not like.
So fun. So maybe it is limited then to a constructed deck built around doing this. And again, that's just like, what are you doing if you're trying to build around this and construct? Yeah. So maybe this is just not playable anywhere.
I don't know. Like you could build around it and construct it if you don't play 1s, 2s, and 3s, so it always says 4. But again, because I'm almost always talking about the arena, and in the arena you aren't deck building, you're in the same sense, you don't have the fine control. Almost every recruit card in the arena is bad. So,
yep.
How does it compare to Dragonling Mechanic? It costs 5 mana, so badly.
Price is Right failure noise.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Speaking of overcosted recruit things, Silver Vanguard, 7 mana 3/3.
Oh my goodness.
Because I guess we have to undercut our own joke of the 7 mana 4/4. Death Rattle recruit an 8 cost minion, so this one's more able to be built around consistently, and this is basically High Tyrion.
I was gonna say this dies and you hear dun 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 dun, and then you know that's just what happens. This is play Tyrion Fordring from your deck on death,
yeah.
Or like
yeah, I guess there's one of the 2 Ragnaroses, Lich King.
Yeah, you're playing an 8 cost legend out of your deck with this, and that again, constructed wise, that's gonna be great. You have to have an 8-drop for this to work in the arena, which, like, all right. That, you know, if you've got one, that's fine, and then hope you don't draw it.
Yeah. I even question how good this is in constructed, to be totally honest.
Same, but at least I know what it wants to be doing there. I don't know if it's any good there, but at least I can tell you exactly what its purpose is in that world. Again, I'm not a big fan of it because a 7-mana 3/3 is a really...
Also be careful playing this into priests, because Shadow Madness is a card.
Anyway. Do they have anything that they would put out with that? Like if they like played it, killed it?
I don't know, neutrals in the... I don't know, but...
7-mana 3/3. What the... My goodness.
Right. Well, it's got an 8 cost attached, unless this gets silenced.
Death.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, you played a 3/3 on turn 7. I step around that and hit you in the face.
Right. Unless you're bringing a tree out. Okay, in Druid, I might consider that if there's trees to be had. I don't know. Like,
right. Compare this to Bone... Well, no, I'm not going to go there.
No, don't go there. Everything loses that fight.
Yeah. All right. Next card. Violet Worm. 8... Oh, so actually here's an 8-drop you can recruit into. 8 mana 7/7 Beast. Death Rattle. Summon 7 1/1 Grubs, which are also beasts. So, if you hold on for me for 1 second, I'm going to reveal the secret of this card.
Yeah, there it is. So yeah, the difference there is the 7 minion limit actually restricts this a lot more than Symbiotic Worm. Like the joke is like, haha, they have the same card text, but because they work in different games, they actually work completely differently. Violet Worm dies and generally doesn't actually make, it doesn't generally make 7 unless it actually is an empty board. That said, that's a lot of power, like, if it dies. You know?
14 minus, or rather, 14/14 minus some amount for 8.
You know, 7/7 that breaks up into the same 7/7 the first time it dies, so I'll take a second lease on it.
Yeah. Also, I don't know, do you think an Evolve deck will play this?
No, but they'll be happy when they evolve into it. They won't.
yeah, that's fair.
The thing I actually like with this is comparing it to a card I do play enough of the arena, the Murloc making thing. It's like a 5/7 or 7.
What is that? It's not Threshodon, is it?
Yeah, I forget the like full name of it, but it makes 3 Murlocs on death, and this is like you're paying +1 on it for a better body and making a lot more on death.
Sated Threshodon.
Yeah,
it was a 7 mana 5/7 that death rattles to summon 3 1/1s. So yeah, it's definitely quite the upgrade on that. And also the other thing is apparently the person who designed this card for Hearthstone designed Symbiotic Worm for Onslaught, so that's the reason why this is literally that. Anyways, I'd be fine playing this in Arena. A little too expensive for Constructed.
I mean, again, we talked about 8-drops, and we were talking about, like, Tyrion Forging and the Lich King, and this is sadly neither of those.
Right. All right. Next card. Sleepy Dragon. 9 mana, 4/12 Taunt Dragon. So, beyond Bog Creep.
This is... Have you ever played a game in the arena and your opponent plays that Mastodon and the game ends? That's
a 6/10 taunt, I think.
This is a 6/10 taunt for 9.
This is that shifted.
This is that, but it can't be Shadow or Death. Like.
Yep.
Same role there. So this is just Ysera. Yeah, Sleepy Dragon. It's Ysera.
I mean, Ysera has taunt.
No. Like I mean, in the lore, like Ysera does the dream thing.
Oh, right.
Yeah. This is the same slot as Giant Mastodon. Play it the same as you would that, and it'll do almost the same thing. Though I think it's slightly more effective than that one. I like the dragon typing. I like a lot.
Yeah. Yeah,
at least they do
QB's right.
dragon.
You can't even Dragonfire potion. This, like, priest just stares at this and gives it.
They
There's a card they can answer this with that we'll see
Oh
later.
yeah,
It's very strong.
they did get their okay. Yeah, never mind. They got their really yeah. Okay.
But Shrinkmeister plus. But
Oh god, Shrinkmeister plus Cabal. Take it.
well, no, I more meant that there's a card that's like Shrinkmeister on steroids in this set.
Oh, I was talking about a 7-mana sorcery, but
Yeah, I was thinking of a follow the rules that priest gets, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyways, this card is strong, and I'm going to lose to it.
yep.
All right, on to rares. Feral Gibberer. 1 mana, 1/1. After this minion attacks a hero, add a copy of it to your hand. This is going in a trash can.
Is this like a okay? I'll give it this. At least they didn't put their Weasel Tunnel at epic this time. It's at rare. It's this is this a I think this is a Tribble is what I like. Tribble was the first thing I thought, and then I thought of an Angry Furby. That was number 2. So a Tribble being from the old Star Trek episode.
Regardless, it's going to be in my nightmares tonight. But where it won't be is in my deck.
This isn't even a beast.
Nope. I don't understand the point of this card at all.
It's to make copies of itself and then play another one, and then they can't, and then you get 2 Feral Gibberers on the next turn. Then you get 4, and then your opponent like just plays like Maelstrom Portal, and you're like, oh, that was dumb.
This is the card discard lock needed. No.
No. So
all right,
here's the trick with this card is there was a card in the previous set, Man with Pitchfork, Angry Man with Pitchfork. It's a 1/1 that like deals 2 damage to your opponent whenever it attacks your opponent.
Yep.
Let me tell you how many times I ever saw that happen. Like that doesn't.
Yeah. No.
A 1/1 doesn't live.
This is a wisp that costs 1.
Yep. So.
All right. Moving on to better cards. Gravel Stout Knight. 1 mana, 2/3. Battlecry. Summon a random 1 cost for your opponent. So this is the classic like Zombie Chow stats. 1 mana, 2/3 with downside. And here it's literally Hungry Dragons downside. Thoughts?
This can very easily. Okay, well, I won't say that. It can't very easily fully backfire because it's nearly impossible for your opponent to get a 1-drop that beats you. You know?
Right, but it still can backfire. So it's a high variance card. It could be very strong or very unimpressive.
The thing is that it's most likely like you play this and then your opponent just gets a 2/1 and like a Murloc, the 2/1 Murloc, something like that. And it's
right.
Like, I don't know. How about this? This is the 1-drop. If I was recruiting a 1-drop, I'd want to recruit. If I had a way to recruit a 1-drop for cheap.
Yeah, that's fair. And there is a card that says recruit. Actually, no, I think it says recruit it to attack minion.
I don't think I would want to play this though, because the size difference on Hungry Dragon is enough that the drawback is irrelevant. On this, like if they just run whatever 2-drop they get off of this into your 1-drop, then you have a 2/1.
Right.
It's like, oh, okay.
Also, funny enough, this card is a nerf of itself. Sometimes it can summon itself to your opponent's board. So, yeah, I guess how many 1-drops are there you don't want to see? Like, there's a decent number of 2/2s and 2/3s. Flame in.
I think anything with 2 power is what you don't want to see, because if it has 2 power, then you didn't play a 2/3, you played a 2/1 with no text, or worse. If they go, okay, Direwolf, trade.
Right. Yeah.
Or something like that, So I'm not impressed by it.
All right, next card. Scorp-O-Matic, which might be the only mech in the set, I'm not sure. 2 mana, 1/2 mech. Battlecry, destroy a minion with 1 or less attack. Huh.
I actually think this is a really cool card. I like the neutral minion destruction with like a, you know, there's a lot of things that this can do. You could, obviously there's the sort of obvious things where it's like, I kill the paladin 1/1, but sometimes it can be a lot better where it's like, I kill your gastropod or your 1/5 gastropod that you played. Or maybe you have something like follow the rules plus this as just a flat kill anything. You talked about shrink meistering things. This is a payoff for playing any sort of shrink. Yeah. I guess the body sucks. The body obviously sucks, but I like the effect. In neutral, specifically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what are some high priority targets. Like, I guess there's now a 1/5 poisonous.
Earth Inspire says exactly the card I was thinking of with this, which is Balagad Scorpion, a card from Rise of the Eldrazi. A scorpion that could kill a 1 power.
It's even a scorpion. What the heck? Yes.
I mean, that was a 4-mana 2/3 though.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the funniest thing that I could see this do is your opponent like plays a Doomsayer and you just.
Ooh, yeah. Actually, that's a really good one.
This is just pop that away.
That I now think a lot higher this card just from its ability to kill Doomsayers.
Crypt Lord, things like that. There are some, like you said, the 5-drop. There's some targets for this that are high enough priority, and I think if you had ways to make it function, either with like reducing power or even follow the rules type of things.
Yeah, kills your druid opponent, plays a bunch of 1/5 taunts, gets rid of one of them. Eggs is mentioned in the chat.
Yeah, so I find it interesting. Like, this is not. The fact that it's a 1/2 body really hurts it. Like, really hurts it. That's a really crappy body if it's missing. And also the fact that it's non-optional means, like, please don't play this and it kills your own pog, something like that.
Right, unless, again, it's like an egg and you want it to die.
So, I don't know if it's good or great, but I think it's really nifty, and I like that it's in neutral.
President Ark in the chat mentions, this goes in Zoo to kill Doomsayers and eat eggs. I'd actually believe that. I could see that. Constructed. All right. On to the next card. Shrieking Shroom. 3-mana 1/2. At the end of your turn, summon a random 1-cost minion. So we were just talking about decently high variance and 1-cost minions.
If this card isn't killed, it's a very good source of just like minions. I guess the first card that came to mind when I saw this was Primal Fin Totem.
The first card that came to my mind was Imp Master.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
And I was a little disappointed by this thinking about Imp Master, but...
Yeah, sort of a similar thing where if you can play it into an empty board, another awful body, that's really the set's thing, isn't it? Yes, that's like the theme of the set, is like poorly statted minions. Again, if we, ignoring the text that they have. I don't know, I don't think I'm great on this. It's a true.
Like, here's the other thing. Compared to Don't Mess with Tusker, and is this, in most cases, getting you less than that? It might very well be.
Reminds me of Morose, but at least Morose had stealth.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel great about this card. I don't feel great about Primal Fin Totem either, but...
Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of Primal Fin Totem, but this ain't Primal Fin Totem.
Right.
This ain't even close.
All right, good art though. That little like skull face mushroom. All right, next card. This is one I like. Lone Champion, 3-mana 2/4. Battle Cry. If you control no other minions, gain Taunt and Divine Shield. So this is a card like Tar Creeper that slows down aggro, but unlike Tar Creeper, is Tar Creeper the 1/5?
Tar Creeper's the 1/5.
Yeah. Okay. Unlike Tar Creeper, though, this isn't also secretly good in aggro, too, to protect your other guys. This is Tar Creeper done correctly. This is, you have to control no other minions, but then it's this, like, really good taunt, 2/4 taunt Divine Shield for 3.
Yeah, like, so if you again, like if you have a minion with this and you play this, this is not worth it. It's not quite on stats. Like if you're 2/4 is slightly worse than what you would expect on a 3-drop with no text. So like it would want to be a 3/4. But if this is your only minion you control, you play this on 3 after hero powering your opponent as a priest on 2. Like this makes up for it.
All right, I like this. Still dies to Shadow Word Pain, but it's fine. Slows the heck down on aggro. All right.
So it's Tar Creeper.
Yeah. Anyways, so maybe Tar Creeper is kind of a fair comparison, but attack's better.
Yep.
All right, next card. Kobold Monk. 4 mana 3/6, which that's a water elemental body. That's pretty good. Your hero can't be targeted by spells or hero powers.
I like hexproofing yourself. Yeah, Cobalt Monk, aka
Yeah. Notably, be careful playing this if you're a priest.
Oh yeah. Also, a couple other notes. Hunter's hero power, as we know from a couple odd things with like Ice Rager, doesn't target; it just hits.
Yep.
But yeah, this is like you play this out and your opponent can't like dome you for the last points of burn, and it's also like the big thing on it is this is on stats. This is 3/6 for 4 is quite a good body. So what both should have been? Oh God, yeah. My goodness, if both like was this, But yeah, this is a good card. I like this one a lot.
Yep. All right. Basically agree with everything you said for that one. Next card, Ebon Dragonsmith. 4 mana, 3/4 dragon. Battlecry, reduce the cost of a random weapon in your hand by 2. So Dragon Warrior being a thing in Standard, this kind of missed the boat for that one.
I was gonna say, are you like a year and a half late to that one? Like,
Also, 4 mana, 3/4. Don't feel great about that. And like weapon classes, like Rogue being a weapon class is kind of fake. So this is basically like Hunter Warrior, probably just Warrior.
this is also hyper fake for Rogue because their new weapon ignores this. It doesn't it keeps all enchantments, but it doesn't keep this.
Right. Yeah. No, here's the thing is, isn't there a pirate? Blackwater Pirate is a 4 mana 2/5 that just flat says your weapons cost 2 less.
And that card sucked.
Yeah, this is that stat shifted, is a dragon, and I guess you keep the cost reduction if this dies, but like
I guess you play this on 4 and Gore Howl on 5, and then you're like, aha.
So I guess maybe the reason this may exist is there are some very expensive legendary weapons in this set that this could maybe help you ramp into. Like I think some of them cost like 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that that's the intent of this card. I think that this card is statted like too expensively. Like, take the 4s and turn them into 3s, and then reduce the cost by like 1 or something. Where like even if this was like a 2/3 for 3, I'd be a little more willing to play it because it's not a 4-drop. You should, and if it still does the reduce, I don't know. At this exact spot, I don't much care for it.
Yeah, same. So I don't know why it's a dragon, but
yeah.
All right.
It's weird because like almost every card that deals with weapons is a pirate. That's the rule of like. Not every card, but a lot of cards that are. Maybe they just didn't want to make more pirates. Like, oh god, we can't do pirates. Please shift this card to a dragon.
Yeah, because don't want a patches being associated with it would make this too good, I guess. Anyways, next card. Furbolg Moss Binder. 5 mana 1/1. Battle Cry. Transform a friendly minion into a 6/6 elemental. So, you're not playing this without anything else aside, but if you are, it's almost a, like, Racketeer for one less.
I like this. It can be, you attack with your minion and it's at 1 health, and then you play this and turn it into a 6/6, or even like in Shaman slash Paladin, 7 mana, and it transforms into a, like, that's worst case, obviously, and then it's worse than a say hello to my little friend, but like the fact that it has a much higher best case where it's like I transform an on-board 1/1 into a 6/6, and it's like, oh, that's a big threat for turn 5.
Right. Also, it's like if you're in Paladin or Shaman, it's just a Racketeer for one more.
If this could transform itself, it would be too powerful at 5, because then it would just be a 5 mana 6/6, no downside.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also,
this doesn't enable those cards that gain effects on elementals you played last turn, does it?
No, because
the elemental
it's
didn't come
it's not
into
considered
play.
played. It has to be played from.
It's not considered played unless it's like Apothecary or something. Or is
that was a bug. That was a bug.
That was a bug, but okay, yeah. Anyway, that's
also notably this card existing as an evolve nerf.
Yeah, well, this set existing is an evolve nerf. Look at this 5 mana 1. Look, again, talk about understated bodies on cards. Keep it up. We'll keep mentioning it, and you keep looking at it.
Yeah.
Oh, I do kind of. That'd be cool if this could target enemy minions. Because like giving them a 6/6, like almost all the time is like.
I feel they wouldn't let you do that because like. There's a reason they nerfed Tinkmaster Overspark, because I don't know.
But Tinkmaster Overspark was a 3 mana 3/2. No, it was a 2/2 at the time. It got turned into a 3/3 when it got upped. I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, the card's still fine. So,
like, anyways, next card, Hungry Etin, 6 mana 4/10. Taunt, because Bog Creeper and stats for 1 less. Yep. Battle Cry, summon a random 2-cost minion for your opponent. Yeah, so it's a Bog Creeper for 1 less. You just trade with the 2-drop, right?
Yeah, please, absolutely. Like, if you have to play this into an empty, like, with you on an empty board, that's gonna suck, because, like, if you play this and have no way to kill the 2-drop, it's gonna be poisonous. Like, yeah, Battlecry, summon a poisonous snail, or, like, summon a patient assassin. But a lot of the time, if we're doing, like, the average of what this grabbing, it's a River Crocolisk or a Bloodfen Raptor.
Right, and it just, like, goes into a 4/10, so maybe it's less than that, but this is still, like, compare this to Ancient of Blossoms. It's, like, +1/+2 on that.
Yeah, or Summon a Doom. There are definitely backfires. I'm not saying there aren't, but, like, the card is strong enough that I think that that's okay.
Yep. All right, next, I guess that's it for rares, so on to epics. Rummaging Kobold, 3 mana 1/3. Battle Cry, return one of your destroyed weapons to your hand. So probably mostly exists as like a rebuy for your legendary weapons.
I guess don't play this in Rogue, because you're probably just getting a knife unless you want a hero power.
Yeah.
How many destroyed
there actually is a question. Does it have to be a card, or does the Rogue's Knife count? I honestly don't know.
I'm pretty sure Rogue's Knife counts, because, like, Pogs count for Resurrect. Like,
okay, so yeah. So also, like, don't play this if you've, like, played, what is it? N'Zoth's First Mate.
Yeah. I mean, so this is a 3 mana 1/3 with, like, effectively draw a known card.
I don't think this is great. But like if your deck is
Yeah.
like I'd only play this if your deck is like built around your legendary weapon and you need a way to get it back because the deck collapses if it gets destroyed.
Okay. So like if you were like the priest one maybe or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Or yeah,
Yeah.
not totally impressed, but I could see why you might want to play it in some cases.
Good old understated cards too.
Anyways, on to another neutral demon, Void Ripper. 3 mana 3/3 demon, battle cry, swap the attack and health of all other minions.
I like this one a lot.
Confuse was not a card I felt great about playing. Confuse on a body? I feel great about playing.
Yeah, like this can do some really silly, like all of a sudden the board that you thought you were fine against now is a lethal attack. The board that you thought I had bad trades on. Oh, whoops.
Also, yeah, your opponent plays Doomsayer on 2 and you just drop this and laugh at them.
Or like the druid play your I summon a billion scarabs, pass the turn,
And
your
then you
opponent kills
flip
2 of
them
those,
and
and then
you're...
oh whoops 15 I wonder why it says all other when it's symmetrical. That's
Probably to deal with, I don't know, weirdness of static in-play buffs like
yeah, I was
that,
gonna,
like a raid leader.
yeah, okay. We haven't had to talk about swap rules for a while. If there are static buffs and there's a swap that happens, the static buff swaps and then reapplies. So if you had like a 2/2 that had +1/+0 from a Direwolf Alpha, so it's a 3/2, and you switch it, it becomes a 2/3 because that buff becomes permanent, and then the Direwolf Alpha gets reapplied, so now it's a 3/3. The same happens with things like Stormwind Champion or like anything that's a consistent static buff in play.
Yep. Anyways, I like this card.
Yeah, big fan of Confuse on a body, and basically if you take like a cool spell and put it on like a decent 3 mana 3/3. All right, cool.
Yeah, you might be sitting on it in hand for a while, but I'm sure there'll be a situation in games where this is suddenly like your golden ticket out of a game just to massively take the board or kill your opponent or something.
Or you play it on turn 3 and it kills a totem, and you go, all right.
Yep, or a Doomsayer. Like, very versatile. All right, moving on. Shimmering Courser. 4 mana, 3/3 beast. Only you can target this with spells and hero powers. So Hearthstone was a game that had Shroud, and now it has Hexproof. I'm pretty sure 4 mana, 3/3 Hexproof was
Right.
was already a thing that Magic had.
Yeah, there's a number of those. That's a core set card. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, President Arc. Like, yeah, this is a card that, like, if you're playing a large amount of, like, buffs on your cards, this is the target.
Yeah, buff Paladin. Can still be targeted by abilities, notably.
Yeah, so
By your
it can
opponent.
be...
So, like, if people, for any reason, start playing big game hunters again, I don't know. Or Hemet Nessingwary can kill this.
Oh, no!
No,
Yeah.
but as its stats by itself, not impressed.
Well, I'm glad to see Hexproof on. Well, I'd rather it be, like, not impressive, because Hexproof is a very strong line of text, like...
Yep.
So I'd rather it be understated than over. So that, I still think there are going to be people who play this in decks and have success with it because, I can't answer this creature that you put a Blessing of Kings and a steed on. What the hell?
Ooh, I just had an idea. What's that hunter alt hero power that just keeps buffing beasts every turn?
Dinomancy?
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not real, but I want to try that now with this thing.
So...
All right, next epic. Arcane Tyrant. 5 mana 4/4 elemental. Costs 0 if you've cast a spell that costs 5 or more this turn. Yes, sign me up.
Okay.
It's like, oh, I flame strike you, and now I also get a free 4/4 afterwards.
This one is very much like sorry, not very much like it. There was the 7 mana 3/3 that recruited an 8 cost, and we immediately said like, yes, this goes in decks with Tyrion, with Lich King. We know this is the same way where you know exactly what decks this goes in. You know if your deck can support this or not. You know, if you're a deck with Ultimate Infestation, maybe you'll want to play the 0 cost card that you can just play after you draw it off Ultimate Infestation, or after you Scarabs, or after you Nourish, or maybe you're in Mage and it's you go Cabalist Tome and play this, or you said Flame Strike and play that sort of thing. What sort of deck this wants to go in.
Yeah, I think this is quite strong, and definitely we'll see play in a number of constructed decks.
Yeah, I think it knows exactly where it fits, and it fits pretty well in those. So,
yeah. All right. Well, next card. Carnivorous Cube. 5 mana 4/6, so it's a decent starting body. That's a Spiteful Smith. Battle Cry, destroy a friendly minion. Death Rattle, summon 2 copies of it.
Sign me up. This is really cool. Like, this is really cool. There was a couple earlier cards where we're like, oh yeah, like with the 1/1 for 5, where it's like, oh, you attack in with your minion, get it down to like 1 health, and then play, make it a 6/6. But what if instead you put it into the cube?
Right. Just be careful with this around mages and shamans. Hex and Polymorph are real cards.
Sure. You don't eat but if you're eating a card that was already like either close to death and then it's coming back at full, or maybe you're eating a card that you wanted to trigger its death rattle in the first place.
Right. Yeah. Like, it honestly reminds me of, I've done similar stuff with like Moat Lurker, put in a thing that I want to get back again later that's almost dead. Now, there's actually, it's kind of hard to find situations where you can actually pull that off, but also this costs less than Moat Lurker to play, so that's
also it's not in a world of understated creatures.
Right. This is an on-curve creature.
Yeah, this is a Spiteful Smith.
Or nearly a pit fighter.
Yeah.
Now we just have to figure out how do we abuse this with some really dumb degenerate combo.
People are talking about the fact that it has a cigar and asking, is it a Cuban?
Oh, no. Actually, it looks like a chain attached to it.
I like that the cube, because of how the cube is shaped, it has eyebrows. Cube. I love this.
Oh, no, wait, that's not a cigar. It's got a mace, of like a ball and chain mace, but it doesn't have anything, and it doesn't have any arms, so it's just holding it out of its mouth.
I'm going to hit you with this.
A chain flail.
Okay.
But
I like this. I like this card a lot.
Anyways, things to abuse this with. Aya Blackpaw.
Just honestly, any death rattle is going to be really strong with this. We talked about Egg Deck,
Right.
Or even something just as small as I play a Possessed Villager and then eat Possessed Villager with this. Okay, I get the 1/1. And then cube, and then when the cube dies, 2 more Possessed Villagers show up, and then when those Possessed Villagers die, more 1/1s to show up, and that's just a 1 mana card. Like, what if it's your 4-drop you did that with, and instead of it being Possessed Villagers, it's the 5/1 maker, or it's maybe it draws cards. Yeah. You did this on a Loot Hoarder. You did this on a there's
you know what? This having Death Rattle itself, maybe it's a resurgence of Quest Priest.
Yeah. Shabadoo's naming a couple other really cool ones.
Undercity Huckster, Jade Swarmer, Bloodmage Thanos, yeah.
Yeah, so I like it.
Oh, actually one more I'll add to that list, White Eyes.
Whatever, Sylvanas, let's get nuts.
Yeah. All right. Next card, Spiteful Summoner, 6 mana, 4/4. Battle Cry, reveal a spell from your deck. Summon a random minion with the same cost. So again, you're gonna know exactly what your spells are. So this is very random. First you have to randomly pick a spell in your deck, and that determines the mana cost of the creature you summon, and then it's a random minion of that cost.
did you like Faceless Summoner? Because this reminds me of Faceless Summoner a lot.
Oh dear, yeah, no.
Except for this can be a lot bigger than Faceless Summoner.
This is whiff potential if your deck is like built with low cost spells, but this is also like, nope, I've only got like Blizzards and Flame Strikes in my deck, and this is a like 6 mana 4/4 that summons a random 6-drop, which
there's another 4/4. It's just itself again, or something like that. But again, kind of like the previous card that was the free 4/4 if you cast a 5-drop spell or higher. This sort of knows what deck it's going in, but unlike that one, I don't think this goes into every deck like that, because whereas that 5-drop wanted to go in any deck that contains 5-drop spells or bigger, this wants to go into decks that only contain big spells.
Mm-hmm.
Which is still real. That's still a real deck. It's just a bit smaller subset. So you have to know what you're playing with it and control that more, which generally means this is going to be a bad purple in the arena.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, but I could see this being actually maybe Evolve Shaman would run it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's got better options.
And then they reveal Evolve,
Yeah, no, Evolve being in there is exactly the problem.
There's better 6s they can play than that.
Yep. All right. Now, time for the pink worm in the room.
Oh, I've not seen this card.
So, this is quite possibly the only card in this entire set I'm willing to call an actual mistake.
Oh, goodness, this is strong as hell. Okay.
Corridor Creeper. 7 mana, 5/5 beast. Cost 1 less whenever a minion dies while this is in your hand. Unlike, say, so this is, dies. This isn't your minion dies, which is like Bolvar. This isn't like cost 1 less the turn you play it, like those cards from BlackRock.
Volcanic Drake. Volcanic Drake was a 6/4 with that. Okay,
so this is just see things die. So, this is a card that's currently being played in just about every single standard deck because it's a 0 mana 5/5.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I have not seen this card, and I can tell you without looking at any standard decks, any aggro deck in the world plays this, right? All of them, every aggro deck, okay, you can play this on 3 easily. If it's in your opener, your 1-drop and your 2-drop, and then you trade your 1s and 2s with your opponents, and then whoops, here's a 5/5, or here's mistake. This is incredibly powerful. The fact that it's both your minions and your opponents is ridiculous. Wow.
Yeah, I'd be fine playing this in decks. I don't care what mode.
Volcanic Drake was only on the turn they died, got the 1 less cost. The tree. Wow. Okay. All right. And I'm gonna. Corridor Creeper. Is it just every deck in Standard playing this thing?
I think at least all the aggro ones. Certainly. Might be more.
Paladin, Tempo Rogue. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
This was a mistake. Is it getting nerfed? Maybe. We'll see.
No, not for a month plus.
Well, yeah, I know, but before the next set, maybe. In the next couple weeks, no. All right. Yeah, any deck containing creatures I guess this is not played in No Minion Hunter. There's your one deck that won't play this.
Okay. Yeah. At least it's epic, so it doesn't show up at Bone Mare right in the arena. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is wrong on too many levels.
What a strong card, damn.
Alright, next card. Back to understated things. Grand Archivist, 8 mana 4/7. At the end of your turn, cast a spell from your deck with targets chosen randomly. Now, what I don't actually know is if this spends the card from your deck.
I think it does from the wording. I don't know that, though, because Hearthstone is weird and, wording isn't consistent across cards. So, is it actually it spends the card, people are saying?
Sorry, hold on. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute or so. Sorry.
Yeah, this is
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. So what are you saying?
I was just thinking, like, this seems really, again, understated and random.
Yeah, like, does your deck... It's a random spell from your deck with random targets, so, like, does your... Like, if you only have Flame Strikes and Blizzards in your deck, okay, I guess you're getting a, like, for only a little more, an 8... or a 4/7 attached to it. On the other hand, if it's like, oh, there's a Fireball in my deck and now it's flying at my face... I don't feel great about this card at all. And in the arena, this is certainly extremely inconsistent.
Yeah.
All right.
You really, like, we've had a couple cards that's like, oh, you kind of need to build your deck around. Oh, you kind of need to really build your deck around. And then this is like, no, you need to be playing, like, literally only Ice Block, Arcane Intellect, Blizzard, and Flame Strike for this card to function, or else it just fails because it blasts itself in the face with a Fireball.
Yeah, and I have a feeling those decks probably have better things they can play than this.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of understated bodies, Dragon Hatcher, 9 mana 2/4. At the end of your turn, recruit a dragon. So this is like, you're playing all enormous dragons, right? But even then, like, what's the point of getting a random one when your dragon probably costs 9 to begin with?
Right, like, so this is supposed to be a tutor, but it doesn't cost any less than actually playing Malagos.
So, I guess the thing is, if this lives, it keeps doing it turn after turn? But
why? But why? Why? Like, well, what?
In what world would it live?
Like, well, for one, like, okay, I could, like, play the Ysera, or I could, like, how?
Like, no, you know what you should be playing if you want this repeatable turn after turn effect? Yisharge.
Yeah. I don't, like, so there's a couple different circumstances I can think of for this card. Number one, you play this in a deck that has exactly one dragon, and it's like Malagos, you know? You're tutoring your Malagos. And this is a second copy of Malagos for your deck, or maybe a third if you're playing 3.
But it's at end of turn, so like what?
Yeah, so you play it and it's the exact same as playing Malagos blindly. You're just kind of hoping it lives. So, aka you're making a poor decision and it's going to die because you just played Malagos into the... Anyway. 2, you're playing this in a deck that's just like... This is the, like, biggest of dragon decks. It is like... Deathwing, Dragon Lord, or Ysera. Even though this happens at Ysera timing, so I don't think you don't. Yeah, Earth Inspire says you don't get the Ysera card if you pull Ysera off this.
Right. Like, what do you play this with? Like the 9 mana 4/12 taunt. Like, do you just, like, how many taunt dragons are there? Like, I think Chilmaw's gone now. There's Primordial. There's the 4/12. So, like, I don't know, do you just play this with a bunch of taunt drag? I guess honestly, Obsidian might be a one that's maybe worth playing with this.
I think the thing that you said at the end of the day is, like, if you're playing this effect, why not Yasar?
Right. Unless for some reason you need specifically dragons, which I can't see why that would be. Yeah. Kind of highly suspect card.
Yep.
All right, on to our legendaries. Zola the Gorgon. What a cheesy name.
Heh.
So 3 mana 2/2. Battle Cry. Choose a friendly minion. Add a golden copy of it to your hand. I'll point out now.
Golden legend.
Yeah, it being golden is completely irrelevant. But basically, like a brewmaster, except it gives you a copy, which could actually be okay in some decks. I think there are decks that would want to play something like that. Like, I don't know, like, here's the case I'm thinking is it's a deck where it goes in wild. Emperor Thorasan, Zola the Gorgon, get your cost reduction and guarantee you'll get another turn of cost reduction.
I don't think Quest Rogue, because you have 6 better cards than this in Quest Rogue, right? Like, you already like if you're doing Quest Rogue, you're already playing Brewmaster, Combo Thing, and Shadow Step. Do you like maybe you do want eight or nine things as the copier, but heck, Shadow Dancer is the more relevant thing. Maybe I don't know. Like I like the fact that it's like it's kind of like draw a card that's like okay you draw a minion on the board and a copy of it. That's pretty cool.
President Arc mentions Prince, maybe.
Again, but like isn't
you have better things to copy it with.
Again, like Shadow Step, Brewmaster, combo thingy. I guess you're not playing. If you're playing Prince, you're not playing Brewmaster and combo one. So maybe that's true because you only have Shadow Step then. Okay, you're not playing twos.
Yeah. So like Prince or like again, I'm thinking Thorison. How do you feel about this in Arena?
Effectively it says draw a card on it is how I'm reading it, but you get to draw a card of sort of your choice, and that's all right. If you play this and you draw a copy of the Bloodfen Raptor you played on 2, or maybe you get to play it late and you draw a copy of like a Boulder Fist Ogre style minion, and that's all right. That's fine. The thing is, like, okay, when I think of legendaries, usually they have like some sort of exciting thing going on. I think this one's faking it. This one is trying to fake that it's a legendary card by adding a golden copy onto it to make you think that it is worth being a legend when it's just not.
Isn't there a card that says choose a friendly minion and add a 1/1 copy to your hand?
Yeah, Shadowcaster.
Right. Except this is the full body size.
Yeah. Or like, again, like.
But yeah, I like this card at least. I think it's reasonable enough as a legendary. I don't know. All right, next card. Dark Depths. No, The Darkness. 4 mana, 20/20. So 4 mana, 7/7, completely outclassed here. Starts dormant, so if you're familiar with that rogue legend Sharzan, works like that when it's a dormant card is just non-interactable with. It's in play.
Importantly, that starts dormant is not part of the battle cry. If this like appears from an evolve, it starts dormant. Like that text is on.
You would think that. However, you can actually evolve into this and it will not be dormant. That's how it works.
I was told the exact opposite of that.
Wait, really? I was told it's bugged and that you can evolve into it and it's huh.
Okay,
yeah, somebody confirm on that.
Like I was told the exact opposite, that if you evolved into this, like obviously I haven't tested it because like I don't, but it's a legend.
But anyways, so how it works: starts dormant, battle cry, shuffle 3 candles into the enemy deck. When all 3 are drawn, this awakens, and then the candle, snuff out a candle, draw a card, cast when drawn. So it's like the ambush card from Beneath the Grounds. It's basically how it works. And so once all 3 are drawn, suddenly a 20/20 appears on your board.
Yeah. So yeah, like every other ambush card, this is a part of the ambush effect. Is that ambush cards always have the like mana cost of whatever cast them, and they cost nothing when drawn. They just are cast for free when they are drawn. So it's not like you're somehow depriving your opponent of mana. But yeah, the darkness wakes up when 3 candles show up. If you somehow make copies of the darkness, play multiple darknesses, they wake up on the 3rd candle. So if you had some way to, I don't know, double the battle cry, which is we might see a card like that in the set.
Yeah, it gives you more chances of drawing into it, but you still only need to see 3. So, like a Bran effect would.
Yeah, and like you said, as a Sharazan thing, it's in like a minions spot, and in a lot of cases, not all, because you can do it with like Cold Light Oracle, this is going to wake up on your opponent's turn, so they'll at least have like a moment to respond, and they know it's coming. You played the darkness.
Right. Save a kill spell to deal with this guy.
If you get this to trigger, then bounce it, I think it just becomes dormant again.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I don't know if it's great, but I like the design of it, certainly. It's flavorful.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Like, it's certainly not reliable. Is the thing. Like, it's like, okay, you play the, like, because if you play this early, it's gonna take eons for this to pay off. And
Yeah.
if you went down a card plus a 4, plus your 4, it's like, can you afford that?
Yeah. Is there a way we can that you can abuse this card? I wonder. Like, are there cards that care about the power of a card in your hand or that you drew?
There are cards that care about the power, but they only care about 5+. There are cards that, there are cards that, the best way to abuse this is there's cards that let you double the battle cry and shuffle 6 candles in, and then it wakes up.
Right. Yeah, I was more thinking in terms of, like, I know the Giants, you could always do that trick with, there was that Paladin thing that says, like, draw a card, deal damage equal to its cost. So I was wondering if there's anything like that on power, but I guess not.
I don't think there's anything like that cares. The only thing that, like, power carer is, like, 5+.
Yeah.
That I know of.
Okay, so not really that ways to abuse it, but if your opponent can't answer this, they're probably going to keel over. All right, and next card. Is this our last legend? 1, 2, 3. No, it's not our last one. King Togwaggle. So if you've played the new Dungeon Run mode, you may recognize this guy as the, like, narrator for that mode. But so 8 mana 5/5. So we were talking about understated bodies in this set.
Yep.
Battle cry, swap decks with your opponent. Give them a ransom card in their hand to swap back. Ransom, 5 mana spell, swap decks with your opponent. I don't know how I feel about this card.
How do you get this to work? The problem I see immediately with this is that you're spending 8 mana for a 5/5 that has the effect, like, has an activated ability that says 5, this effect does nothing. Like,
So here's my question. If you've taken, like, 3 turns of fatigue already and you swap decks with your opponent, do they take, like, 4th turn fatigue or do they take 1st turn fatigue? I'd imagine it's 1st turn, right?
I don't know if you swap fatigue numbers if you, like, went into deep fatigue and then handed this back. Like, this is a... Okay.
Yeah.
The first F&M deck I ever played, like, 14 years ago or 13 years ago playing Magic was Shared Fate, which had the effect your opponents draw off your deck, you draw off your opponent's deck. Shared Fate didn't have a built-in, like, kill switch, like...
Right. Yeah, somebody Copper Pauper mentioned the chat counter spell with this, like, as the only spell in your deck, but
yeah,
your opponent has to have no spells in hand, and, like, that's not reliable either.
Yeah, like, because a couple people have said, like, the plan is you steal their deck and then play Explore on Goro into it, and then when they take it back, you destroy their deck, but that's the most, like, blatant thing in the world. Like, I know what you're doing. Like, why would I take the deck back? like, why would I buy back the Explore on Goro? I know what your plan is. So I'm just going to beat you with your deck, and you can't build the deck without win cons because you had to play Skulking Geist. So, oh, well, your deck is junk. How'd you get to turn 10? Like,
yeah, like, no, you know what? You know why this card exists? For doing Hearthstone science with your friends.
Yeah, well, this card is the thing is, and the actual answer is this card is like a big old joke card,
right?
In the vein of Mayor Nogginfucker,
right? There are worse legendaries in this set. I'll mention that off the bat. They somehow made worse legendaries in this.
That's
set.
incredible because, like,
Anyways, on to our next legendary, and this one is one that everybody gets. It's sort of a promo card, although it's considered technically part of the set. It's not craftable, so everybody gets one, and you can't disenchant it, and you can't get a golden one unless you went to BlizzCon. But Marin the Fox, this guy is kind of a known quantity by this point. 8 mana, 6/6.
Yeah.
Battlecry, summon a 0/8 treasure chest for your opponent. Break it open for awesome loot. Treasure chest is a 0/8 death rattle. Give your opponent a fantastic treasure. And you have 4 options here. You have the Golden Kobold, which is a 3 mana 3 mana 6/6 taunt. Replace your hand with legendary minions, which is sort of a variant on the Golden Monkey. You have Toland's Goblet, which is 3 mana draw card. Fill your hand with copies of it. The Wondrous Wand, 3 mana draw 3 cards, reduce their cost to 0. And Zarog's Crown, 3 mana discover a legendary minion and summon 2 copies of it. So that's a lot to take in. The bottom line is this card is not great, but fun.
Yeah, I've seen, like, you know, okay, so we talk about the king, which is like a, you know, sort of this like fun jokey card that is 99% of the time unusable and won't do anything. This is more of like a fun jokey card that actually will do something like interesting for you and exciting for you and like exciting for you and strong for you. You know, you get the crown, all of a sudden it's like, I double summon Ysera, have fun fighting me. You know, or I play the Kobold and my hand of junk turns into...
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, this is a strong card. I'd probably be fine picking this in the arena. It's just like there are better 8s you can play in Constructed is the only reason why I said it's not great, but it's still totally fine and totally in a strong card.
Yeah, I think this one's much like a much funner style card. Yeah, Earth Inspire brings up Elise with this, and this is similar to that.
And with the Golden Monkey, but actually, which of these 4 artifacts do you think is the strongest one here to get? There was a brawl with these treasure chests recently.
I think in the abstract, like completely unknown what my deck is, the Crown, because it's the most immediate board effect. In some decks, it's going to be Wondrous Wand into, oh, whoops, I drew a 0-cost Ultimate Infestation along with a 0-cost, like, 7-drop, you know, like, you die, or, like, the Kobold in a deck that is like, oh, I have an 8-card hand now. The Goblet is funky because the Goblet's very good if you are in a position where you're, like, 3 cards in hand. It's going to be one of your strongest options where you play Goblet and then you draw, 7 Eviscerates, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I was able to pull that one off in the brawl recently. The hand of Eviscerates.
So, yeah, I'm a lot more impressed by the design and play of this one as far as the, like, kind of joke fun card that actually is, on one hand being kind of like a jokey fun card, is still effective. Like, you can build and make this work. So, like, you just play this in a deck that wants to go long. Especially because it's a free card. Everybody has this. Yeah. So.
And also, I'm just curious for your thoughts for this in Arena. I said I'd pick it. How about you?
There are a lot worse legends.
Yeah.
There are a lot worse legends.
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right. And finally, I think this is our last legendary, and speaking of understated, Master Oakheart. 9 mana, 5/5. Battlecry, recruit a 1-attack, 2-attack, and 3-attack minion.
Ooh, okay.
So there's definitely something you combo with this, right?
I was gonna say I've not been a fan of most recruit cards we've seen. This one seems interesting because number one, if this is actually functioning, like this one at least seems like if you're building around it, it's nifty in that like you're like in a Varian Win kind of way where it's like immediate board that's just this gigantic, like 15 power, or sorry, not 15 power, 11 power with a lot of toughness backing that usually, and whatever cards you grabbed if you because you built the deck. I don't know if I believe in it because I don't believe in recruit. I'll be honest.
Yeah, Warlock grabs Tar Creeper, not Tar. Wait, what is the Warlock Creeper?
We haven't seen.
Warlock has a taunter from the
Tar Lord. Is Tar Lord There's 3 Tar units and one of them's in Warrior.
Yeah, I think Tar Lord's the Warrior one.
Lurker.
Tar Lurker is... Yeah, Tar Lurker or Tar Lord can both pop out of this thing, so that's part of why this is strong. And then... And then on top of that, you've also got, like, Warlock has minions with that much attack, and, like, downsides are, well...
I don't believe in it as much as, like, I see a couple people in the zoo saying this is the second coming of, like, this card is absolutely ridiculous. I don't buy that. Because I like the big problem with Recruit, and especially on a card that costs 9, is that by the time you've gotten to that, you've drawn half your deck. So like,
yeah.
And then I drew all of my 3 targets because I didn't want to include a bunch of them, and now this card is just super bad.
Yeah, like I'm thinking for 1 there's tar stuff, for 2 like my Exna and Wild maybe, and for 3 like I don't know.
But like that said, with the specific callouts this has, where it's like 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack minion, I can see some like I could definitely see there being a build that does make use of it with some very specific minions, where it plays this, and all of a sudden it's like, oh god, the board went like crazy with it.
Yeah. What if all your 1, 2, and 3 attack minions in your deck just have taunt? Like Sludge Belcher and
yeah, like I think I can see some very specific builds that would want to play this. I also think that those decks at time are going to draw this card and be the most disheartened in the world because they play this and they only get their 1 drop from it, or their 1 attack from it, and it's like, oh well. But I could definitely see there being a deck that has a very specific set of minions that this could work well with. There's a couple I can think of within the set that would function with it, and as you said, both the tar minion, any tar minion with this is a lot bigger than it looks, so.
Yep. All right, and I think with that's our neutral cards for this set. So I guess before we go on to class cards, any thoughts on neutral stuff overall? A lot of understated things.
Well, I was gonna say, oh my god, there's a ton of understated things. Like,
and then there's a 0 mana 5/5.
Yeah, there's a ton of understated things, and then there's a 5/5 that comes down on turn 4 with a buddy, or something like that, and it's like, oh whoops, that sucks. This expansion, I want to see if it continues within the class cards, but bring silence, and I think you'll just do fine. Go ahead and silence off that 7 mana 3/3, and it's like, oh whoops, that sucks. So I don't know. I am not personally impressed by Recruit as a mechanic because it's very
yeah.
God, it's so understated on these things.
Yeah,
oh my god.
The 9 mana 2/4.
The 9 mana 2/4. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you do with
So I think some of the class Recruit stuff is a bit more reasonable.
With Oakheart, where you Oakheart into the Dragon Hunter into like a gigantic board?
I don't know. All right. Well, let's I think head into Druid now and see. So we'll start off with Bark Skin. 1 mana, give a minion +3 health, gain 3 armor. So it's sort of a weird twist on Power Word Shield, where instead of a card, it gives you an extra health and 3 armor.
Okay.
Like, this is often just oh, you thought my minion was going to trade, when actually it just kills your guy. Like, it's like a combat trick. I think this is, I mean, not really a trick, but you get,
right.
You know what I mean.
I think this is worth the 1 mana you're paying for. Maybe a little more than that with how much it's actually giving you. But it's gonna be best utilized if you're able to actually make some sort of trade, or not trade. You play this and bump a minion that isn't going to die anymore, and that's what you want it to do.
Yep. And the armor is nice too. Druid does care about its amount of armor in the set.
I You know what? I'll take your word on it because
we'll
the
see.
armor on that seems like a nothing to me. Like this is.
So here's the card: Ironwood Golem, 4 mana, 3/6 taunt. Can only attack if you have 3 or more armor. So this is a Tazdingo with 1 more health and a downside, but
What a strange card to be in Druid.
But this is actually quite a strong card because it is like a water elemental buy.
Oh, definitely. Like even if it couldn't attack, like it's still a 3/6 taunt. Which like here's the thing. There's like as far as taunters go, in Druid right now, there's so many options. You know, Crypt Lord comes immediately to mind. This is any other class. This wouldn't be competing against gigantic options, and this one kind of is. Heck, it's even competing with Tar Creeper.
Yeah,
it's not great.
I'd still pick it.
Sure.
Yeah. Constructed, I don't know. Alright, next card. Oaken Summons. 4 mana, gain 6 armor, recruit a minion that costs 4 or less.
Okay, I get it. They designed Druid to work only with the cards that they made in this set for Druid. I get it. Like
4 or less.
God.
6 armor. Yeah, again, this is the problem with, is the same as that neutral card we saw. Is it's not 4, it's 4 or less. Which is like,
right.
Do you want a 1-drop popping out of here? Like,
so your deck has to be built to make use of this, meaning this is absolutely, do not touch this in the arena. And like, so you'd have to build a constructed deck that's just not playing cards you wouldn't want to get off of this. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people read Recruit as tutor a minion I always get because I built my deck to only contain that minion.
Except what if you draw it?
Without considering what the other 28 cards in their deck are. It's like, I will only play 1 4-drop. And it's like, you're going to win a game with only playing 1 4-drop?
Like,
4 or less? Like,
I definitely see that as the reason why Blizzard, like, made everything with Recruit on it so, like, underwhelming stat-wise. Because they don't want people just playing it as, oh, free tutor. But then it's now just, I guess we don't want people playing this.
Yeah, again, there are going to be constructed decks where, like, there's maybe a set of drops that this functions with. But, again, like, you're giving up your 1 through 3? Like...
Or you're playing good. I guess, like, I'd be fine getting Tar Creeper off this as a 3, but...
Sure.
It's maybe your 1 to 2, I don't know. Which maybe Druid doesn't play 1s and 2s. I don't really know. Well, anyways. As for the amount of armor, like, doesn't Druid already have 3 mana, gain 8 health?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a side effect on it. It's effectively saying your minion has a battle cry of gain 6 armor.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
And that's actually quite good.
Right, but it's the variance here that makes it...
Again,
you might not be getting a
less.
Yep. All right. On to our next card, Spellstones. And to save you the gripes of, well, what does this do when you...
Thank you.
Yeah. So the game of Hearthstone does not show you in any of the interfaces what Spellstones do when they evolve.
I hate this.
So...
I will only say this once more when we come into a different type of, like, card type than this, but I freaking hate this within the interface of Hearthstone.
Oh yeah, no, like, even without Spellstones and unidentified cards, like, you still have summons a token. Okay, what is a token? Add a dream card to your hand. Summon an animal companion. Like,
well, like with this one, when I saw the stone, I thought it was going to upgrade 2, 3, 4, and it's like I'm surprised that it goes 2, 4, 6, and like I'm happy that it does, but how would I have known that on the card?
Yeah, so let's read the card. Lesser Jasper Spellstone, 1 mana, deal 2 damage to a minion. Well, that's like a...
Shock.
There are effects like that in Hearthstone. They can usually go face, but this is just a minion, but this is fine. Gain 3 armor to upgrade. And then it becomes 1 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion. And then if you gain another 3 armor, it becomes 1 mana, deal 6 damage to a minion. Notably, the way spellstones work is that they must be in hand to see the armor gain. You can't, it's not just gain armor over the game.
The yeah, I was gonna mention that as well. I like the condition isn't like gain 3, like gain 6 at once. Like you have to gain 3 and then gain 3.
Yep.
So playing the card before that says gain 6 doesn't
evolve it twice. It evolves it once.
Yeah, but okay, like, so one thing, the card that I actually think of with this is it's from Mage from eons ago, Arcane Blast?
It doubles
which
your
was
spell power on it.
Yeah, and this kind of feels the same way, where it can grow to a very big 1 mana kill spell, albeit on a different. Can gain 3 armor be done 1 armor at a time? Yes.
Yes.
Which is generally going to be the more likely way you do it, because you hero power slowly over time with it, unless you're playing some of the cards we've seen before. All these words that I've said, this card's quite good.
Oh,
cheap upgrades to like better removal. I just like, it bothers me that not only in game, like, okay, sure, I hover over the card in my hand and I can't see what it does. Okay, like, there's a limitation there. We can't do that on mobile. We don't want to flood the player with information. Whatever. If I go into my collection and hover over this card to look at like its flavor, it doesn't tell me anything about it. Like, why doesn't it give me the text of the card there? Like,
yeah, again, I'm just going to say, go back to animal companions. Summon 3 animal companions. It can be Huffer, Misha, or Leok. Okay, what does Huffer, Misha, and Leok do? Find out, player.
So, anyway, yeah, it's fine on its base as shock, and it becomes much better. So,
yeah, no, great card. I'd probably totally playable and constructed as well.
Yeah.
Okay, on to our next card. Greedy Sprite. 3 mana, 3/1, Death Rattle, gain an empty mana crystal. So like your Wild Growth for 1 more gets you a 3/1 attached, although you have to wait for the Death Rattle to trigger, which, so either your opponent's spending mana or it's like getting you a trade on something.
Ramp, especially these days in Druid, is really good because they have some extremely strong things to play into at the top end. Again, Ultimate Infestation is a card that exists within the game of Hearthstone. So, all right, yeah, this is a very like, so maybe your Wild Growth instead costs 1 more, and then it costs your opponent 2. Better than Jade Blossom for decks that don't care about Jade. Yeah, that too.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
I don't feel super excited about it in the arena, but I don't feel super excited about Wild Growth either.
Yeah, same.
I feel I'd probably prefer Wild Growth in the arena because that one can cycle and this one can't.
Though, like, this one,
I guess this is bad if you draw it late.
Yeah, well, if you draw it early and you play it on 3 and your opponent pings it, like, then your opponent had to pay 3 to 2 to put you ahead on mana. So
yeah. So maybe they just like ignore it. I don't know. But then you just trade into something. So it's still good. Like the worst case is it gets silenced, but
yeah.
Again, silence sounding pretty good in this set.
Very, again, well, it's still like an incredibly rare effect, but it's very good when it comes up. All right.
All right, next card. Speaking of understated for cost. Grizzled Guardian, 8 mana, 3/5 taunt. Like paying double on your Taz Dingo.
Oh god, that's a Death Rattle.
Beast. Death Rattle. Recruit 2 minions that cost 4 or less. And again, the problem, or less.
Okay, well, if we assume the deck can exist, like, until proven otherwise, I don't think I believe it, but if we assume the deck can exist, like, that this grabs 2 4s,
Right, like, if all your... Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, you play this and you recruit into 2 of the 3 6s that we saw before, and it's just like, taunt, 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 taunt. But...
Right. Or again, like, even if all your low drops are, like, taunters, then this is like a better Sludge Belcher, question mark. Not sure if it's worth paying this much more mana for it, but...
I was going to say, Sludge Belcher ain't what I would be comparing my 8 drop to. 8?
Yeah, 8. I think it's overcosted. Powerful, but overcosted.
I'm just... Again, I am the recruit skeptic. I don't believe in the mechanic, and apparently everybody tells me I'm wrong. So
For this one, I think it's overcosted. It could be strong. You might lose to this, but I still think it's overcosted.
All right.
All right, next card. A more reasonably costed card. Astral Tiger. 4 mana, 3/5. Death Rattle, shuffle a copy of this minion into your deck. So, okay, like, it's not a Yeti. It's 1 attack off your Yeti. But it's got Malorn's effect, which is... Why is that good again? Keeps you off fatigue. I guess you're perpetual, never going to fatigue.
Except for that Jade Idol exists. And
right.
Maybe you're...
Yeah, maybe you should just be playing Jade Idol.
Yeah.
I'd be okay playing this in the arena. I'd prefer better, but there are worse purples.
Yeah. And yes, I know it's not everybody who's saying the recruit thing, and I'm being a bit...
yeah, a lot of people are also saying
I'm being hyperbolic about it, but I feel like to a point. I just anyway. Sorry, that's something different. This is so okay. Shuffles a copy of it, that's important. Because like you can. We've seen this before with like death rattles that shuffle itself into the deck. If you trigger the death rattle prematurely, the card on the board just goes away. But this saying shuffle a copy of it into your deck means if you like feigned death this somehow to like trigger its death rattle, it wouldn't leave the board.
Yeah, I don't feel great about this card. I'd rather have a Yeti, but hey.
I guess my standards for purples are extremely low.
Same. I'd pick it. Doesn't mean I like it. All right, next card. So this is a new mechanic for Druid. Choose twice. Branching Paths. Choose twice. Draw a card, give your minions +1 attack, gain 6 armor. So did you know that we put commands in Hearthstone?
See, not even commands. It gives you a discover interface, and you can double choose.
Right, yeah. So like 4 mana draw 2 is a little overcosted, or 4 mana give your minions +2 attack permanently, I think is a fine upgrade on Savage Roar, and then like 12 armor potentially, so it's like also could just be a greater healing potion.
Sorry, there's a couple other
and then there's like combinations of the two.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, one question I want to touch on with the previous card is, do the buffs stick on the copy? No. They don't. And also the real design of this card is like the recruit 4 or less, right? That's what this is for.
I don't even know what
that's what I think this is for. Like, you keep recruiting it over and over again.
Oh, it goes back in your deck because whoops, I drew it before my recruiter.
Yeah, or even like I recruited, it dies.
Fair.
That's the point of the card, though. Anyway, sorry.
But this seems quite powerful. It's an extremely versatile card. It's just okay, buff my team, draw a card, or gain armor, draw a card, or like it's a shield slam is one of its modes. It's a greater healing potion. It's a perma attack buff. It's a draw to
sorry, a shield block, you mean? I was going to say, if there's a shield slam on here.
Sorry, yeah, a shield block. Thank you.
Yeah. This is a little, like, as you said, like, each of its modes on the face, like, draw 2 cards for 4, a little under, like this is overcosted for that. Gain 12 armor, like, okay, that's maybe on par with, as you said, greater healing potion.
But there's probably never a situation where you feel bad drawing this.
Yeah, it's flexible, and flexibility is worth the mana cost usually. I think my favorite part of this is that the attack buff is permanent.
Yeah. Like, do you need to kill your opponent? Do you need to dig? Do you need to live? Do you need some combination of the above? Yeah.
Nifty.
I'd definitely pick it in the arena, and it's probably constructed playable too. All right, and 2 legendaries per class, a legendary weapon and a legendary minion. So everybody gets a legendary weapon for free just by signing in and randomly picked from one of the 9 classes. Here's Druids. Twig of the World Tree. It's a 4-mana 1/5 weapon. Aren't you just excited to play that? Death Rattle, gain 10 mana crystals. So, which I believe is just like, that's permanent. It's like Astral Communion.
Of note, that doesn't say empty.
Right. Yeah, you'll go up to 10 and they'll be refilled. So you can also use this for like super late game as for a 20 mana turn or something.
I have no idea how the last card works with Thandril, by the way. I don't know if it does. Because, I have no idea how this card works with Thandril.
I think it's Fandril says your choose 1 abilities, and this is a choose twice ability. I think it's just down to that. You know what? I'll look that up while you talk about Twig of the World Tree.
Yeah, so Twig of the World Tree, the first thing that comes to mind with this card is, how the hell do you break it as quick as possible? And the only real answer for that in neutral is going to be Medivh at this point. Where you play this and then maybe use it to attack once or twice, and then on 8th you play it, Medivh overwrites, boom, you go to 10, and then you play Ultimate Infestation with your Medivh weapon out, you get a 10 drop, draw 5 cards. And that line actually sounds kind of legit now that I talked it through.
Right, and if you're in Wild, you can do that with Blingtron faster.
Right. I was gonna say there are other ways. There are other ways in Wild. That's the other one I can think of. And then there's but the main course I would think would be this into Medivh into Infestation, playing a deck that's then you draw 10 and play a couple 3/4/4s and
right. But if you don't have the Medivh, you're attacking a bunch of times with the thing is to actually do 5 attacks with this, you're attacking on 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That means it's turn 8. You get to go up to 10 mana.
Well, you get to go
and refill.
Spend
18 mana for the turn.
If this didn't refill, it wouldn't be worth it in any way. This needs the refill to be worth it in any way. So
you basically play some kind of dumb Malagos combo that turn and kill your opponent, right? That's how that works.
Oh, you play Malagos, break your twig, untap, and so that's what that seems what this is. This is the better. Oh god, this is the better version of a card we'll see much later. Because it gives you 2 turns at once.
Uh-huh.
I think it is interesting enough to have a couple different ways to build around it. The idea that there's you could build around it in I'm playing this in a deck where it's I want to take a double turn for a combo kill, or again the Medivh thing seems like an interesting way to break it, where you're okay, play this, break it. Boom, let's move along, and maybe that happens on turn 5 or something.
Or it's play this, drop Medivh to break it, play an Ultimate Infestation immediately and get a 10 drop.
Yeah, so I'm this is great if your opponent has a handful of oozes. Now you're thinking with portals.
Right, your opponent probably still oozes. Does your opponent ooze it?
I would not if I played this say you play this on 3 or 4 because you either ramped into it or you played on 4. Your opponent's just looking at their 2 oozes in hand. There's no way you break that.
No, they don't ooze it, but if you're still sitting on it at 10, then they ooze it.
Oh yeah, you break it then because you don't want a double turn.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. Also, looked up the previous card, Branching Paths. I was exactly right. Okay. Fandril says your choose 1s to combine, and this is not a choose 1, it's a choose twice. So
that's sad, because that's sad, but also this would be a little strong if you could just you get all the choices
twice. You get all the choices twice. Yeah, no, don't get to do that.
All right.
And the Druid Legend, Ixlid Fungal Lord. Isn't this one of the bosses in the Dungeon Run mode? I think it is.
I think it might be.
5 mana 2/4.
Is it the one that makes the spores?
Oh yeah, the extremely deadly spores. I think it is.
Maybe.
So 5 mana 2/4. Yeah, understated body elemental. With after you play a minion, summon a copy of it. So it's this weird variant of Faceless Manipulator that you play before your other card instead of after. And then if it somehow lives, and trust me, it's not living, you get to repeat it.
Well, this is the scariest thing in the world. If this thing does live, oh god, like kill this on sight. You know how like Fandral is a kill on sight card? This is a super kill on sight card. You never let this live, and because if you do, you're going to get buried under a pile of minions. In any format. Like this one, like we've talked about, there's been a lot of understated cards. This one's understated, like I think for a reason, for a very this one's correctly understated. Faceless Manipulator, you got to play it first, but it can do more things. It can double up. It can keep going into I don't know. I think there's going to be games where your opponent plays this and you don't have the answer and you just die. You fold immediately.
Right. Like, how do you answer this followed by, I don't know, like a Sludge Belcher?
Right, or even a Crypt Lord, a Tar Creeper. Right. All of a sudden 10 plus health of taunt appears on the board.
And this thing is still probably living through it for the next turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this hates Potion of Madness. That or Cabal Stealer. But yeah, I don't know. I at least, this is a legend that I think is quite legendary and can do some very fun things.
Yeah, also is an elemental, which I guess Druid gets that now.
Shrug, yeah. Strange.
All right. Anyways, final thoughts on Druid before we go on?
Seems a bit focused to a T. There's a lot of these cards that are just play all the if you just opened every Druid card from this set and put them all in a deck, most of them work together.
Right. Probably the most generally useful cards are the Spellstone, the Ramp Sprite, and the Command.
Yeah, the paths, and then everything else sort of plays into its theme, which that's fine. It's a bit strange that it's there's the one card that cares about armor, just the one.
Well, the Spellstone cares about armor as well.
Oh yeah, the Spellstone cares, but that's just strange because that feels like a warrior thing to me.
Yeah, it's going into a new mechanic on here, I guess.
Yeah, at least it's a narrow focus on a mechanic that isn't Freeze Shaman,
Yeah, that. By the way, no Freeze Shaman support in this set.
Weird. All right.
Hunter. So, we'll open with Candle Shot. 1 mana, 1/3 weapon. Immune while attacking.
When I first saw this card,
it's like Gladiator's Longbow.
Yeah, when I first saw this card, I was like, "Oh wow, this is super underwhelming." It's oh wow, it's a 1/3 weapon. But I think I've turned. I think this card's real. It's a slower arcane missiles that you control.
Right. It's yeah, exactly. You get to ping 3 things however you want.
The fact that it's immune means that I've turned on it because the immunity means that there's no drawback. You're not taking 8 damage to do so. So I don't know. I'm actually a little bit more happy with it.
Yeah. If you're a mage, that's valued at 6 mana, right?
Yeah, and somebody said, Shabadoo says Hunter's Mark exists, which that's a pretty funky, fun way to.
Oh yeah, no, that's 1 mana. Everything. This is 1 mana.
Definitely. But, I'm impressed by the power, the not super power. Obviously this ain't no Spirit Claws, but I'm impressed with the versatility of what this can bring.
Yeah. So. Would you pick it in Arena? I'd say yes.
Yeah, I'd pick this in Arena because early control in Arena is is early control and the life differential.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't pick Lights. Okay. I wouldn't pick Lights Justice in the Arena probably.
No, I think to me it's the combination. It's the combination of the effects. To me, I don't like Lights Justice enough for what it does, but the immunity is enough to tip this to me.
Yep.
I don't believe that, Huzzah.
Lights Justice I wouldn't call a good card in the Arena. I'd call it a playable a playable card in the arena, more playable than some people value it at. But
yeah, like I don't believe that it is a good card, but I respect. I at least have come to respect it a little bit more.
all right, well, let's keep moving. Cave Hydra, 3 mana for a 2/4 beast. Also damages the minions next to whomever this attacks. Now that is strong.
Also, we stole this from Warrior again. Stop stealing mechanics from Warrior.
Oh wait, I know Warrior had it, but wasn't the original one Faux Reaver, which was neutral?
Well, no, Minotaur Alpha and
yeah, it was Faux Reaver
Magnetar-
in neutral, and then Magnetar Alpha and Warrior, and then I guess now
like it's been in Warrior more than it's been on Faux
Right.
Reaper, obviously neutral, but
cleaving attacks. Anyways, what's good about these kinds of effects is that you probably attack into what's in the center, and you only get hit back by that, but you get to damage 2 other things, which might be a lot bigger.
right, or you get to hit the totem and damage the thing that's like you get to hit the totem and the magma rager sitting next to it explodes.
Yeah. So what this card basically means is be careful about your positioning against every hunter now. And there's another hunter card we'll see that also.
You already kind of had to be careful about your positioning against hunter because of explosive shot and the grievous bite.
Right. But explosive shot was don't put your biggest thing in the middle. This is now don't put your smallest thing in the middle.
The answer is put your 3 toughness thing in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, this is
a good
this is
beast.
real. This is real.
And like this followed by like a Houndmaster the next turn could be very scary.
Oh God, yeah.
All right, next card, Flanking Strike. 4 mana spell, deal 3 damage to a minion, summon a 3/3 wolf. So, smaller fire elemental in Hunter? Yes, please?
I'm thinking Fire Elemental, I think, is that's a hell of a comparison.
Or
I'd say Phoenix.
A bigger Phoenix.
It's a Phoenix. It just does 3 damage instead. 4 mana 3/3 is exactly what you get for when you play Phoenix.
Right. And this is a beast.
Yes, it's a beast. So beast synergy instead of elemental synergy, which matters a lot more in Hunter, obviously. And this has a double secret reason to exist, which we'll get to when we keep moving to the rarer cards. But this is a strong card, without even thinking about those double secret reasons.
Caveat in it of this not being totally a Phoenix or a fire elemental.
Face.
Cannot go face.
Yeah, can't go face, which a bit sad, like Hunter card that can't go face, but
no, this is a strong card. I think that this is actually being played now and constructed.
I believe it. It's like decent body, decent removal. So, no, it was not. There were 0 cards that rewarded that.
Yeah. Well, anyways.
But we'll get to that one.
Next card, Wandering Monster into the rares. Secret, 2 mana. When an enemy attacks your hero, summon a 3-cost minion as a new target. So you may have noticed there's a number of cards that are spells that summon minions in Hunter. This is another one. We'll see why you'll want that. But as for just playing this in the abstract, though, I think this is fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really like this card because the average 3-cost minion.
Save damage to your face and deal some amount of damage to the attacker.
Earth Inspire says it doesn't say random 3. I'm going to assume it's a random 3.
It's a random. I think it was just getting too wordy.
Yeah. Because so this is it's a get down in the sense that the protection though it's only face. So maybe like more misdirection style, but summoning the attack. But just again, making a 3-coster. You play this on 2, and your opponent plays River Crocolisk. I play Secret on 2. Can you attack my face?
Probably not. Depends what the 3 is.
Because I think on average the 3 is going to be a 3/3 or better. So like a river.
Yeah, I guess this set specifically makes your 3s worse. Like could be a 1/2 mushroom or something, but.
Well, it could have always been.
Yeah, there's always whiffs.
It could have always been that, but it even improves it though. It includes another 4/3 or a 3/4. 4/3. Yeah, is the Dragon Hunter.
Yeah.
So I like this card a lot, is what I'm saying. Even though it's very like across the board, like, oh no, a 1/1 appeared, but then whoops, King Mukla appeared.
Yeah, King Mukla would be good. Or I probably like this more in Wild because I think there's a lot more like spider tank bodies there. But yeah, decent card. So next card, this is a very strong card that the Spellstone for Hunter, Lesser Emerald Spellstone, 5 mana, summon 2 3/3 wolves. That's already pretty good on its own, unupgraded.
That's 6 power and toughness, like
for 5.
For 5.
Yeah, which is like spread across 2 bodies, so it's basically a like Silverhand Knight, which is like what you'd expect at a 5. And then play a secret to upgrade, and then it becomes summon 3 wolves for 5. And then play another secret to upgrade, and then it becomes summon 4 wolves for 5.
Hey everybody, get in here! Like, oh my goodness. So like the upgrade condition's easy as heck.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, playing secrets. And the plus on this is incredible. 12 power and toughness for 5.
Oh yeah, no, this one is like I said, I thought that maybe the last Wolf Summoner was played and constructed. This is the one that's definitely played and constructed. Like, this card is nutso. I would... The question is if I'd pick it in Arena, and even then I'd
100%.
100%, because your baseline is a Silverhand Recruit, which is one of the stronger 5s you can get in Arena. Like...
Yeah, like, Silverhand Knight is where I consider my baseline on 5s. It's not like the strongest card in the world. It's not the weakest card in the world. It's just like, I'm fine playing this card. But like, you play 1 secret, all of a sudden it's 9 power and toughness. You're playing, you played a doppelgangster with +1/+1, and if you've ever made that play on curve, you know how powerful that can be.
Right. So. Yeah. I guess the thing to consider here is that I definitely would pick this in Arena. I don't know if it's necessarily worth picking secrets in Arena if you have this just to try to make this work. I'd say for those, consider what the secrets are.
I was gonna say, that's gonna be more on the power of the secret, but enough of them should be fine to pick anyway. Like, maybe not like, how many times have you had Cat Trap? I've had Cat Trap just played and it never does a thing in some arenas. So maybe, Anyway, this card's very strong.
Yep, just has to be in hand to see it. So,
yep.
All right. Next Hunter card, Seeping Oozling, 6 mana 5/4. Battle Cry, gain the death rattle of a random minion in your deck.
So -1/-1 on my Savannah Highmane?
Yeah, I guess it's copies 3 and 4 of Highmane with no beast type.
I'm struggling to see the deck this fits into that isn't just I'm playing Highmane's 3 and 4 for I'm struggling.
Some reason coming into my mind, Dragon Hunter, that this copies your only death rattle is Deathwing Dragonlord. I don't know.
Okay. All right. We'll make that. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that this card is like. I guess I'm saying that this card is going to be bad under normal circumstances, where it's like, almost every hunter is going to be playing Savannah Highmane unless they're doing something special, which again, we'll see when we get to later cards.
No, you know where I'll make the case for this? Wild, because I would totally run 2 more copies of Sylvanas Windrunner.
Yeah, basically if Sylvanas exists, like, the problem is that your deck would have to not play any of the other death rattles. So,
right, but I'd also probably be fine with this being a mini Highmane too. So
I do like the idea of like, hope I don't draw my Deathwing, and then like copy Deathwing on a 6-drop, and then all of a sudden it's like, hello, crunch. Like, they get to see that that's your death rattle, and they're like, oh shit, like. So I don't. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there's probably some other ones that are good.
Here we go.
Anyways, on to epics. To my side. 6 mana, summon an animal companion. If your deck has no minions, 2 instead.
So this is the
No minions.
Yeah, there's 2 cards in Hunter that care about this. When I first saw this card, like, for one, I saw like this was the card that had like a billion people hating it forever on like as its reaction. But the real thing about this card is it is the question that like this was one of the first Hunter cards I saw, and the question I had with it is there going to be enough support for a creatureless Hunter deck to exist? And if you take a look back at like 4 of the cards in this set already, with Emerald Spellstone, excellent. Wandering Monsters, great. Flanking Strike, great. Even like the Tiny Bow, perfect. Like, we can play Control for a while and then try to play creatureless with this and make it work.
And then that's on top of already existing cards like Animal Companion, Deadly Shot, Deathstalker Rexar.
Yeah. So when I first saw the card, my thought process was like, if there's enough support for this, this could be really good. And I think there's enough support for this.
I'm told Minionless Hunter is actually a legit deck right now, so...
That's cool to hear. Like, that is very cool to hear. One thing I don't know about the card, can it duplicate? Can you double Huffer?
Give me one.
Like, it says summon an animal companion or 2. Can you double Hunter? Is there any other minionless support? Yes, there's one other card. It is to spoil it, it's the legendary weapon for the class that plays to it.
Mike Finay's on Reddit says you cannot get 2 Huffers, etc.
Well, rip the double Huffer dream. That's fine.
I'd be fine with... I mean, it's always Huffer is one of them, right? That's how it works. It's Huffer and one other one, and I'd be fine with Huffer.
Yeah. Question 2. Yeah, Huzzah brings up the other question. Is this good enough to play creatureless, to play this, or play creatures and the other good Hunter spells? I think that's a legitimate question.
I think this is a totally fine card if you're actually able to support it. Like,
yeah.
It's directly between Call of the Wild and Animal Companion, both of which are totally reasonable cards.
I think the combination of this and the weapon means that there's a reason to do it. The question is, like, I guess the question of the creatureless Hunter deck isn't the power of cards like 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's the power of cards 26 through 30, right? Like, how deep do you need to dig?
Right. But I think this is more of like your 1, 2, 3, 4 than your 26 to 30.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is quite strong. It's because Animal Companion is decent, and this is you're spending 1 card to get double the amount. I mean, yes, the mana basically... The mana to value ratio is the same, except this is spend 1 card instead of spend 2 cards.
Yeah, so I guess we'll keep going through Hunter and see what the other cards look like.
Yep.
But
so next one, and this is also why all positioning against Hunters is wrong. Crushing Walls, 7 mana, destroy your opponent's leftmost and rightmost minions.
Okay. Plus sides for this card is that it is always going to be unless your opponent only has 1 minion, it's a 2-for-1.
I don't even know if this is legal to be played if your opponent has only 1 minion.
I believe it can, because that minion is both the left and rightmost. Right? Like, from the definition of leftmost and rightmost, 1 minion would qualify for that.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just thinking of like cards like Cleave.
Well, Cleave specifically calls out 2. This one doesn't. Like, I'm like, I haven't played this, but I'm going to like 99% that this is playable with 1 minion. Like, you like, the wall comes in and crushes the minion from both sides. This better have a cool animation, by the way. I hope it has a cool animation. Like, you put it in the
well, I was looking.
3 people in the zoo are saying that it gets crushed twice.
Yeah, so I was looking up for if it can kill 1 minion. I didn't find an answer, but I found that all the comments for this card say fantastic animation. So
okay, But yeah, people in the zoo are saying, yeah, you can use this on one.
Okay, good. So it's not like multi-shot. Good to know. All right, this is
Yeah.
a good. Anyways, this is a good card. Unconditional removal.
It's expensive, and it's I think its biggest problem is that the rightmost minion a lot of the times is going to be a kind of garbage minion just because of how token generation works.
Right, but the other thing is you can make your trades before you play this card.
Yeah, if you have trades to make,
You can set up the board in a way to make this work.
This is another card I saw a really negative response to, and I think it's stronger than.
I think this card is quite good, but
So. No correct minions to no correct minions to play against the hunter. They'll punish you for everything.
Next card, Hunter's Legendary Weapon, and this was the one I opened. Rockdalar, if I'm even saying that right. 7 mana 4/2 weapon, which not that impressed there, because that's usually what we call True Silver Champion, which costs 4. Battle Cry, if your deck has no minions, fill your hand with Hunter spells. And guess what? Hunter spells got better this set.
Yeah, this is the payoff. This is the other half of the payoff for playing no minions, and the payoff here is like once you're out of resources and you're sort of nearing your last legs, why not draw 8 cards? Like, so yeah, all right.
Yeah. Now, mind you, they're actually the number of good Hunter spells is questionable. You may recall, I think, in our set review of the last set, we said that many of Hunter's spells were quite bad.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things I was thinking about when we saw when the first card was spoiled, the double animal companion.
Right.
I was looking back at the previous sets, and the previous sets, the number of like playable spells in Hunter is like not the highest. You know, again, Toxic Freaking Arrow,
Play Dead.
There are some playable ones. There are some playable ones in there. There's a couple, but this set is where a lot of the support comes from, and it's here.
I think a lot of the pieces are either stuff from like this set, the classic and basic sets, and then like Call of the Wild, and like Deathstalker Rexar, which is like weapons and hero cards are also allowed for this. Now, I don't know how good this is. Like, I'm not even sure if all spells Hunter actually warrants playing the weapon, or it's just the double animal companion.
No, I think that they're because like you
this is probably good.
Yeah, there's again like okay, so say I'm I'm playing the spell hunter. I play this. What's the correct board state to counter it? Like, what's what? I've gained 7 random hunter spells. How many minions should I play? 1? Oh, look, Deadly Shot. 2? Oh, no. Whoops. Crushed. Oh, 3. Oh, Explosive Shot. 4. Oh, dogs appeared. Like,
right.
So, yeah. I think this is one of the things I'm most excited to see how it plays out with the new set. Mm-hmm. So,
all right. Well, moving on. Final Hunter card. Hunter's Legendary Minion, Katharina Winter Wisp. 8 mana, 6/6. Battle Cry and Death Rattle. Recruit a Beast. Now, this is a recruit card I can actually say I'd be totally fine playing. 8 mana for 6/6 is overcosted, but if you're getting a beast out immediately on Battle Cry, that probably already covers the stats for 8 mana, and then you're getting another one on Death Rattle.
One of the problems with this card is going to be, Earth Inspire immediately brings it up, is things like Babbling Bird. What is that card's name even?
Julie Macaw?
Okay, I was gonna say I was just thinking. I said Babbling Bird, and I'm like, hell, I don't know the real name of that card. But there are a number of small things you get. But the thing about this is, for the first time, I don't think we're undercosted, like understated. If you're getting like okay. floor on this. You're getting 2 1/1s. That kind of sucks. But that's the floor. Anything above that, and you're quite above cost.
Yeah, like
if you get a high main, oh boy.
Yeah, and then there's the, I don't know, you get a high main on the battle cry, and then on the death rattle you get the, like, what's it, the 7-drop that says death rattle, resummon a beast that died? And then you get your high main back or something?
I don't think that card's a beast. I don't think Bowman is a beast. I don't think Bowman is a beast.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So that, because it can't grab itself.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, so again, you do have to consider deck building when you're doing this, and like if so maybe
if you're worried about getting alley cats, maybe don't play alley cat.
Right, like maybe you have to, again, if you're playing this means you're playing an 8-drop in your hunter deck, meaning that you're expecting to get to 8 and not immediately kill your opponent right then and there, like you would with a Call of the Wild, where when you play Call of the Wild, the idea is your opponent's going to die that turn or next.
Right. Like, honestly, the only question I have with this card is, are there better 8s to play, like Lich King or Ragnaros or something?
Right. If we're talking Wild Ragnaros, we're talking standard Lich. So... But yeah, I'm at least impressed by this is a recruit card I can kind of get behind. The thing I find, Zombo says, the thing I find interesting about this card is that it goes directly against the set design of Hunters Have No Creatures. Yeah, that is kind of strange. This feels like a card that, like, maybe they knew they were doing recruit, and they're like, well, we want to do recruit a beast, and, like, even though it's against what we're doing, it's still support for something else. So...
Well, I'll just say the Oozling is also against the, like, maybe they just, or the Hydra, like, maybe they just said, well, we still need to print minions in Hunter.
Yeah.
Like, just because you're introducing a new theme doesn't mean you support it exclusively. Like, that's sort of what happened in Druid, but...
Right? Like, 7 of the Druid cards are like, no, play this in a recruit deck of 4, recruit 4 or less, but, like... If we're going on to Hunter impressions...
Yeah, let's go there.
I think the thing that impresses me the most with Hunter is... Okay, so we have the theme with don't play any creatures on the weapon and on the spell to my side. We have that theme, but if we take a look at the common and rare spells, they fit into that deck well, yes, but they don't require the theme. You can play Emerald Spellstone in a deck that just plays Secrets and Emerald Spellstone and play 16 minions. You can play Flanking Strike in a Hunter deck that wants more interaction plus beast building. You can play Candle Shot in a deck that wants, like, I want early interaction. I'm playing Hunter's Mark for control. So you don't have to be playing exclusively no minions, and all these spells just function as is. Whereas, like, with Druid... the spell that's like gain 6 armor, recruit a 4-drop, the spell that, things like that.
4 or less.
Yeah, 4 or less. Sorry. So but I'm very happy with Hunter, and it's been a while since I felt like I've been able to say that flat about, like, I think I've said that before on a Hunter, on one of these, that, like, I was pretty impressed with where it went, but I'm really impressed with Hunter in this set.
Yeah, same. I really like it. So onwards to Mage. So here's a new mechanic kicking off. Cards with no mana cost. Shifting Scroll. Each turn this is in your hand, transform it into a random mage spell. So basically Shifter Xeris or Molten Blade. Except notably this card is literally unplayable the turn you draw it.
To be fair, if you're playing Shifter Xeris or Molten Blade as the card that they are...
They're unplayable as well. Yeah.
So
those, like, Shifter Xeris and Molten Blade are not really cards I just put into decks, but they're exciting. And I will say I've had reasons I've wanted to pick Shifting Scroll in the dungeon run mode, but and it doesn't say random spell, it says random mage spells, and mage spells are generally good. So, like, it could maybe offer you, like, if you're in the arena, say, well, I have, like, removal but no sweepers, you could maybe get a sweeper off this, or I have sweepers but no hard removal. Like, as far as shifting things go, I think this is far less variance than random weapon or random minion, because mage spells are good, but...
Can you reduce this card's mana cost? Yes, but not this, like, not when it's this one, you can't reduce a null, but if you had it as, like, a different card and reduced its cost, like... Or if you got this off of a glyph, I think that -2 is a part of the card, so it would start shifting into like it wouldn't be reflected on the null. Like it doesn't go to null -2, but it still goes low.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Anyways, your thoughts on this? Because I think random mage spell is most mage spells are good.
I'm of two minds on this. One is liking I'm always a fan of interaction, and I'm one of the few people that plays Shifter Xeris in decks. I really enjoy playing Shifter Xeris and Molten Blade to a similar extent. So this is like, okay, it's a lot of the time it's going to be some sort of interaction. It's going to be Tiny Burn or something like that on the most common, but it could be whatever saves you from a thing. The other half of it is the shift in design on mage is a little scary to me.
How so?
And another card that comes up later signal like an idea shift on the design of mage into like
what Rogue's been doing.
What Rogue's been doing, but to like a basically they took Kabbalist Tome and like ran to 180. The Chaos.
Oh,
Mage.
okay. You're not. I guess I know what card you're thinking of. It wasn't the one I initially thought. Okay, we'll see both of those though. So. Anyways, my one hard sell on this is again like it's a dead top deck if you're trying to get a good top deck.
True. Again, same as the other two cards like this. So.
Right, which is why there's a hard sell on those. But all right, moving on. Arcane Artificer. 1 mana, 1/2 elemental. Whenever you cast a spell, gain armor equal to its cost. So Freeze Mage suddenly is you're never even popping their ice block, right?
Well, okay. I think the biggest question with this is finding room in a deck.
Yeah, the secret is there's probably not room for this.
Like, yeah, this is like sort of healing in mage. This is a way to mitigate damage if you're playing big spells or if you can protect it. But like, if you're playing an elemental deck, like you're probably playing Firefly in first. So like, do you want more 1-drops? Are you spell heavy enough to want it in an elementals deck? If you're not playing an elementals deck, like Mana Worm is the aggressive version of this. Or like, if you're the aggressive mage, you don't want to be healing. So like, I think there might be a deck where like this ends up finding a spot, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as you might expect. Yes, mage already had like ice barrier.
Yeah, like and I'm thinking there was what's that card? Is it Frostcaller, the 4-drop 2/4 that says when you cast a spell, freeze a random thing?
Yeah.
Like that didn't see. Now this obviously is a lot cheaper than 4 mana, but like it's a 1/2 and it's easy to kill. Like you just play it before you play a big spell, just as some life gain. Like,
is that worth a spell though? So then you played 1 mana, gain 7 if you do like this Flame Strike, and like, is that really worth the spell? So it
probably depends on your meta. I wouldn't pick this in arena though. I'll say that much.
No, God, no. I've seen a lot of people talking about this and like kind of excited for being able to be the mage with a billion armor and protecting itself, but I'm not. Like, it's just life gain. It's just life gain, and I can't get myself with that.
Yeah.
Play the coin. Gain 0 armor.
Yep. All right, next card. Raven Familiar. 2 mana, 2/2 beast? Because mage gets beasts now? Okay.
It's a bird.
Battle Cry. Reveal a spell in each deck. If yours costs more, draw it. So, Joust is back?
Oh, God, Joust is back. Yay.
Except this is, what's it? It's Hunter had the 3/2 that, I'm forgetting the name, that is for a minion.
Yeah, the King Zellic.
King Zellic, which is actually a card that's played in Wild, but that's because Hunter's Wild deck is giants, but...
Well, I was going to say, also, King Zellic is a 3/2.
Right, and this is a 2/2.
That's a huge difference.
And I guess the difference is, will you draw us? But like, so I think we were talking before about is expensive spells your plan. Like, was it in neutral we saw cards for that?
Yeah, we saw the 5 mana 4/4 that wanted you to play a 5-cost spell. We saw the
the one that plays spells from your deck, and we saw there were 3 of them in neutral that
Oh,
all
right,
at
right,
Epic.
yeah, like the 4/7 and so on. Yeah, so I think big spells is a theme, particularly in Mage this set, especially when we get to
Yeah, there's
some other later Mage cards. That said, is this worth playing? Like, the number one spell you probably want to draw is Ice Block.
Well, let me tell you what card you can play if you want to draw Ice Block. It's called Arcanologist, and it's a card that will just draw Ice Block. No futzing around, and your opponent revealed Lesser Emerald Spellstone, and whoops, oh dear. And
Ultimate Infestation.
yeah, like, if you want to draw Ice Block, play Arcanologist. And if you're playing this, I think the biggest problem with this actually is the existence of Ice Block. Because if you're playing a mage deck and it's a mage deck around big spells, even then you need to live till turn 10, and Ice Block is a card you're playing, which kind of restricts the power of this effect.
Right.
Also just play Arcanologist if you want to draw Ice Block.
Right.
Just do it. It is more okay. Unlike Joust, it's more controllable. Because with Joust, almost every card with Joust, with a couple exceptions, was a low-cost minion itself. Just by the nature of the game of Hearthstone, you're playing low-cost minions and cards, and so you can control spell Joust a little more, but it's still Joust.
Right.
So, bird.
All right, next card, Mage's Spellstone. The Lesser Ruby Spellstone. 2 mana, add a random mage spell to your hand. Play 2 elementals to upgrade. Ruby Spellstone, add 2 random mage spells to your hand, 2 more elementals to upgrade. 2 Greater Ruby Spellstone, add 3 random mage spells to your hand. So on the top of this is 2 mana Kobolist's Tome.
Yeah.
But
Mage is the class that can get away with this easiest. I'd say Mage is probably the easiest at this. Maybe Shaman, but Elemental Shaman isn't really a big deck. The thing is, it's cards like Shimmering 2/1 that makes a random spell, Firefly, Water Elemental in the normal sense. There's enough elementals where you could just fit this in, but I guess much like some of the other cards we've seen, you kind of know if your deck is heavy enough to play this, right?
Yeah, this is a hard sell in Arena because elementals aren't really that real.
Yeah.
But if you know you have the elementals for constructed.
And again, this isn't the card I was thinking of with the Chaos Mage and such. But this is another version of it. Again,
right, except it's less chaos because you have to have the elementals in place.
Right, but it's still a Kabbalist Tome, end of the day. And the elementals you can play could just be, shimmering.
I don't know. Would Quest Mage play this? Does Quest Mage play any elementals? I don't think it does.
The only elemental I've I used to play in Quest Mage is that 2/1 that made a random spell, but I ended up cutting it because there were better options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and plus, again, this has to be in hand when you play the elementals. It has to see it.
The problem is, if you aren't playing the elementals, you play Glyph instead. Glyph is better. Glyph is way better than this on 1, and Glyph is probably better than this on 2. Not 3, though.
Yeah, I think I agree. So yeah, hard sell for Arena, but there are definitely constructed decks that want to play this.
Yeah.
Alright, New Mage Secret. Explosive Runes. After your opponent plays a minion, deal 6 damage to it, so it's a snipe, and any excess to their hero.
I have prepared Explosive Runes today.
So, if you're trying to, play your weak little 1/1 into your opponent's mirrored entity, I got bad news for you. I guess it's not the worst news, because it's you still want to play your worst minion into whatever gets exploded. It's just you're also taking 5 or something.
I like this spell. I like this spell a lot. As you said,
So one of the things about secrets is having secrets that cover each other. This was kind of a problem with Potion of Polymorph. Was that Potion of Polymorph and Mere Entity, you play around in the same manner. And even Frozen Clone, to an extent, you still kind of play around in a similar manner. You play your weakest minion first.
Yep.
To fish. And Explosive Runes, like, if you play your weakest minion first, you get blasted in the face for 5. You know, like, whoops.
Right. Now, that might still be the correct play.
Oh, absolutely.
But kill a minion and take some of your opponent's mana and deal damage to them? Sure.
Okay, to note, the secret doesn't look at Divine Shield. If you play that 3/3 Divine Shield, the creature will lose the bubble and live, and then you take 3 to the face. Ha! Okay.
Ah, good old Hearthstone.
Yeah. But yeah, so I like secrets that play, like, you know, back to, you know, like with other, you know.
Yeah, sorry.
You go ahead.
I was just thinking about the split damage thing. What it's doing is it's looking at how much damage it needs to assign to each target first before splitting the damage, and then it does the damage. And if there's a Divine Shield in the way, oh well.
Yeah.
But, sorry, you were saying, I interrupted.
I was just saying that, like, having secrets that cover each other is really nifty. And this one, so even if they do play their big minion first, it still blasts it for 6, you know? Like, and a lot of the time that's going to be enough to knock it out, or at least weaken it to the point where anything else will knock it out, you know?
Yep.
So, like, you put this rune up against an opposing Exodia mage, and it's just like, oh crap! Like, now I need to find a minion to play before I set up my Sorcerer's Apprentices.
Oh yeah, this can kill through an ice block because you can die on your own turn.
That's a big thing too. You know, mages. You know, so I don't know. I'm this one's nifty.
Yep. All right, next card. Is this the one you were thinking about?
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking.
Okay, Leyline Manipulator. 4 mana, 4/5. Okay, it's a Yeti. Elemental. Okay, it's better than a Yeti, and Mage, most likely. Battle Cry, if you're holding any cards that didn't start in your deck, reduce their cost by 2. So, I know you're a fan of that Rogue card that reduces out-of-class cards by 2.
Yeah, the Pit Fighter, I think it's Ethereal. I was going to say Conjurer, but that's not right. Ethereal. I think Ethereal Conjurer is the 6/3 that discovered a spell.
No, this is just, okay, well, yeah, I've been playing Glyphs and other stuff, and okay, now all my stuff costs 2 less, like, already after the Glyph.
Peddler, yeah.
So, like, Glyph makes it cost less, and then this makes it cost even less.
Yeah, this is the card that makes me think that they want to go super heavy onto, like, the Chaos Zone Mage, and that is kind of scary to go in on, because, like, if that becomes a real deck, if that's like the deck that is the powerful thing to do, that reduces like what the decisions are at Hearthstone to, like, you know, if that's the deck that's actually the best, all of a sudden it's, oh, dice rolling is actually better than any plan. And it's like, oh God, don't design it so dice rolling is the best plan, because then I just go play Yahtzee. Yeah, someone say Yogg-Saron.
See, I see this as less of Chaos Mage and more like, well, you know, there's other ways to get generated cards, like the Mage Quest. Your Time Warp is a card that can be reduced by this. Like, I'm more just thinking general, like, Quest Mage.
Yeah, I see that. I guess when I'm talking about, sorry, everything I'm talking about with the card is like the design aspect, not the playability, because I don't think the playability is any question here. This is a Yeti that can, like, reduce 3 cards in your hand by 2. Like, oh look, this is like Emperor Therizion, like this Leyline Manipulator, like, just laughs at Emperor Therizion sometimes. Like, whoops. Right?
Yeah.
You know, especially in even in Elementals. In Elementals, you have Firefly generates cards that weren't in your deck. The Igneous Elemental generates cards that weren't in your deck.
Discover an Elemental.
Servant of Kalamos generates cards that weren't in your deck. Pyros generates cards that weren't in your deck, and it's a lot easier to play a 6/6 for 4 or a 10/10 for 8 than it is to
Yeah,
play
and then
them
there's
at cost.
even the flame geysers are generated by the like 5/4, although that's
Yeah.
competing for this slot, but you probably don't care.
Right. So like, and on top of that, this is a Yeti. So all of the things I said about like the design aspects of it have nothing to do with the playability, because that's sort of the point. The
Right.
playability of this card is way hefty, and
So I guess what I'm asking then is like a lot of those cards we just named are not really random. So where is, and clearly this isn't the source of the randomness. So where is the source of this randomness that has you concerned? Is it just glyph or?
it's Kabbalah's tome style effects, or if those become the
Okay,
big
so
norm.
like
The Ruby,
the Ruby Spellstone, Kabbalist's Tome, and Glyph.
yeah.
At least
So yeah.
at least Tome's rotating soon, but
Oh, I will also note. Yeah, this is any card, not any spell.
yeah,
So
Pyros, Elementals.
the other thing with this is that you brought up Ethereal Peddler at the beginning. This card blows that out of the water, because Peddler's exact text is non out of a class, non your class. Sorry, like, so it doesn't, a class card that isn't yours.
Yep.
So, it doesn't reduce all those other generated cards. It doesn't reduce, if you're in a rogue mirror, it's the worst card in the world. So,
Don't have image. Did the stream?
no,
I still see it. So you,
yeah, I was gonna say that's
yeah.
gotta be.
If you don't have a picture, just try to rephrase. Probably Twitch. All right. Anyways, I think we've talked enough about this card.
Yeah.
All right. So next up, on to epics for Mage. Dragon's Fury, 5-mana spell. Reveal a spell from your deck. Deal damage equal to its cost to all minions. So this is more of part of the like play expensive spells Mage. But even if you don't play expensive spells, like okay, it's a fireball, 4 damage to everything. Fine. It's a 2-sided flame strike, but for 5, I'm like, even if it's a 3-cost spell, it's like. This is
Right, 'cause
excavated. This is excavated evil. Like ice block's probably the low end. And are you fine playing excavated evil?
Yeah, when this card was first announced, I think we were having the conversation. How does this work with a costless spell? Ooh, I want to say null. I'd say it does 0.
Yeah.
If it revealed that. Don't play this with the costless spell. That's a bad idea. But
don't play this with freezing potion in your deck.
We were having the conversation about this, and like I was a bit underwhelmed by it. I'm like, wow, like because like a lot of mages are going to be playing ice block, so freeze your floor, and then like either you or somebody else said like, well, what's the problem there? And it's like, oh, you're right. Like what is the problem there? What's the problem with excavated evil plus? Like so. All right, it is all minions. So you have to kind of note that when you're playing it. This isn't a flame strike. This isn't a blizzard. It is all, which is like with mage, that's not the norm. But this is just fine as like excavated evil with like plus. Like it might be hitting heavier than that. Probably is, to be honest. So
technically, it whiffs if you're in fatigue, but
yeah.
So be careful about that playing it. Anyways. Now, speaking of revealing spells from deck and dealing with its cost, next card, Deck of Wonders. 5-mana spell. Shuffle 5 scrolls into your deck. When drawn, cast a random spell. So scrolls are revealable, and if they get revealed, their cost is 5.
And again, this is another card that concerns me with the Chaos Mage Reigns sort of thing.
Yeah,
again,
so
are the targets random?
Yeah, they are. It just casts a random spell with random targets. I don't even think it's a mage spell. It's just a random spell from any class with random targets. Yeah,
it doesn't say mage spell. Unlike if you look at the rest of the Ruby Spellstone, it says mage spell on it. So so this would say class, some sort of class spell if it was mage.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I have to assume the targets are random because you could draw it on your opponent's turn, and one of the rules of Hearthstone is that you never have to do a thing on your opponent's turn.
It's definitely you don't make choices in the middle of effect resolution,
So
yeah, no, this is just again, it works like the ambushes from Beneath the Grounds. It just shuffles cards in, or the candles from Darkness when they're drawn. Do a thing immediately, draw another card.
The fact that this that there's a draw a card replacement on the scroll, like when you draw the scrolls, is nifty. So you're just getting a Yogg for 1 every once in a while.
Right, but you're not getting any immediate value off the card. You just play Deck of Wonders and nothing happens.
That's I mean, Mage already puts up with that when it plays Kabbalist Tome. It's just that these put the draws in the future instead of in your resources.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes Tome a lot better than this is, again, just the random targeting here. Like, sometimes you're pyroblasting yourself in the face.
Yeah, this is, if you like Yogg-Saron, this is the card for you. Because also how many Yogg triggers does this count as?
So here's the thing, is that...
Are you casting the Scroll of... Because you're casting the Scroll of Wonders when you draw it, right? Because it says cast this when drawn.
I'll check.
But I don't know if you're casting the random... Like, is Scroll of Wonders casting the random spell, which means it doesn't count for Yogg?
Card clarifications. You can't pick the targets. These random spells do not count towards things like Open the Waygate or spell trigger cards like Violet Teacher. So I would actually guess they probably don't trigger Yogg.
Again, the random spells don't. Do the spells named Scroll of Wonder count?
Oh,
That's the one that, because I assume the random spells don't, because they're being generated by they're being, much like Servant of Yogg-Saron, they're being generated by something else. So I don't know the answer to that question, because basically with Hearthstone I never can answer a question with 100% certainty.
My guess is no. My guess is no, but my answer is who knows.
Gigantic shrugging is all I've got for you.
Try some science sometime. I'm sure Disguised Toast will figure this one out eventually, or whoever. Anyways, randomness. Moving on. Or actually, last question. Would you pick this in Arena?
How many games would I lose to this versus how many games would I win to this?
You'd probably lose to
whoops.
You'd probably lose to whoops. I top deck this and I'll never see the spells.
I would probably pick the purple that is like an understated card over this in like an arena that I am attempting to win.
All right. Anyways, after this point, I know we've talked a lot about some of this Mage, so I think we need to maybe pick up the pace just a little bit if we're going to finish in our time frame we set. So we're about a little over half through the set.
Now let's keep going.
Yeah. Okay. So Mage's legendary weapon, a Luneth. 6 mana, 0/3 weapon. At the end of your turn, draw 3 cards. Now, I might not have said this publicly, but on some chats and other places I said, oh yeah, you can attack with 0 attack weapons to break them and turn them off. No, that's actually wrong. You can attack with negative attack weapons because it's possible to get a Gore Howl with negative attack for reasons. But, no, you can't attack with this to turn it off. So, like, you have to be careful not to fatigue yourself, but this is also, extra 3 cards every turn and hard for my opponent to interact with.
Yeah, this is this is go to fatigue, right? This is like, goodness. I'm unsure what deck this fits in, because I've played a number of different Mage variants, and one of the things I find is common throughout a lot of them is that I'm already always like at I'm at 10 cards. Like, so, like, do you play this in, like, some sort of a aggro mage? Like, tempo aggro mage? Play this and then it's just draw 3 forever and you're drawing cards like Frostbolt, Manowar?
Like, that could be reasonable as just hand refills for, like, a tempo mage. Then, alternatively, like, combo mage, yes, you want to keep drawing and see your cards, but you definitely don't want to overdraw on a combo deck.
Right,
like,
that's the problem.
Like yes, Exodia Mage really wants to just see its combo and kill you, but how are you dumping 3 cards out of your hand every turn?
Right, 4 cards even. because you're draw for turn. You need to dump 4 to keep parry.
Like, if you're on, so you have what, a 3-card opener, plus you've drawn to 6, so you've already got 9 cards out of your deck. There's 20 left in your deck, so this puts you to fatigue in 7 turns.
You need to be aggressive. Be playing this. You absolutely. There is no. I do not see a combo or a control deck playing this because, for one, the control deck that wants to fatigue in 6 turns from now, like that's I don't know who that is.
So this is like Resurgence of Mech Mage, and you play this instead of the Jeeves.
Basically, like that's the thought process here is that this is the Jeeves, and it acts right away in the sense that your opponent can't like play an ooze and stop the draw 3, but like late enough that you don't get the first 3 cards immediately. I guess. Okay. An aggressive mage is what this is for, I'd say.
I guess so. And again, then you have to be careful to actually kill your opponent before this murders you. Because let me tell you, 4 cards a turn in fatigue is... this is end of turn, by the way. So it's actually, it's 4 cards a turn, so it kills you, it puts you in fatigue in 5.
Yeah, that was what I said. Like, you don't need to play 3 cards. You need to play 4 to stop from burning cards in the combo decks. That's why there's no way you play this. What combo deck can drop 4 cards a turn without having just killed you?
Yeah, no way.
Goodness. So,
okay, and our final mage card, Dragon Caller Alana. So 9 mana 3/3. Those are some stats.
Ooh.
Battle Cry. Summon a 5/5 dragon for each spell you've cast this game that costs 5 or more. So this is actually like Super Onyxia.
Again, this card incredibly matters if you're casting the scrolls or not.
Yeah, so...
But yeah, it is pretty easy in a mage deck that is playing to turn 9 to be controlling enough to get like 4 to 6 dragons out of this, playing Blizzard, playing Flamestrike, playing the Dragon Sweeper we had earlier, playing Kabbalah's Tome, playing... This is a payoff for your big mage, and you play this and your opponent needs to wipe the board or they lose on the spot. So...
Yep. Yeah. I've actually heard that there's a mage deck in Standard right now that's basically built around this card and is having decent success. So
I could believe that because again, like if you play this and it's 33 of stats, and yeah, they're all dragons, so they can't dragon fire it away. They need to have their 7 mana sweeper, which we haven't talked about. Like if they don't sweep the board with Anduin, they lose on the spot, so they have to sweep. And that's kind of the power of it. So
right, and also what are other classes doing?
Other classes, the druid just laughs at you and plays make 7 scarabs.
Yeah, I mean, these are big enough to eat scarabs, so
they are big enough to eat scarabs. It doesn't last long, but that's like what the druid does. I don't know.
Anyways, this card is strong, but you need to build to support it. I don't know if would you pick this in Arena? Depends, I guess, how many spells you have.
You would say that's heavily dependent on my deck and the cards it's against.
Yeah. But I kind of I like the design of this.
Yeah. If I actually had like 2 flame strikes and a blizzard, I'd consider that. Like,
yep. Maybe a meteor for good measure. Anyways.
Oh god, yeah. The fact that again this works with meteor too is gonna be.
All right, moving on to Paladin. I think. Oh, final thoughts on Mage. I think we actually gave our thoughts with just the whole Chaos Mage thing.
Yeah, I think that covers almost everything I was going to say. I'm not, like, some of the cards I'm not terribly impressed with. Arcane Artificer and Raven Familiar don't really impress me too much.
Runes is cute. I don't know if it's good.
Yeah, see, the thing with the whole Chaos Mage thing is I really enjoy playing Chaos Mage. I play the Rogue deck. That's one of my favorite decks is my dumb Rogue deck that is just all the Burgle effects. It's one of my favorite types of decks. But at the same time, like, there's the competitive player in me that's like, if that's actually a real competitive deck, back, if we're talking back how, like, the best play was actually to play Yogg, because letting the game go to a coin flip was actually in your best interest, that's That's messed up.
Yep.
So
Yogg's still in the game.
Yogg's still
Still
around.
in standard.
It's true.
I've even seen actually funny enough, there's some builds of the no minions hunter that's actually one minion hunter and it's Yogg. But anyways, moving on to Paladin. Potion of Heroism. I hate the name of this card because I don't think any potion generators can get this to you.
What? This doesn't get generated off of potions?
I don't think so.
That's bullshit. It has potion in the name. Ugh. I was all ready to be really happy about this card because I like the card a lot, but that's garbage. Anyway.
But anyways, give a minion Divine Shield to draw a card. That's probably reasonable for the cost it is. Like, I guess you have a 2 mana for a 2/2 that passes off Divine Shield. This is a card draw instead.
This is strong. This fits in. So they've been trying to have like buff Paladin be a thing, and it isn't because like basically because there weren't enough good buffs to target your minions with outside of like, well, what are you playing? You're playing, okay, I got my Spike Ridge Steeds and like my Blessing of Kings. What's next? And then you just shrug a lot. But this is strong and real because it cycles. It cycles and it lets you bump without like, that's all good places to be. So.
Yeah. Also, I could be wrong. Maybe they did put it on the other cards, but I don't think this counts as a potion. But yeah,
name the card a different thing, you jerk. Like,
but yeah, I'm fine playing this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one card that actually generates potions in the game, anyways. But
that's a crap argument to me.
I know.
We don't what are we not updating Lyra to not make spells from the?
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna say that's a supported argument. I'm just saying, thankfully, it only affects one card. But anyways, next card.
I ain't thanking anybody for that.
Dry Gulch Jailer, 2 mana 1/1. Okay. Death Rattle, add 3 Silverhand recruits to your hand. So I first saw this and I was just thinking, like, what? It's a 2 mana 1/1 and then it adds a bunch of 1/1s to your hand? Like, what the heck's the point? And then I realized, wait a minute, 3 Silverhand recruits in your hand, 1 mana each, so you can play 3 mana to dump 3 Silverhand recruits to the board. There's not a 1/3 weapon attached to that, but Death Rattle add a almost muster to your hand?
It's kind of nifty in that. Also, this works with if we go back a couple sets to Mean Streets, all of the hand buff stuff in Paladin was your whole hand. Smuggler's Run, the Grime Street Smuggler, the 1/1 for 2, and the 4/4 for 5 were all your whole hand. And this is a kind of a nifty way to give yourself controllable Silverhand recruits for a lot of the effects in the game that are like, adapt your Silverhand recruits, pump your Silverhand recruits, give your Silverhand recruits +1/+1, which was always really hard to do when all you could depend on was your hero power to make them.
Right, like
with muster rotate.
Yeah, like there's muster, and then it's like, what, you're gonna pay 5 or 7 to get some?
So, yeah.
Yeah. So this is just like a muster's worth at the ready, and then.
Yep.
And there's an upcoming card that cares about buffing Silverhand recruits that we'll see. So
yeah, I'm happy with that card. It's not like on its own. Is that person holding a Keyblade? Hold on.
I think it's just a giant key.
I think it's just I looked away to look at the chat, and then I looked back, and all I saw was a key, and I was like, oh god, a Keyblade. All right.
It's a jailer though, so
I know. It's just a giant key. It was just. Anyway, I'm like, yeah, on the numbers, it's what, 5 mana over the whole time. For four of stats is not great, but like
1/1 Death Rattle add almost muster to your hand. That's probably fine.
Shrug.
I like this more on the relook. It is actually when I went to add this Silverhand recruit token to this page, I'm like, wait, that costs 1? Huh. Anyways. Moving on. Benevolent Djinn. 3 mana 2/4 elemental. Is this the first Paladin elemental? Maybe. No, Ragnaros Lightlord is one.
Ragnaros Lightlord.
Yeah. At the end of your turn, restore 3 health to your hero. So there was a card from
Eat an
Goblins
Illuminator.
versus Gnomes called Illuminator that required
it.
you to control a secret to have this effect. This is just an always-on Illuminator. I think this is decent. Slows down, especially against aggro. What do you think?
Like the body's pretty strong and it does its thing immediately on your turn. Like at the end of your turn. It's slightly worse than Illuminator because they gained 4, but like this is
I didn't even realize I gained 4. Okay.
yeah. Well, it gained 0 is why.
Right.
The card didn't
Right.
trigger.
I mean, often this is you're at full and it's gaining 0, but like compare this to Friendly Bartender.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with this one. It's like drip healing, which is how I like drip healing to your hero, which is sort of the thing that I associate a little bit more with Paladin is self healing rather than minion healing.
Yep.
So, I don't know, it's a fine card. Bigger bartender is basically what it is.
Yep. All right, next card, Spellstone for Paladins. The Lesser Pearl Spellstone, 2 mana, summon a 2/2 spirit with Taunt, and then restore 3 health to upgrade, which I think can be to anything, doesn't have to be to your hero. Then it's 2 mana for a 4/4 Taunt, then restore 3 more health, and then it's 2 mana for a 6/6 Taunt. So, I'll say first of all, just art-wise, I like what's going on with these tokens. That's basically like slightly angelic, more angelic, super angelic. It reminds me of a thing that actually Yu-Gi-Oh! Did in its art direction with a series of things called Level Up Monsters.
Yeah, with Horus Dragon or Armed
Yeah,
Dragon.
all that, but just a thing I kind of appreciate here. But and I guess the Spellstones do to an extent as well. But as for these actual effects, I'm on 2 mana 2/2 taunt, but 2 mana 4/4 taunt, 2 mana 6/6 taunt. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's super good. The oh yeah, I will say as Copper Popper says, the shield on the 2/2 is actually matching the Spellstone. You see like the shield with runes or the shield open slightly. It's pretty close to that. Not exactly the same. You can see on the 2 in the middle, but basically anything. The first, as you said, the first mode is what Frostwolf Grunt.
Yeah, not impressive.
That's bad. That card is like known bad quantity because a 2/3 with taunt exists. Or sorry, yeah, 3/2 with taunt exists. Like for 2, from we have that. I think the problem with this is how easy is it to hit that trigger?
Well, here's the question also. Does it have to actually be an effect that restores 3 health, or does it have to actually restore 3 health that was depleted?
I'm pretty sure it had, like, again, having not tested this and not knowing for sure, I'm going with 80 to 90%. It actually needs to restore 3 health. Because, like, when you have a Light Warden in play and you try to heal yourself from full, that doesn't work. Like, you don't get pluses. You don't, a Northshire Cleric doesn't trigger when you try to heal a full health minion. And it says restore, as in like you actually need to restore from whatever. So I think you actually need to restore 3 health. You can't have a full health thing.
Yeah. Hey, check out this combo.
What?
Anyways.
Here's the thing, though. Can you show me another card that combos with this? Because I can't think of one. At least in Paladin, like
I guess like neutral things, Earthen Ring Farseer.
Right, Earthen Ring Farseer.
Justice. Nobody plays that. Ragnaros, Light Lord.
Sure, Ragnaros is real, but I guess playing Ragnaros to up your 2-drop is
right. Like what heals that much? Mistress of Mixtures.
That's 4. That works. And that probably works if it. Okay, does it work if you restore your opponent?
So again, I don't know how this card works for how much it needs. Like
healing in parts should count, much like armor in parts counts.
Like if this works with Mistress of Mixtures, 100%. Like this is fantastic. It's like a turn 2 4/4 every time.
Well, it's not a 2. Well, it would never be a turn 2 4/4 because the Mistress of Mixtures would have to die and have to restore three health.
Well,
to
yeah, I mean that's the question: is does it actually have to be restored?
Look, I don't know why you think it wouldn't, because name me another card in Hearthstone that sees health.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
From 30.
Northshire Cleric, yeah.
There is no other card in the game of Hearthstone that over heals you. None.
Yeah. Okay. That's. Oh god. Now I'm thinking of nonsense with injured Kvaldir. Stop me before I go on this.
Can we move to another card before it gets to?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Unidentified. Right. So let's. We already talked about the Spellstone problem of, hey, you can't see what this card does. Anyways, so you might ignore the part on the right side of the screen and just say 3 mana 2/2 weapon for paladins. Gains a bonus effect in your hand, and okay, 3 mana 2/2 weapon. That's not very impressive. And that's exactly what you see when you see the card from the game's interface. So you think this card's probably not good until you actually read what these cards do. Is that all of them are battle cries. So basically, you put this in your deck. When you draw it, you find out which version you get. So the battle cries are: give all your minions +1 attack. Summon 2 Silverhand recruits, so then it's almost a muster for battle, except 1 Silverhand recruit switched over to 1/1 onto the power on the weapon stats. Give all your minions Divine Shield, which is kind of crazy, and give all your minions Taunt.
Some of these effects are stronger than others.
Yeah, I think Purifier's Maul is the one you really want.
Yeah, and there's going to be boards where Champion's Maul is going to be way better, because in an empty board, Champion's Maul is the best one by a mile, because the other 3 don't do anything in an empty board. Yeah, I found it very hard to evaluate. I opened this card in a pack and I couldn't evaluate it at all, because it's I don't know how many what does this thing freaking do? I don't know.
These all seem decent, but the problem is I don't know how to evaluate making this as an arena pick either. Even if I knew what these did.
As an arena pick, it is a weapon, and it will have some sort of either board presence altering effect, either pumping your team in some manner or creating a team, on top of being a little bit expensive for the weapon. A 3 cost 2/2 weapon is quite below cost. That should be a 3/2 with effect, if we're talking about Rallying Blade style of things. But that said, this is this is sort of below. This is below cost with the weapon, and tries to make it up with the ability, but you can't depend on the ability, which makes it hard to work with. So
yeah, it's not. What was that unreasonable Paladin Epic 3-drop weapon?
Coghammer?
Yeah, it's not Coghammer, but I almost, when I saw the Divine Shield one, I'm like, fair Coghammer?
Right, hell, I don't even think it's fair. I think if it's your team Divine Shield, that's not, worse Coghammer. That's better than Coghammer. If it's your team Divine Shield, I would play that all over the place. So, yeah, I think I am 100% willing to, because of its board-altering effect and it's being a weapon that's decently usable, I'd want this in the arena. I just don't like that I can't find out what this is without going to a wiki.
Yeah, because, again, if you saw just that part on the left side, I'd almost say 3 mana 2/2. I don't know if I want to pick this.
Even knowing maybe it gains an effect because it says, gains a bonus effect. Okay, maybe I know some of the bonus effects, and then it's I've only ever seen 2 of them. This is weird. I don't know. I don't like 100% having to wiki a card is
bad.
It's not cool. I don't like that.
Yeah,
it's bad.
It's bad. All right. Anyways, next Paladin rare, Crystal Lion, 6 mana 5/5 Divine Shield. Costs 1 less for each Silverhand recruit you control.
I think this is real.
Yeah, so there's a card that's summon 5 Silverhand recruits for 5, and then you can drop this for 1 more mana. Or even with the card that gives you 3 Silverhand recruits in hand.
Right. Well,
and it's I'd play it full cost, to be honest.
Right, I was gonna say, like, okay, so you're giving up taunt on Sunwalker for a power, and I think that's still fine. So having this maybe come down on 4 if for some reason your opponent let a paladin minion live, or 5 is more realistic if your opponent let a paladin minion live. So yeah.
Also, you can immediately make a Silverhand recruit and play this for 5, so it's like actually
so on
7 mana
7.
play. On 7, it's your Silverhand recruits 1 less, but
Yeah.
just mind your ordering. But
I think this is a good card.
yeah, they don't really print like almost on curve Divine Shield minions, really, and this kind of is.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's a crystal lion, so it's not a beast because it's made of crystal.
All right, next card, Call to Arms, 4 mana, onto the epics, 4 mana spell, recruit 3 minions that cost 2 or less.
Okay, I'm good with this. That's gonna be, yeah, okay. I can get behind this. Like, you're the one who built your deck in Constructed, so you can get behind like this, probably getting a bunch of 2-drops. Maybe it's like I get a pile of Murlocs, something like that. And then in the arena, 4 mana for, like, let's say you get like 2 2-drops and a 1-drop, because that's usually how many, like, if we're averaging how many 1-drops and 2-drops you have, you're getting a pretty hefty amount of power and toughness for that on turn 4. So yeah, okay. I found a recruit card I think I like.
Always sort of like the Hunter Legendary too, but
yeah. Okay, true. I found there's multiple ones.
Yeah, Knife Juggler, Argent. I'm sure there's worse, like, or even like, I don't know, gastropods pop out or something like.
Yeah, thinning out small cards is good. We've seen that with Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah.
That, like, thinning out 3 lower drops out of your deck to make it so late in the game you're not drawing, like, your 2 drops, so your late game top deck wars are real. Yeah, I'm behind this. I would pick this in the arena pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's ways you can actually like abuse this with, I don't know how many 2-drops there are with downsides that become better when recruited, but
How about recruiting the 1-drop that makes a 1-drop for your opponent?
That's a 2/3. Yep, just becomes a 2/3, or yeah, definitely ways to make this work.
Yeah.
Funny
Call
enough,
the snails to battle.
maybe a little worse actually in Paladin, because you've got like a 2-drop that's a 1/1 that you always want to be using as a battle cry. But
You've also got a 2-drop that's a death rattle that makes a bunch of 1/1s. It's like,
yeah, I think there's good card. All right, next card, Level Up. 5 mana spell. Give your Silverhand recruits +2/+2 and taunt. So, hey, remember a card called Quartermaster?
that had a body.
That did. It did. But
It also had Muster for Battle in the same.
right. This is taunt. I don't know.
Like, I
like it reasonably enough.
level 100.
Might be a hard sell in arena, but can totally make constructed decks around this, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Shabadoo brings up what I think is the biggest thing with it. Like, there are, if you're playing constructed, there are better ways to do this, right?
Looks bad next to Sunkeeper Terram. Yeah, good point, Shabadoo. Okay.
Yeah, like
now Sunkeeper Terram is also one of the most unreasonable cards ever printed in the game, but
of course. But yeah, I don't know. Again, my first evaluation of cards is a lot of time in the arena, and I don't think I would want this to. How many targets does this need to hit to be worth it? I think 3. I'm because that's 6/6 worth of stats.
Yep, I'd say 3 as well.
So,
I still like it, but it's hard to get it to work, I think. All right.
Yeah.
Paladin's legendary weapon. Valinir. 6 mana, 4/2 weapon. Death Rattle. Give a random minion in your hand +4/+2. When that minion dies, re-equip this weapon. So it's just endlessly handing off this maul back and forth between your minions and yourself.
You take the hammer. And it's like, okay, fine, I got the hammer. And then you take the hammer back. It's like, I'm going to beat you down with the hammer. This is a pretty good hammer because it just keeps going.
Yeah, this is like tentacles for arms if it could hit for twice as much, and I guess has to buff a minion in the meantime, which, yeah, okay, I'm fine with, like, buffing my bog creeper. Or my tar creeper, maybe.
Yeah, well, even this, the Valinir, so with tentacles for arms, if that's the closest thing we kind of have to compare this to, you had to pay the 5 to recast that, whereas, like, you pay the cost of the minion to recast this, but you also have the benefit of the minion is huge. Like, my Tyrion, oh, that's bad. If this got bumped on Tyrion, that's probably bad, because then I think your Ashbringer gets overwritten by Valinir. I think.
Okay,
oh, God.
So maybe problems with this with Tyrion, but... like...
But yeah, but more realistically, this is buffing, like, something small. You're probably, this is good.
Yep. Yeah, I like this, and again, like, buff a taunter, and you're probably in a good spot. Alright, and the last Paladin card, 7 mana 1/1.
Here it is! The best stats in the game!
Lanessa Sun Sorrow. Battlecry. Cast each spell you cast on your other minions this game on this one. So,
okay, I'm gonna bring up a couple science things on this.
This is totally designed for the buff deck.
Number one, the buffs are played in the order that they were cast during the game. This is relevant for dino size sort of shenanigans because if dino size was last, it would overwrite your stats. Number two. Adapts are chosen at random from like the adapt a minion. I'm not 100% certain if it doesn't choose the same adapt you did is the thing. I don't know if it's choosing from the 3 you were given or like if it's just fully random. I think it's fully random. But yeah, this is a little bit more realistic as like a giving the buff deck a second payoff card.
Yeah, have you cast Spike Ridge Steed at least once this game?
Spike Ridge Steed is the real card that makes this actually function. I'll be real. Like this card is just extra copies of your Spike Ridge Steed. So it also, as is this set, really makes Evolve silly because here's your 1/1.
Yeah, Nomit mentions that 7 mana 1/1's also known as Stealth Nerf to Evolve. The secret is this entire set is actually a Stealth Nerf to Evolve on many counts.
So...
Alright, so thoughts on Paladin?
There's enough cards in here I like. There's a couple that I'm not a huge fan of. I like the recruit thing. I like the potion, even though the name needs to not have the word potion in it. If it's going to be not in the potion selection. There's a couple my problem with the weapon is with how it's played out, like the fact that you can't find that out in the game, not actually a problem with the power of the card. So I don't know. I'm at least happy enough with Paladin. There's a couple cards that are in my mind are misses. I don't like level up too terribly much.
Spellstone's potentially strong.
Spellstone, you're gonna have to do a little bit of work for it, but the fact that Mistress of Mixtures exists is actually maybe its biggest. That's the card that I think makes that function, right? Like that's got to be it,
right?
So, well, how about you? How do you feel on?
I feel a decent spot. There's a lot of cards I like. Nothing I don't think groundbreaking, except maybe Call to Arms if there's a way to abuse that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's kind of funny. The other 3 classes that we've gone through so far have had pretty distinct direction. Though, Hunter, obviously, its cards played into the direction without telling you had to. I don't know what Paladin's direction is in here. There's a couple cards with a buff Paladin, but then it's like, okay, then there's some Silverhand recruit cards, then there's like some healing cards, and then there's some recruit cards, and then there's this unidentified weapon, and then there's the like, I don't know, it's juggling like 5 things, which
yeah, that's fair. Maybe not a distinct identity, but a decent balance of things, I'd say.
yeah, not a problem, but just notable compared to the other 3.
Yeah. All right, moving on to Priest. This is where things get a little bit kind of crazy. So, starting off with Psionic Probe. Actually, you know what? Before we start on Priest, I'll be back in just about 40 seconds. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Take a short break. Everybody get up, take a stretch. Go ahead and we've been sitting here for a little while now. It's been like 3 and plus hours, and we still got another hour and a half to go with this. With 5 more classes, Priest, and 4 more. So 45 cards left. Just go ahead and take a break. How's everybody doing? Hope you're all doing good today. I kind of want to try the Hunter now that I've taken a look at this. Is it better or worse than the one that takes from their hand? Different. It's comparable but different. The one that takes from their hand is knowledge is what it gives you. Like, you know your opponent's holding a card. This one has a lot lower failure chance because, like, have you ever drawn the one that takes from their hand when your opponent's empty-handed? It sucks.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, what were you saying about this card?
Somebody compared this to the obvious comparison of the one that takes a card from your opponent's hand. Thank you for the cat up.
Mind Vision.
Mind Vision, that's it.
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess we'll do this officially. Psionic Probe, 1 mana, copy a spell in your opponent's deck and add it to your hand. So, yeah, like Mind Vision level of value, except it's deck instead of hand, so it's like a Thought Steal or something.
Well, so the knowledge is different. You're getting knowledge of what your opponent's playing. So, like, rather than getting knowledge of what your opponent has immediate access to. You know, when you mind vision your opponent, you know, like, aha, my opponent is holding Flame Strike. My opponent is holding Shadow Word Pain. Like, I know this. But then again, sometimes you draw mind vision and your opponent has no hand and you go, And this has a lot lower failure rate.
Yeah, so my thoughts on this card is that, like Mind Vision, it's a 1 mana priest spell that replaces itself and plays very well into the Lyra and Shadow Reaver Anduin, etc. thing. And
that's the real point of this card.
And as I think we talked about, as we'll see, Priest kind of does one thing in this set. Really, 2 things. There's also a dragon thing going on.
Yeah.
But the main thing is Blizzard decided, yeah, Priest is going to be doing the Lyra Shadow Anduin thing of playing lots of spells in one turn. That's what Priest does now.
It's very, to me, it's incredibly strange, but we'll keep looking at it when we find spells that do more with it.
So
probe.
Next Priest common, Gilded Gargoyle.
Oh, we're immediately going to talk about it.
3 mana 2/2. Death Rattle, add a coin to your hand. Did you know a coin is a spell you can play on your turn?
Oh boy. This is I'd
I'd never pick this in the arena, I'll tell you that much.
How bad has what was it? Tomb Raider? Tomb
Lurker?
Tomb Lurker. Tomb Raider's the Death Rattle grabber. Tomb Lurker. How low has that fallen? Oh my goodness.
No, wait, Tomb Pillager?
Pillager? Yeah, Pillager's the one I'm thinking of. The 5/4 Death Rattle in Rogue from
yeah, I know the
Legion
card.
Floors.
I can't remember the name. It's Tomb Pillager. Okay.
So yeah, wow, that's you lost 1 on your mana cost and lost -3/-2.
So a 3 mana 2/2 is always bad. With this, it's really more like a 2 mana 2/2, except a 2 mana 2/2 is also bad.
Yeah, like I'm like what? Do you play this in Death Rattle Priest? Do you
Yeah,
play
like
this in the Lyra Priest?
like it helps with the Lyra because it gives you a coin or onto it. It helps with the quest because it's a death rattle minion. But I think you'd be hard pressed to even want to find a slot for this in those decks. Maybe if they're really desperate for something, but like, come on, guys! And this is like awful in the arena.
I'm not impressed by this one. Like losing -3, -2 in stats is whew.
Yeah.
It is a type of acceleration, yes, but I don't think, again, like maybe compare this to what Druid has, the making an empty mana crystal on death, and like on the one hand, there's the argument of like, well, you're comparing the Druid ramp to this, and it's like, well, this is already stealing from the wrong class. This is a rogue card, like that generating the coin. All right, sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, next, Priest's last common, another unidentified card, the second of our three, I believe, the unidentified Elixir. 3 mana, give a minion +2/+2, and gains a bonus effect in your hand. So what this card actually does, 4 variants. +2/+2 and Death Rattle, return it to your hand. +2/+2 and Lifesteal. +2/+2 and Divine Shield. Or +2/+2 and then summon a 1/1 copy of it.
All right.
So, I guess we'll have to analyze these one by one, maybe. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, so we've got a couple. We have a couple. Okay, so you're always getting +2/+2. I think honestly the closest card to this I think of is Velen's Chosen,
Which was +2/+4 for 3.
and spell damage
And
+4.
spell damage. Yeah.
So that's probably the closest thing we've got with this. We have 2 effects that are like saving your minion in some way with Elixir of Hope and Elixir of Purity. Like, one is Divine Shield, so it can bump, and then you still have your minion. The other one is like you bump, and then you get your Battle Cry again because you picked up the minion again. Elixir of Shadows is trying to go wider with it. Like you get like a tiny version of the minion, and then Elixir of Lifesteal is completely different, where it's protecting your life total.
Yeah. I think life is probably the worst because Priest doesn't really have a problem with healing.
Right. It's kind of the reason why that 3/3 Lifestealer was like not
played.
Right.
I like Shadows because it gives you additional triggers on your Death Rattle if you're on the Death Rattle plan. And I guess Hope gives you additional Death Rattle triggers as well.
Yeah, but like, okay, do you include this in your Death Rattle deck then? Like, knowing that it's a 50-50 for it to work? Like,
maybe, because I guess buffs have kind of been okay with Death Rattle minions. Sort of.
I just... I, like... The fact that you can't, like... It's like, in the chat, it's been mentioned that this has a very silly combo with... Shadow Boxer and the Elixir of Life.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But could you build a deck to depend on that, knowing that it's a 1 in 4?
No, that's the problem with this card is it's too inconsistent to really like. I'd be fine playing this in arena, but it's too inconsistent to try any kind of combo with this.
In the arena, like all of these effects are going to be fine. The lifesteal is probably still going to be the worst. Because that's not immediate board presence. It might be like most life saving, but like, Elixir of Purity, which is supposed to do Divine Shield, is, you ever played against Seal of Champions? That card's an ass kicking. Like, so,
right.
This will be just fine in the arena.
Yep. All right. On to Priest's rares. Twilight's Call. 3 mana spell, summon 1/1 copies of 2 friendly Death Rattle minions that died this game. So it's a dual revive, but only for Death Rattles, and they come back as 1/1s.
Okay.
So, like, N'Zoth Priest, like, it's reminiscent of N'Zoth, because it's your Death Rattle minions that died, but...
I haven't... odd problem with this card, and it's like over saturation of the market. Like right now in standard we have resurrect, but discover, Onyx Bishop resurrect. This card, another card we'll see later. Like we have and Nazoth as well for summoning Death Rattles back. If we were just talking about that, like we're like, so that means the question actually is this better than some of the other ones, or are you willing to play 8 resurrect effects? Like, is this an upgrade to like discover a Death Rattle?
Well, let me ask this: is the Priest quest play or summon Death Rattle?
Summon.
It is summon.
Yeah,
so
summon.
This could be potentially quite good in the Priest one, just to accelerate your quest. And
again,
also, do you... And honestly, I wouldn't care if I'm just getting back, 2 Crystalline Oracles. Sure, they're card draw. This is a draw 2 that accelerates my quest. I think that's where you'd play this. So I think this has a specific niche that maybe some of the other ones don't, for how early this comes down.
I'm not convinced, because in those same decks, I'm probably playing Obsidian Statue that I want at full power and toughness. When I'm getting back my Death Rattle. Sure, getting back a 1/1 Obsidian Statue is still going to have the Death Rattle on it. That's a kill. But, I remain unconvinced that I wouldn't just want the 4/3 Shifting Shade instead of another 1/1 with it.
That's fair.
And that's actually not a hit against this card. It's just more of a, Resurrect has become an overloaded, card type, and now you have to choose rather than not having enough to make a deck out of. So...
Right.
And yeah, you're right, though. This is, if there's a place this is, the Quest Priest is probably the most likely place this fits. So...
Yeah, I guess its other advantage is just low curve in case, the format becomes more aggressive and you don't have time to get to your bigger resurrects. But, I don't know.
Oh, don't play this in the arena. Just don't.
Yeah. Alright, the next rare. So this is the Priest kind of other thing in the set is dragons. Because we're still not having Dragonfire or any of that stuff rotate until the set after this one, so, one last hurrah for Dragon Priest. Duskbreaker. 4 mana, 3/3 dragon. Battlecry, if you're holding a dragon, deal 3 damage to all other minions. So, your Excavated Evil now has a 3/3 attached to it for 1 less mana.
And is a dragon itself, so that it can be held for other dragons. I think dragons that are dragon holders are really freaking strong. Dragons that are dragon holders that just, are... this is a Hellfire, or Excavated Evil of sorts. It doesn't go faces, but, on 4, that has a body. What the hell?
Mm-hmm. No, I saw this card, and I thought, this card would be the hot nuts of this set, except, 0 mana 5/5 aside.
Yeah, I was going to say, 5/5, you play this, and your opponent goes, okay, cool, 2 5/5s go, and you're like, oh, shit. Nope, well, I got Dragonfire.
But heck, this even works well with the 0 mana 5/5.
Yeah, because 0 mana 5/5 doesn't care about where you're sweeping. It cares about anything being swept away. Yeah, I like this. It's control options for the Dragon Priest, and the Dragon Priest already has enough top end card advantage things that it can afford to play slots like this.
Yeah, in general, Priest doesn't really get to sweep on 4 unless you're doing Auchenai Circle.
Yeah,
so
and
this is quite strong.
3 damage is a good sweep at that point in the game, too. So.
Yep. Good card. Alright, next, the Priest Spellstone. Lesser Diamond Spellstone. 7 mana. Resurrect 2 different friendly minions. Cast 4 spells while this is in your hand to upgrade. And then it becomes 3 minions. And if you cast another 4 spells while it's in your hand, it's resurrect 4 minions. This is the first Spellstone I'm willing to call bad.
That upgrade is so expensive.
So, the Warlock discard quest, how, the number of just like how just one extra thing can make all the difference in the world. Like, this is 4, and it's not just 4 in the game, it's 4 while this is in your hand to see it.
Yeah. Hope you have Lyra and Double Radiance. Again, I'm unconvinced with this card. Like, there's the obvious deck this is in, where you're playing Shadow Essence, you're resurrecting Obsidian statues as much as possible. Does that deck need more resurrect effects? And if the answer is yes, then this gets played in it. If the answer is no, because it already has 6 resurrect effects, then we're good. Like, so that's the big question, is like, does the resurrect deck like actually need resurrects 7, 8, 9, and 10? You know,
Res 4 is pretty big, but
you're never getting a Res 4.
Yeah.
Like, you're never, like, Res 3, I maybe, sure. And like Res 3 is basically on cost here.
Yeah, the problem is 7 mana Res 2 I don't think justifies the cost, and it's hard to even to get to Res 3.
Depends on your deck building if 7 mana Res 2 works. Like, there is, again, the big priest deck does exist. Where, like, as much as I've talked about, like, Resurrects being overloaded, I'm not certain if they actually are in that one deck. I don't know what the number is. It might be 6. It might be overloaded and they don't want this, but I don't know the deck well enough to say that with certainty.
Right.
But I will say that good luck upgrading this. No, not your Resurrect 4 minions ain't gonna happen.
The coin is a spell, but you also don't want this in your opener, so...
Right, like, what, are you gonna keep this in your opener?
Like, it's the Bolvar problem, basically, for has to be in hand to see things, but you're never casting it immediately.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I want to say it's what Big Priest runs like 20-ish spells. Huh. That's 2/3 of your deck. Okay.
I don't know. No, let's move on.
Okay. On to epics.
Yeah.
So here's the other kind of nuts one. Now, notably, this one's not a dragon, but Twilight Acolyte. 3 mana 2/4. Battle Cry. If you're holding a dragon, swap this minion's attack with another minion's. So 3 mana 2/4, obviously not great, but if you've got the dragon, suddenly it's a 3. It's follow de rules down to 2 plus a 3 mana X4. Where, like, X could be some huge number if you actually follow the rules something big. It's like, I'm stealing all your attack.
This thing's kind of ridiculous in that sense. Like, okay, sweet. I want, like, okay, so follow the rules down to 2. Like, maybe that's not as big, but, like, if this is swapping with anything with 4 power, 3 mana 4/4, and your opponent's got followed the rules on top of your 3 mana 4/4, what in the heck?
Right.
Like,
Do need to be holding the dragon and not a dragon, but, like, still crazy. And also, like, again, the ability to put things to 2 attack is very relevant in Priest, because suddenly, like, all those 4s we saw, like, Sleeping Dragon, I give it 2 attack, and now I can kill it with a Shadow Word Pain.
yeah.
Like, this plus Shadow Word Pain is kill anything.
Yeah, bizarre. Vol'jin's is the card I thought of when I saw this, in that, stealing health, X2, or X2.
My mind immediately went to follow the rules, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is follow the rules, except for it's handing off 2 instead of a 1, but it's like a 4/4 for 3. So
Right.
This makes follow the rules. Like, your opponent plays follow the rules, and you're like, all right, cool, I'll play this. Your follow the rules becomes a 2/3, and I get a 3/4.
Yeah.
Sweet. Like, and
Omnicrom,
that's like a kind of worst case.
Yeah, Omnicrom in the chat mentions, remember the 04 Mimic chest? Doesn't it seem even worse now? But no, this card is quite strong. Like, I think Dragons is the best thing Priest is going for in this set. Anyways, next Priest card.
I was going to say...
This is also a very strong one. Psychic Scream. 7 mana spell. shuffle all minions into your opponent's deck.
No, I know you're heavy on dragons. I'm not as heavy on dragons being the best thing in the set because this card exists.
Hallowed Burial, except it's not Hallowed Burial because you get to shuffle things into your opponent's deck, which, like, if they're aggro, well, I don't know about that, but, like... Well, basically what you do is if you don't want to shuffle things into your opponent's deck, you just trade and kill as much of your stuff as you can, and then play this to kill what's left, right?
Yeah. So this is a card that makes the, like, Anduin variants, like, have a lot more control pieces because they've been given a 7 they've been given a 7 cost
Twisting
somewhat better Twisting Nether. Like, this is just it's kind of ridiculous to me that this costs 7 because in a lot of instances it's better than Twisting Nether.
Right. I guess the downside is, well, you fatigue faster than your opponent, but, like...
Yeah, but, like, fatigue isn't a problem for the Anduin. Like, if Shadow Reaper Anduin is going to fatigue, something's gone horribly wrong. Because you generally you're, like, killing your opponent by combo killing them with your hero power off.
Right.
So,
like, this is probably light bomb levels of good, if not better.
yeah, the fact that it shuffles all these, like, you know, drops back into your deck and then, like, you know, oh no, now I have to draw these crappy minions up again. And it's like, oh great. That's horrible. And also the 7 cost on this is that's so huge. Yeah. It does mean you'll draw offers, that's funny. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is one of this might be the card I think is the strongest thing that Priest gained in this set, so.
Yeah, this is quite good. Just my only other question. Do you attempt a dirty rat before dropping this? Well, I guess it depends on the matchup. Just
depends on the matchup.
Yeah. Anyways, Priest's Legendaries, their weapon, Dragon Soul. Don't stop, we're in luck now. Anyways, 3 mana 0/3 weapon. After you cast 3 spells in the same turn, summon a 5/5 dragon. So, you remember that one thing well, this is kind of the 2 things Priest has in the set. Dragons and lots of spells in the same turn.
Yeah. They have some Death Rattle stuff too in here, but this is the card that yeah, this is the one I got for free as well. This is the card that makes me think Blizzard really wants to make Lyra like a, you know, evergreen card. Like,
the thing is, I don't think you need this on top of Lyra or Anduin.
But I think you need Lyra for this to function.
Right.
Like, Lyra doesn't need this, but this needs Lyra. So, I just, like, I don't know.
It's like win more, basically.
Right, if you're already going off with Lyra, do you really need dragons to be popping off too? Usually, like, most of the time you don't. So, maybe, I don't know. I'm if this sees play anywhere, it is going to be with Lyra. That's the deck this goes in.
Yeah, or maybe, like, Shadow Vision, something, I don't know. Like Power Word Shield, but... Anyway.
Well, again, but all those cards you named are, like, incredible with Lyra, too.
Yeah, so, like, you usually hold... Yeah. So I don't know. And Priest's last legendary. So remember how I said there's a worse legendary in this set than the... what was that neutral one we said was horrible?
The one that swaps decks was the one we were talking about.
Right, yeah, and the deck swapper. So, here you go. Guess what my first 10 packs legendary was?
Was it seriously Temperous?
Yeah, this baby right here.
My God.
7 mana, 6/6 dragon, battle cry, lose the game.
Yeah, battle cry. So this is your opponent gets 2 turns, then you get 2 turns. Is the way this functions, and
not since Major Domo Executus has there been a legendary that quite screws you over this much.
Yeah, I'm kind of blown away by a lot of things with this card. I think the main thing that blows me away with it is that it's understated. Like, the first line of text on the card is your opponent takes 2 turns. It's like you get a 6/6 for 7 on it. Sweet.
It doesn't even have taunt.
Like, so okay. So the idea with this card, you play this card, your opponent somehow doesn't kill you in 2 turns, and then you kill your opponent because you go Prophet Velen untap and your opponent dies. Like, you know, that sort of thing. That's the idea with this card, is that you play Temperous and you're placing a bet, and that bet is, can you kill me? The problem is, unless you're already in a situation where you are winning, like if you're in a situation where your opponent can't kill you in those 2 turns, like, you didn't need the card. Why are you playing Temperance in the first place? It's always going to be overkill, right? Like, you're either dying or you didn't need it. So it's just, I don't know. This is such a ridiculously silly card to exist.
Yeah. What Slio said. Let's move on.
Yeah.
All right. Final thoughts on Priest. I think there's a lot of good stuff and a lot of why is this here stuff.
Yeah, like, okay, so we got 3 real plans in Priest in here. We got Dragon Priest, we got Death Rattle Priest, and we've got Spell Priest. I'm just confused at the third one because, like, outside of Lyra, Spell Priest isn't a thing, but I guess they really want it to be a thing.
Sure.
You know? So that sort of confuses me from like like, I guess that people really like. I mean, Lyra's a really popular card, so yeah. This is even Psychic Scream is for big priest stuff for controlling.
I'm excited about dragons personally, but there's a decent amount to be excited for. There's just the questions like the Gilded Gargoyle and Temperous.
Yeah. And then you're honestly, both the legends are kind of questionable. Like, I can understand somebody playing Dragon Soul. Temperous, I'm certain people will play Temperous and win games. I am also certain that they didn't need to play it, you know? Like,
right. All right. We're moving on to Rogue, I think. Oh, no, Temperous actually exists as a stealth nerf to Bone Drake.
Ooh.
Anyways. Yeah, how many more classes? Rogue, Shaman,
4.
Warlock. Okay, 4 more. And hoping to finish in around an hour. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go speed mode then. About 40 more cards. Cavern Shiny Finder. So we're in Rogue now. 2 mana 3/1, which on those stats, Battlecry, draw a weapon from your deck. Which I think this is fine, except Rogue weapon, like, you're probably drawing your legendary weapon because
there are exactly 2 cards in the entire game that you are grabbing with this. Plus side, a 3/1 with draw a card on it, like, that's legit. Like, you know, Novice Engineer or something like that, but it's +2 power. So if they aren't a ping class, this can trade very well and still give you card advantage. But yeah, this exists as a tutor for the legendary weapon. It's also usable as a tutor for Shadowblade, the one that makes you immune when you play it.
Right.
So, like, pretty reasonable.
Hard sell in Arena, though?
You gotta have like
Assassin's Blade?
If you have weapons, sure, this is fine. If you don't have weapons, this is awful.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Perdition's Blade's fine to find off this too. That's real. Like, so in the Arena, I would never pick a side. If it was like pick 3 and I saw this, no. If it was pick 23 and I had 3 weapons, yes.
Yep, it's totally fair. All right, moving on. So Rogue gets secrets. There's 3 of them this set. Let's look at the first one. So all the Rogue secrets cost 2. This one is Cheat Death. When a friendly minion dies, return it to your hand. It costs 2 less. So for 1 more on your Getaway Kodo, you've got the Shadow Step cost reduction.
That's actually pretty damn good. Like, it's paying its mana cost back a lot of the time. You know, you play this for 2 mana, and then you get refunded it all back when you get to replay your minion. And a lot of the times with Rogue things, it's things like that have Battlecry, that have Death Rattle, that have combo that you want to be replaying. So
Would you play this in Quest Rogue?
I don't know if I'd need to.
Yeah, it's already
Like-
got a lot of options there. That's true.
Like, I'd probably be okay if I was, but I don't know if I would need to or if it beats out some of the other options. Mostly because it's not controllable. Your opponent gets to choose which minion dies first if there's multiple on the board.
Right.
And if you had the quest out, the rogue quest, let me tell you, like 99% of the time, I'm just going to assume that cheat death is your secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you feel like a boss rebuying with this?
Honestly, SI7. You know, I'm cool buying buy back SI7, so it's a 1-mana 3/3 that it has the combo. That's really good.
Yeah.
And your Edwin Van Cleef dies, and it comes back as a 1-mana Edwin. I don't know. Like,
Yeah. Heck, even like just Huckster.
my stupid Vile Spine Slayer dies. And then it comes
Oh
back
my
and
God. Vile. Yeah. Okay. Vile's fine. Yeah. No. That. Yeah.
Yeah, Shabby brings up Miracle, where they kill your Auctioneer and you pick it back up as a 4-mana 4/4.
Yeah, that's also true. All right.
Yeah.
Next rogue secret: sudden betrayal. When a minion attacks your hero, instead it attacks one of its neighbors. So it's like a misdirection that has a bit more, a bit more control to be useful.
It is called. It has the word betrayal in its name, as it does called immediately back to the card betrayal.
Right. Except this is not deals its damage to. This is actually, I think, like attacks into it, just like a
Yes.
misdirection.
Yes, so it hits it back. Also a strong secret, because if properly applied, can just be a 2-for-1.
Yep. Now, of course, it has to have a neighbor to trigger. This isn't going to save you if your opponent's only got one minion.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it won't. It won't even trigger if there's nothing.
Right. Yep.
To fight.
But yeah, and I guess the last secrets are rare. But before that, there's a different rare: Elven Minstrel, 4-mana 3/2 combo. Draw 2 minions from your deck. So, it's a draw 2, but you've got to play something before it to combo with. Otherwise, it's a 4-mana 3/2, which is you never want to play this without the combo.
Never, absolutely never. There's a couple, there's some cards with combo that I'll play without combo. Again, SI7. I've played SI7 in an empty board because I need a 3-drop. If you're playing this into the empty board, you're doing a wrong thing. Just wait a turn. This is actually pretty strong though, comboing, because it keeps refilling. It's really good with Shadow Step. It can be a tutor if you're playing low on minions, so it grabs some specific ones.
It can grab more of itself, potentially.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't a card you would include in just like any old deck. You would be like, there are some minions I specifically need, or I know I'm going to be able to easily combo this.
Right. I think the prohibitive thing here is the cost for doing it. But
Yes, the body's almost irrelevant.
like, the question is, at least for constructed, like, does prep sprint just work better? I don't know.
Probably, in a lot of decks, yeah.
Like, I guess, again, if you're, like, the deck that's just, like, looking for your Van Cleef and Arcane Giant because, like, you just have all spells, sure, but then, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, the next rare, Kobold Illusionist, 4-mana 3/3, Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 copy of a minion that's in your hand. So you are revealing information to your opponent, but you could get a potentially strong Death Rattle down or something.
This thing's kind of nifty. It has a sort of similar scare that Void Caller had. Was Void Caller the
one that you
3/4?
kill and a Mal'Ganis pops out?
Yeah, obviously it's a 1/1, so it ain't gonna be Mal'Ganis, but it could be something of use coming out. I think the low stats on this actually are what kind of kill it.
4-mana 3/3.
I don't like 4-mana 3/3 that makes a 1/1. That's really low. Even if the 1/1 is something you could kind of control, that has a Death Rattle, it needs to be something with a Death Rattle that's useful, and it needs to not be you know, does this do anything if you're not holding a minion? It should just fail if you're not holding a minion.
Yeah, it'll just fail.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how I feel about it. And Arena is hard to sell because, again, there's not many minions that come down and actually do something.
In the Arena, this is just makes a 1/1 with no text a lot of the time. So.
Right. All right. Sorry, do you have more to say here?
I was just going to say, I could see decks finding a way to make use of it.
All right. Rogue Spellstone. Lesser Onyx Spellstone. 5 mana. Destroy a random enemy minion. So, 5 mana Deadly Shot. Oh, boy.
All right.
Play 3 Death Rattle cards to upgrade, and then it becomes destroy up to 2 random enemy minions. It doesn't say 2 specifically, so it'll still function if your opponent has 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 more Death Rattle cards to destroy up to 3 random enemy minions. So I feel bad playing this on 1, fine playing it on 2, better on 3, but I don't know if you're ever getting enough Death Rattles for that to work. It's play, not summon, so...
I think on 3 you're playing Plague Wind, like, right? Like, that just wrath your board at that point. But yeah, as you say, the cost is actually the upgrade cost is the most prohibitive thing here.
And the initial mana cost.
Yeah, like, like, you kind of want this upgraded so that, at upgraded, I think this is quite good. 1 upgrade. Unupgraded, you assassinate randomly targets, and that's not great. God.
Even the question here is, what's better, a once upgraded this, or a Vile Spline, or whatever, Slayer?
Oh, nothing's as good as Vile Spine Slayer, especially with all the interactions and bouncing in there. Death Rattle is a theme in Rogue, but it's not as heavy a theme as it has been. It used to be a much larger theme than it currently is. That's maybe the biggest thing with it, is that it's not really as big a theme as it used to be in the faction.
Yep. Anyways, I think let's move on to the next card.
Yep.
The last secret was an epic. My mistake. Evasion. After your hero takes damage, become immune this turn. So it's sort of a weird ice block, except instead of on the last point, it's just on the first point. So suddenly you play it a turn before you think you die, and it just, okay, I ping you, your protection goes away. Thanks for giving me a free card.
Yeah, this is a little like, this is, I when this got spoiled, like the reaction I saw from this, looking at it like a couple days ago, when I found out that Rogue had secrets, I had to see what they were, and like the reaction I saw to this was like, oh yeah, like it's sort of like ice block, and it's like that's.
But no, it's not ice block. It's basically fog. You play it the turn you think you're gonna die, and even then, it's not a good fog because you still take damage from the first hit.
Yeah. So yeah, these are all 3 secrets though for Rogue, and that's...
Yep, so it's either, again...
So it either triggers on a minion dying, a player being attacked, your opponent being attacked by a minion, not you, a minion, or taking damage.
Right, and you can play around one of them by not having adjacency. You can play around another one by just, like, I'm just going to attack you to pop this. And... like, the thing is, you can reveal 2 of these just by attacking your opponent, and then one of them is...
Yes.
Anyways.
So yeah, I'm a little concerned that, like... I think that Rogue Secrets will be a more real thing as more Rogue Secrets get introduced. 3 secrets isn't, like, enough for it to be super real yet. So this is more of, like, a future investment that I hope pays off.
Yeah, and here's the problem with that, is that Blizzard specifically said when they announced Rogue Secrets, they said, we had originally just planned this as a one-off, one-set thing, and they said that it could reappear down the road, but there's no currently planned additional Rogue Secrets, and there's definitely not going to be any in the next set, but they said maybe after that we'd...
That's so bad. Like, the entire point of secrets is that they get more powerful as more get introduced, as you have to play around different things. Not even the cards, like,
being played makes them more powerful. The existence of the other cards makes them more powerful because more triggers happen and you have to play around different objects. But if they are just gonna flat say, oh, this is a one-off and we're never doing it again unless there's like unless 9 months down the road we change our minds, which sure that'll happen.
I mean,
like that's a gigantic bother. And,
they
really
didn't like specifically rule it out, but they did say they already like it's finalized that there's not going to be any of the next set. So
that's so bad. That kills everything. That kills everything I want to say about these secrets, which is that like I want Rogue to have this as a real thing because. So here's the thing about Rogue. Blizzard for like a year hasn't had any idea what the hell to do with Rogue. As no idea. And like so, taking secrets as a mechanic both fits from what I expect a Rogue to be doing in like the game, being sneaky and having some sort of thing going on, and also giving it a reactive element that it doesn't have access to. But like, if they're just gonna flat say, "No, we're not doing that," like, that was a joke. Like, that's infuriating.
Like they already decided this isn't the direction we want to take Rogue. Like, then why did you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Rogue's other epic, Faldore Strider, 4-mana 4/4, fine body, battle cry, shuffle 3 ambushes into your deck. When drawn, summon a 4/4 spider. So, how do you make Beneath the Grounds reasonable? Make a 4-mana 4/4 that gives you that effect.
Oh yeah,
this is good.
I'm a bit sad that it's your deck, not your opponent's. Bit sad on that. Just in a sense that like, you know, blocking Kazakus sort of things from putting in your opponent's deck. But this is real as hell. Like this is like because it's a 4-mana 4/4 on its front.
Yeah, that's nearly a Yeti, and then some of your turns you just get extra free 4/4s.
Yeah. So like
I guess another reason it's not necessarily as good as your opponent's turn is they can't attack the turn they're summoned.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to hold it against the card for ambushing on you and not on your opponent, but, like, the card's still very strong. So, it's worth noting it.
Do free cast spells like this trigger combo? I don't believe they do.
What? Why not? Again, you played a spell. Like,
well, it was cast, but I don't think it's counted as played. Like,
this is the exact same question as we had with the scroll, and we don't have the answer.
Right. I want to say though is no. Like, I don't think. Well, is this the first time they've done it in shuffle it into your own deck?
The autocasts? Does Ancient Curse count as a spell for combo?
I don't think it does, nor does drawing an opponent's mine or an opponent's ambush. I don't think any of those count as spells. Like, they get cast, but to be played, it has to have been from your hand by spending mana on it.
I cannot directly say that you are incorrect, but that sounds like such utter bullshit that it's probably how it works because that's how Hearthstone functions.
That's what my intuition's telling me. I have no idea what I'm saying because Hearthstone rules are incredibly fake. Anyways, we should move on. This card's good, though.
Yes.
All right. Legendaries for Rogue. The weapon, Kingsbane. 1-mana 1/3, which, like, well, I can get a 1-power weapon by using my hero power, but Death Rattle, shuffle this into your deck. It keeps any enchantments. So now you've immediately got a reason for wanting to tutor weapons like we had before. Yep. And also, like, this can be quite strong if you just suddenly get a deadly poison on it. And also, like, I don't know, if you're down to fatigue, like, this is a weapon that when it dies, it comes back. Like, we talked about the Paladin one being strong because of that. This is a weapon that just keeps repeating and repeating and repeating.
The idea here is you probably want this to have, like, exactly one... You want lifesteal on it, and you want poison on it, and then, like, maybe a bit more power. Nope.
Just ignore that, sorry.
Okay.
This is like... I'm not going to get into my audio setup.
Okay, gotcha.
But, Yeah, no, this card, I like this. I really do like this quite a bit. Like, the thing is, how many weapon enchantments do we actually have right now in Standard is the question.
Tinker, or not Tinkers. Deadly Poison, make your weapon poison, make your weapon lifesteal. +1 from, is that pirate? There's a pirate that pumps your weapon.
I think... oh, yeah, the newer pirate, the 5/4, right. I was thinking of there was the 3/2 from...
No, not that one. There's the 5/4 and then there's the...
Right, and then there's more if you're in the wild, but...
Yeah. So, yeah, this works with Doomerang to, like, pick it back up to your hand, but it doesn't work with recover a weapon from your dead. Like, you can't get 2 copies of it, which is kind of irrelevant anyway.
Well, because it technically doesn't die, it goes in your deck?
No, it picks up the weapon. Oh. It just picks up an unenchanted weapon.
Oh. Huh,
yeah.
Because it says the copy in your deck keeps any, I guess.
No, that's not what its text is. Its text is, Death Rattle, shuffle this into your deck, period, line break. It keeps any enchantments. That is a static ability that is always on. It's the only reason it works with Doomerang, is that that's a static ability. Also, Hearthstone cards are written poorly.
Yeah, also every interaction seems to be coded individually and specifically rather than having a general rules framework. But
anyway...
yeah.
This is a card you definitely can build around, and I'm certain I'm certain people have, and it works. You know, I'm certain you can just keep life stealing the weapon, poison the weapon.
Anyways, we got 30 more cards to get through, so
let's go.
Let's keep going. Rogue's Legend, Sonya Shadow Dancer, 3-mana 2/2. After a friendly minion dies, add a 1/1 copy of it to your hand that costs 1. So my immediate thought with this card, Cult Master variant.
You asked me a long time ago if I would play Zola in Quest Rogue, and I answered you no, because I knew that this card existed. Like, this is the better version of that sort of thing in Rogue.
Oh, yeah, it works with Quest Rogue.
It works with every Rogue.
I mean, yeah, I would also just say it costs 1 is like well, okay, it's a 1/1, but...
Right, but it's likely going to be some sort of battle cry or some sort of effect, or you're going to want to replay it. Again, Death Rattle, battle cry, and combo cards being a pretty common thing within the faction.
Right, and also you don't care that your Van Cleef's a 1/1.
Right, who cares if your Van Cleef's a 1? But yeah, definitely like a Cult Master-like effect where it's drawing a known card, you know?
Right, and also, like, probably needing a board in a trade situation to make most effective use of it, but I think this is a fine card.
Yes, absolutely.
Would you pick it in Arena, though?
Yes, as again, same sort of line where it's sort of a Cult Master effect where, I mean, cards with Battle Cry and Death Rattle are generally things you are after in the Arena anyway, you know, cards that just aren't, like, the body, but have some sort of text. Mm-hmm. I'd be fine playing this in the Arena.
All right. So, final thoughts on Rogue before we go on to Shaman?
I think I said what I wanted about the secrets. There's some pretty strong stuff in here, like the Ambusher and the weapon itself. Though, kind of funky that there aren't actually, like, weapon buffs within the set. Like, so there's nothing within here that does it. It's all out of set.
Yeah. All right, on to Shaman. So, let's begin with the God Hand. Crushing Hand. 2-mana spell, overload 3, deal 8 damage to a minion.
Chie has the God Hand. It just punches you in the damn face and anything dies to it. So that's... Overload 3 is a bit. Overload 3 is quite a bit.
So, Mage, though, didn't Mage just have flat 5 mana, 8 damage to a minion as a card it got?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is, Huzzah says Flame Lance. So it's just that, but split up with an overload.
Yeah, and that makes it more flexible. Not always better, but usually you can make better use of it because you can split costs end up being more workaroundable.
Also, isn't there an overload giant?
There is an overload giant that cares about how much you have overloaded in the game. Just do you
Yeah.
do you how do you feel about you play your Tunnel Trog, and then on 2 you Crushing Hand their 1/1.
I feel if I'm playing a Tunnel Trog deck, I actually want something that can go face and
Probably.
be able to
Also,
make plays. I don't want to play this on 2 really, is the thing.
no, you're playing Crackle, like,
Right, but
because you're playing Tunnel Trog and you're not in this format. So
right.
anyway, removal.
But it is removal, and I'm glad it's something Shaman gets more of, because like they said, like with the Hex nerf and other things, that like removal is something they're kind of moving more out of, and actually removal that can get rid of big things, particularly was something Shaman struggled with.
To me, this tells me that having that as their justification for the Hex nerf was just flat not true. I don't know. Shrug. Anyway.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I'll try to only be a minute. Hello? Hello? Okay. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, this card, I appreciate them giving Shaman some big removal.
Yep.
Alright, next card, Kobold Hermit. 2 mana, 1/1. Battlecry, choose a basic totem, summon it. I appreciate what they're doing, but I don't think this card is good.
I think that's exactly my thoughts as well. Like, it's pretty nifty. That, like, okay, like, actual choice on your hero power is, like, appreciated, but, like, this is still well understated no matter what you pick.
Yep.
Like, yeah, there's, like, a couple totem carriers in this, but...
I guess it's like, I don't know, Kobold Geomancer, maybe, if you need spell damage, but, like, come on. Okay. Now, here's a comment I can get behind. Healing Rain. 3 mana, restore 12 health, randomly split among all friendly characters. So, do you remember Shaman's Joust healing spell?
Yeah, the 7 or 14.
Yeah, so this is like, oh, was it 7 or 14? I thought it was 6 and 12. Okay.
7 and 14.
So maybe that's a little better, but this is like, you don't have a board, I'm healing 12 for 3. It's like greater healing potion for 1 less. Great. Or if I have a board, it's everything, like, you know, Volcano is a strong card because there's usually going to be enough stuff to be able to just damage. Like,
Right.
This is a strong card because it's like, heal your team and heal yourself.
This can't overheal, can it?
No, I think if the thing's at full health, it'll always target things that
Okay.
aren't full.
That is the question I had with this, that I haven't played the card to answer it, and I was like, oh dear, that wildly affects the playability of the card in my mind. But if it can't overheal, then yeah, okay. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest. If it's like I wanted to heal my board, I would have wanted to play that 3 mana 3/3 that heals my board.
Oh, yeah, you know, thinking about that card, I was thinking about it for Arena, but that card's actually quite good and constructed too. I guess this is also like, if you don't have a board, it heals you too. Like, this is versatile.
It's versatile, but healing isn't something that, like, I would rather play Hot Spring Elemental.
All right,
If I was healing.
here's another feeling. Hear me out on this one. This card makes a case for actually playing Light Warden and Constructed.
Is each one its own unique, like...
Yes.
Obviously, but you need to be damaged. Again, we talked about this earlier. Like, you don't heal unless you actually are below...
Yep.
But yeah, that would be plus 24 plus O to your Light Warden, if you want to do something silly with it.
Also, you can make your opponent overdraw like crazy if they played a Northshire Cleric. Maybe.
Again, these are all really, like, side cases, though, is the thing.
No, the thing is, I think this card is strong just in general as team heal or heal you.
I don't see that as much, mostly because I don't value heal you as an effect as much.
I don't know. I mean, I know that Joust card definitely saw playing constructed, but also aggro was super popular then, so
Sure, sure.
I guess that's just my thoughts. All right, moving on. Murmuring Elemental. 2 mana, 1/1 Elemental. Battle Cry. Your next Battle Cry this turn triggers twice. Don't ask me how this works with Bran.
It doesn't. They both use the word twice. This is the same as having multiple barons out.
Okay.
The word twice means 2 times, and then if you double, you aren't doubling it. It just says it is going 2 times.
Right, but here's my question is you play Bran, and it makes this Battlecry here trigger twice. And it says the first time your next Battlecry triggers twice, and the next Battlecry is this card's own Battlecry. Does it go infinite?
No, because again 2 times. There's a limit. Like it's not it's not double 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 double. It's 2. It is changing the number 1 to 2, and then you are changing the number 2 to 2, and then you're changing the number 2 to 2 again.
Yeah,
and then nothing happens.
Gotcha. Okay.
However, I say that with a caveat. I haven't played this card in Hearthstone as freaking sticks and chewing gum, so maybe I'm freaking wrong. But I feel Baron didn't work in doubles, and it used the same twice wording. I kept talking about battle cries earlier, about doubling battle cries, and like Bran obviously rotated. This is the reason I kept talking about doubling battle cries. So
yeah. Now that said, how do you feel about it being a one shot?
it's nifty enough. It like again, Bran was fun. This is pretty fun too. So like it's obviously like a one shot Bran, but like a lot of the times Bran was a one shot Bran. So
Oh, so here's a combo for jerks. Play this. Play a Bone Mare targeting this.
here's my 9/9.
Yeah. All right. Probably gonna get owned by that in an arena run. All right. Next rare, Primal Talismans. 3 mana spell. Give your minions Death Rattle. Summon a random basic totem. Notably, you can get the same one multiple times. That said, Soul of the Forest was a hard card to get working, and this is a lot worse than that.
I guess if I get Wrathed, I get some O2 totems. That worth a card. Again, I appreciate the idea behind this. That's about all I can say about it. Is I appreciate the idea behind this. If you want like things to keep yourself safe from like removal, Ancestral Spirit and the like exists. There's even that one from the last set that's like when a minion dies, pick it up, which I think is just better.
Yeah, I'd feel better about this if there was like actual totem support in standard right now, but there's
one card.
But like the Inspire guy is gone.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. If that existed, there's one card in this set and it's no Inspire guy, so
yeah. So yeah. Don't feel great about this. Anyways, Spellstone, Lesser Sapphire Spellstone. 7 mana, summon a copy of a friendly minion. Oh boy. Overload 3 mana crystals to upgrade. And then it becomes 2 copies of a friendly minion. And then if you overload 3 mana crystals, again, it becomes 3 copies of a friendly minion.
Alright, fairly, like, that's not too hard to upgrade. Like, overloading mana crystals is easy enough to upgrade. I think the problem is that, like, on 7, this is way overcosted. Like, Molten Reflection exists, and my god, that's way overcosted. So you need to get this to 7 to be able to play it. Shaman's pretty good at having decent targets for this.
Yeah, so what are you doing with this? Like, is it, if you have this for 7, and a Leroy for 5, and then an Emperor Thorason, and then you 28 in one turn?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing.
Or no, it's I can't do math. It's 24.
24. Remember the old Shaman deck that liked to put fatties on the board, then Death Rattle resummon it on them? Support for that deck. Yeah, I haven't seen that deck in 2 years, so that's interesting.
Kind of, sort of exists in Wild, but
Would it play this?
I guess Wild also Giants might play it because the Giant deck is just drop a ton of Giants for 0 in 1 turn
Sure.
because of Naga Sea Witch shenanigans, but
Right.
it's really dumb how much the Naga Sea Witch change affected Wild, but I'm not going to get into that right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing with this is that a lot of the spellstones we've seen, like, maybe not a lot. Some of the better spellstones we've seen are they are playable on their front. On form 1, they're good. So like the Druid one and the Hunter one are like, if you play those on the first, activation, you're getting a real card. This one's like a 7-mana Molten Reflect.
I think it's too expensive, and the other problem is that, again, as mentioned, the deck that wants to play it is the big shaman resummon deck with all the death rattles, and that deck doesn't really play overload cards.
Right, so
unless it's Earth Elemental is the thing you're doing.
Which I guess triggers this.
Anyways, on to Shaman's Epics. I feel about that last card.
Yeah.
Unstable Evolution. There's a new mechanic here. 1 mana spell. Transform a friendly minion into one that costs 1 more, repeatable this turn. So this means after you cast it, it returns to your hand to let you keep casting it as many times as you want this turn, and then it disappears.
So here's how this card works. You play Unstable Evolution on your totem, and if you win the jackpot and get either a Radiant Elemental or a Sorcerer's Apprentice, your opponent loses. Also, this card's I think this card's very strong.
Hold on a second. How do they lose instantly?
Because this card now costs 0 to repeat.
Oh, you just mean getting a 10 drop immediately or something.
Right, on turn 2.
Okay, so not literally loses, because I thought I heard something about there actually being an OTK with this.
Okay,
lucky roll
there is
well.
a 1 in 5 billion chance that they lose on the spot, all right? Whatever. I think I'm being
Yeah, I don't remember the details about it, but probably don't really
Right.
get into it. This card I think is strong. I'd pick it in Arena. I'd pick it in Constructed. It's
right, in Arena on turn 4. This is you attack with your you attack with your 3-drop, maybe bump it into something, and then go upgrade my 3-drop to a 4-drop, upgrade my 4-drop to a 5-drop, upgrade my 5-drop to a 6-drop. Oh, okay, that's good.
Right.
I'll stop.
And also, you don't have to pick the same thing, so it's suddenly oh, my whole team is weakened, I'll just evolve across the board and maybe do it again.
Yeah. So
It lets you fix for, the problem with evolve of, whoops, one of these things rolled into something bad.
here's my Doomsayer. Oh, crap. So
I think it's good. All right, next card, and this is the only reason they did the basic totems thing. Windshear Stormcaller. 5 mana, 5/5. Battle Cry. If you control all 4 basic totems, summon Alakir the Windlord, who is a 3/5 Wind Fury Charge Divine Shield Taunt.
yeah, the legend from the base from Classic.
Yep. So that's an 8 mana card. You're getting it for 5 and with a 5/5. But good luck controlling all 4 basic totems, my friend.
Right, aren't you already in a winning board state if you if your opponent didn't kill all 4 of your totems? Aren't either nothing's happening in the game, or you're that far ahead that your opponent can't contest your board. So
Yeah. Again, I appreciate what they're doing. I don't think it's good.
it's a 5/5 for 5, which
That's playable. Better than some Arena Purples, I guess.
I was say, all right,
Let's keep moving.
yeah, we're getting through.
All right.
Grumble.
Is time going to be an issue for you, by the way? Or
No, we're good. Let's keep going.
okay. Grumble World Shaker. There. Wait, did we skip a weapon? No, I somehow put the weapon afterwards. Okay. Grumble World Shaker. 6 mana, 7/7, so above curve on stats. Elemental. That's a thing Shaman cares about sometimes. Battle Cry. Return your other minions to your hand. They cost 1. Unlike, say, the Rogue one, they're not 1-cost-1 ones. They cost 1 to replay.
I love this dumb card. It's keeping the size is really cool, and also like above the curve. Like, you could do some really, really silly shenanigans with this, include, like, I pick up a bunch of fire elemental type cards, blaze collars and such, or, things like that. And or even just like, and stockpile them until a kill turn. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, President Arc brings up that there is like an OTK involving 2 Grumbles and some Elementalers that make Elementals cheaper. But it's, I don't know. I think the card itself is really cool. I really like the like design behind this and it working with what Elementals kind of do.
Yeah,
so.
and no mentions in the chat that it sets up for your next turn when you drop all those cards that, hey, you just played an Elemental last turn, Grumble.
Yep. So
I think this is a good card.
Yeah, I like it.
And I'd pick it in Arena just as a 6-mana 7/7.
Yeah, empty board, that's going to be good. And like, it might pick up and heal something. You know when you're going to play it, so.
Yep. And the legendaries I'm less excited about. Shaman's legendary weapon, the Rune Spear. 8-mana, 3/3 weapon. Boy,
right.
howdy. After your hero attacks, discover a spell and cast it with random targets.
Oh, random targets, huh?
Like that, wasn't there an 8-mana understated body that discovered a spell and cast it with random targets?
Yeah, Tortola.
Yep. So here's your Tortola, but has a 3/3 weapon instead of that Dom bot, and I guess you get to do it 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't like this card.
Problem here is that, so Tortola actually was a stronger card than it appeared in certain classes. Because there were a number of classes where you could pick, you could pick spells, as President Arc is saying, you could pick spells to sidestep that. Shaman ain't one of them. A lot of Shaman spells are kill spells that target. You don't have secrets. You don't have a lot of card draw available. You have I guess you have board wipes you can pick that don't target?
Lightning Storm, Volcano.
Yeah, things like that.
And here's the other thing, is that if you cast a spell that has Overload on it, you do get overloaded.
Yeah. So, I don't know,
8 mana, come on, guys.
So.
Other node, I think this might be the only card in the set with Discover.
The Choose 2 card is using Discover mechanics, but it doesn't have the Discover text on it.
I mean, it's always the same options, though, so.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Anyways, not so enthusiastic about that card, but.
Alright.
Thoughts on Shaman?
I'm glad it's not Frost Shaman.
Yeah, there's some decently strong things, and then there's just, the totem thing, which isn't really working.
Yep, so we got Warrior and Warlock left.
Yeah, so Warlock. Oh boy, Warlock. This is a strong one, this set. I think both of these are, to be honest.
Starting off on maybe the
A
weakest
little less
of note.
strong. Dark Pact. Destroy a friendly minion, restore 8 health to your hero. So, hey, Demonic Pact? Except, for 1 more, and you contribute anything, but it doesn't kill your opponent's demons.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth playing in any situation.
No, I don't think there's a lot to say on this card.
Next card, Kobold Librarian. 1 mana 2/1. Battlecry, draw a card. Deal 2 damage to your hero. So, 1 mana 2/1 that has a free life tap attached to it.
This card owns. This card's extremely good in almost all situations. Like, you play this on number 1, and it, on turn 1, and it rules because you get a 2/1 that drew you a card. You play it later in the game, and it's a cycle. It gives you a second hero power on your turn. This is super real.
Yeah, 1 mana, draw a card on a body. Novice Engineer had to go from a 2 mana 1/2 to a 2 mana 1/1 because it was considered too good.
Yeah, I am on the same note of being so happy that Shaman ain't free Shaman. seeing Warlock back to like the self-damaging Warlock is real cool.
Yep. Speaking of self-damage cards that are really, really good, and I basically just agree. Like, this is constructed playable, this is arena playable, this is just great.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Here's another one that's like that. Vulgar Homunculus. 2 mana, 2/4 taunt. Demon. Battlecry, deal 2 damage to your hero.
Okay, what a drawback. This card also rules being a freaking 2/4 taunt for 2. Like, wow. Like, this is like same boat. Like, this is like and sort of the same concept as the previous card, the Cobalt Librarian. This is a card that you're probably willing to play in a lot of different Warlock decks. Aggressive decks are fine playing this as like a Tar Creeper style blocker. They play Void Voidwalker, so like this, it's just as well.
And also, this set, there's actually a reason you want to be damaging yourself too, that we'll get to.
Right. But even outside of that, like, okay, what if you're a Warlock who's building up to Gul'dan? Well, Gul'dan brings back Demon, so you kind of want to bring back some taunt to go with it. Oh, sweet, here you go. Oh, I'm playing a control deck that wants to go long. Well, here's your staying alive. Like, oh, I'm playing a demon-based deck. I'm like the last player who's still playing demon-based decks. Here you go, buddy. Like, play all your potions and your demon fires on this.
Yeah, like this 1 and 2 together is incredible.
So,
and
yeah.
Which brings us to the rares, which is the reason you want to damage yourself. Is, hey, remember when shamans did 4 mana 7/7s?
Hey.
So here's a 4 mana 7/7. Hooked Reaver, 4 mana 4/4 demon, battlecry. If you have 15 or less health, gain +3/+3 and taunt. So actually 4 mana 7/7 taunt.
Yeah. Okay. It being a battle cry means that when if it is brought back by Gul'dan, it doesn't trigger. So okay, like that's fine. But like if you're bloody, this is the ass kicker. There's this old deck. This deck has been dead for a long time, but this is the card that made it, the type of card that made it. There was the old Handlock deck.
Molten Giant?
Well, yeah, it would sit there and it would take damage drawing cards, taking damage playing control, and then like it would get down to, like 15 to 10, and all of a sudden like play a Molten Giant and taunt it. Well, this is just that in a card.
Is this better than Molten Giant?
It's better than current Molten Giant if we're not talking about Naga Sea Witch things. Yes.
Right.
But like, so yeah, I'm excited with this because I don't know if it's enough to bring back that style of gameplay, but like, and I don't even know if that's a style of gameplay you really want to bring back, but
right, maybe this is just, I have these early guys that are way ahead of curve and I'm taking damage and now I continue the beatdown.
Yeah, keep taking more. Like, it kind of wishes there was a Warlock weapon to go with it to just like use your blood.
Yeah, and Benak makes a good point. It's the opposite of what's that dragon that's the 6/6 that becomes a 9.
Crusher. Draconid.
Draconid Crusher. Yep.
Yeah. This is also cool. Warlock is quite real here. Oof.
Oh yeah. How about their Spellstone? Lesser Amethyst Spellstone. 4 mana spell. Lifesteal, deal 3 damage to a minion. Take damage from your cards once to upgrade. And then it becomes... Yeah.
Yeah, you said it, but I need to double say it. So...
Oh, right. You can't life tap to do that.
Yes, that's the important distinction.
And then it becomes 5 damage with lifesteal instead, and then it becomes take damage from one of your cards once more. It becomes 7 damage lifesteal instead, which 4 mana lifesteal, 3 damage to a minion. Like there's already 3 mana lifesteal, 2 damage to a minion.
Two mana lifesteal, 2 damage to a minion. 3 mana is 2 damage to anything.
Right. And so this is maybe not great on the first, but on the second, kind of incredible. It's then like basically a holy fire, except has to hit minions.
Right, and then the third one is like blast the biggest thing you need and gain back a huge amount of health. It can't go face, which like I think it pays that off by being enough damage and healing to go with it. This is yeah. Siphon Soul is a good point of comparison for where we're at with this card. Like,
yep.
This is good, and it works very well with the previous cards we've all shown. So, and Flame Imp, things like that. There are other cards.
Not that difficult to upgrade.
No. Again, very, very notable. Take damage from your cards. This is not like the old card, the 5 mana 4/4 that was just take damage on your turn.
Right. And again, it has to be in your hand to see the damage, but that's fine.
Yes.
So the next rare, Possessed Lackey. So now we've suddenly fallen back to the understated recruit cards. 5 mana 2/2, Death Rattle, recruit a demon. But this is secretly, that 3/4 you were talking about that Mal'Ganis suddenly pops out of. So this is actually recruit a demon. This is actually scary to try to kill.
The problem is that the vulgar homunculus is a demon, and you kind of want to be including that, right? Like, you don't want to.
So you wait till you've drawn or played them, maybe.
I guess I'm not buying it. Like, this ain't a recruit card I'm buying.
Okay,
like,
whatever. I'm still putting this in a wild deck to cheat a Mal'Ganis into play.
Sure. Like that's real. That's real enough. Like if you look, getting Mal'Ganis is pretty funny with it. I'll give you that. And like, sure, you sidestep some drawbacks on your demons, but
yeah, no. I guess the real thing with this guy is Doomguard.
on the wrong turn, sadly. But
I guess if you kill it, because your opponent's too afraid to. But I don't know.
I wouldn't be too afraid to. I wouldn't give a crap. Like, it's a 2/2.
Yeah, I guess your opponent ignores it, and then you bump it in, and a Doomguard pops out. I don't know. Anyways, the one discard lock piece of support is up next. Although it's not actually a discard lock support. Cataclysm, epic spell, 4 mana, destroy all minions, discard your hand. So, Deathwing without a 12/12 attached for 4.
Yep. This is big old wrath.
So, fun fact, I actually tried playing a discard lock because I own that quest, and one of the cards I put in the actually decent effect was Deathwing. The problem with that plan was the quest was no longer necessary when I had a Deathwing in play. But, anyways, this is... You need your Twisting Nether super cheap, I guess. Like,
It is kind of hilarious to me that, like, the best sort of support for, like, discard quest is don't play any discard cards and just play this. Like,
Yep. Because, I mean, that was my thought, was Deathwing is like, okay, dump your hand and suddenly...
but the other problem there is that you have to actively choose to have 6 other cards in your hand.
Right. Yeah, no, like... Okay, forget the quest, though. How do you feel about this just in the abstract? Like, I don't know, you drop this, the board gets wrath. Or the
Panic
board,
button's real.
And then some, like, silverware golems pop out.
Don't like that part, but, like, because that would mean I would have to include silverware golem in my deck, which is not a choice I'm going to ever actively make.
Okay, fair.
I might be fine playing this as the panic button and then, like, life tap afterwards and try to keep it going.
The question is, like, Hellfire exists, but...
Like, look, I understand this card and I respect this card, and it's like...
Like, it's actually costed as a Wrath of God, that's fair. And you can maybe make some plays after because you have life tap. Okay, I can understand that. Alright, next card. Void Lord. 9 mana, 3/9 taunt. Demon. Death Rattle, summon 3 Voidwalkers, 1/3 demons with taunt. So, I was talking before, making a joke about that Druid card being a Sludge Belcher for jerks, but this is actually Sludge Belcher for jerks.
Yeah.
And you want to know the best part about this card? Gul'dan brings it back?
I was going to say, like, Shabadoo immediately says Master O card, and I don't give a crap about Recruit. I give a crap about Gul'dan bringing this back. That's like 10 times worse. Like, okay, I killed the Void Lord, and I killed all the... Oh, look, it's another 18 points of taunt, you fucker. So, yeah.
Good card. Probably.
I think it's good in that deck. Like, in the Gul'dan deck, that is a place to be.
Yep.
So.
Alright. Next card, the Warlock Weapon, Skull of the Manari, 5 mana, 0/3 weapon. At the start of your turn, summon a random demon from your hand.
What the? Why is...
Something wrong?
No. I'm just wondering on the timing. Why is it start of your turn instead? Like a lot of these were end of the turn. I guess that's less. Your opponent has less time to react if it's a
Doomguard?
like a Doom Guard.
Like, I guess you can cater your hand to make it that a Doomguard pops out.
True. Like yeah, like you're getting free units. The timing is just the oddity to me, but yeah. I don't know. I'm not nearly as excited by this. That's just me. And like, I guess again, you're probably playing this in Wild to throw down Elganis, right?
I don't know. I'd honestly be sort of fine playing Doomguards with this to sidestep the downside, but like, also I'm just stuck with this. Like, I mean, heck, this actually sidesteps the downsides of most of your demons, but
yes, that's sort of the point of the card, I assume. Is
I guess the other thing is, I guess it triggers right after you draw.
So, it is after you draw?
Well, I don't know. Maybe when does Alarmabot trigger? Is it before or after draws?
I think Alarmbot's before your draw.
All right, I'm checking this one out.
All right.
But I guess while I do that, overall thoughts here.
Don't we have one more legend to look at?
I mean, on this card.
Oh,
Alarmabot's prior to draw, so.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Nothing else to really say on this one.
Doomguard, basically. All right. And the last card here is ready for a wall of cards that's probably too small for the people watching to even read. But, Rin, the First Disciple. 6 mana, 3/6 taunt, Death Rattle. Notably, yeah, that's not a... I thought that was a battle cry, but okay, it's a Death Rattle. Add the first seal to your hand. The first seal. 5 mana spell, summon a 2/2 demon, add the second seal to your hand. And for 5 more mana, the second seal, summon a 3/3 demon, add the third seal to your hand. And the third seal gets you a 4/4 demon, adds the fourth seal. The fourth seal gets you a 5/5 demon and adds the final seal. The final seal summons a 6/6 demon and adds Azari the Devourer to your hand. And Azari the Devourer, 10 mana, 10/10 demon, battle cry, destroy your opponent's deck.
I love this stupid as hell card. I love it so much. Like this is so dumb. It's like infinite mana over infinite turns to put your opponent immediately into fatigue. But like I love the concept of it maybe more than the actual card.
Yeah. Notably, you can play 2 seals in one turn, and they're not just like dumping mana into a win con you'll never get to. Like, it is making board. But like, if you're not already winning the game from your board you're summoning.
But yeah, I just find this incredibly silly, and that's great. This is a. I'm so much happier seeing a Warlock Legend that is something like goofy and thematic and maybe like interesting to play as an inevitability win con versus like another discard legend.
So something I think we talked about in the last stream when they revealed Death Knight Gul'dan is that Warlock has this thing going where it's basically this kind of like final boss thing. Like, okay, there's the Mal'Ganis form and the Jiraxis form and the Death Reaver Gul'dan form, and then suddenly this card comes out and it's like, okay, how many forms of seals do you have now thrown in here as well?
The moment Rin dies, now it's time bomb set, you know, like so.
Yeah, or as Omnicrom says in the chat, it's Destiny board from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Heh.
Well, anyways,
all right.
I like the design of this card. It might be too slow to actually be playable, but
it's incredibly slow.
Final thoughts on Warlock?
I'm so happy they're not discard lock, and there's so many good cards at common and so
these three right here.
Here's the thing. This is something that Warlock has basically missed in their design for like 2 years. And that is one of the like sort of key points about Warlock is that they have some incredibly cool like undercosted minions with drawbacks, and maybe more like less importantly, but more importantly to some, not at epic rarities and stuff. These are all commons and rares that are the most powerful cards out of here in my eyes.
Other than like the Void Lord.
Yeah, Void Lord's a different deck set, and it's a real deck set, but like having there be like actual aggressive options that function at common and rare is kind of important. So,
all right, and I guess, yeah, my thoughts
Last
on this
class.
class, just, again, these 3 cards right here, the ones I really like, and then
Yeah.
also the Void Lord. Alright, Warrior. So, Control Warrior's kind of a thing that's been out of the game for a little while, because pirates and all that, but, we'll see some stuff that maybe puts it back in the light. But, like this. Dry Whisker Armorer, 2 mana 2/2, Battle Cry, gain 2 armor for each enemy minion.
Okay. Whatever. It's like,
I mean, the problem is I don't like playing this on 2.
yeah,
But it's like, there's the, what is it, the healer that heals for each enemy minion is a card I'm kind of fine playing with in some decks. Like, it's like a 5-drop, and this you can play for cheaper.
playing this on 2 is awful. 2 mana 2/2 is not where you want to be.
Right. This isn't a card you play on 2, but I appreciate that it costs only 2 mana. Alright, next card. Unidentified Shield. 6 mana, gain 5 armor, and gains a bonus effect in your hand. So here are the variants. Gain 5 armor, summon a 5/5 Golem, which that's called a Shield Maiden.
Yep.
Gain 5 armor, deal 5 damage. That's basically called a
Holy fire.
Holy Fire. Gain 5 armor, equip a 5/2 weapon. That's called a
Arcanine Reaper.
an Arcanite Reaver with 5 armor for 1 more, which totally fine. And then Tower Shield plus 10, gain 5 armor, then gain 10 more armor.
Okay, of all 3 unidentified cards, this is probably the one that actually could see constructed play based on all 4 of the effects being fairly similar in what they do.
Right. Maybe the worst is the last one, just because it doesn't have a way of board presence or interaction.
Right. The first 3 all have the same style of board presence where it's 5 damage is generated in some manner. Sometime with a weapon, sometime with a minion, sometime just straight from the spell. And then the last one's just like, look, I'm not dying.
Right. Again, there's this level of inconsistency that makes this
It's
these hard
less
spells to construction, but yeah, I agree.
It's less inconsistent though.
Yep. I like it. Definitely would pick an arena, because although 15 armor is for 6 mana is quite terrible in the arena, but
Yep.
so maybe not. I don't know.
All right, next up.
Gem-Studded Golem. 6 mana, 5/9 taunt. Can only attack if you have 5 or more armor. So this is also a Bog Creeper in stats for 1 less. But and this is a mechanic we saw in Druid before. Can only attack if you have so much
Again,
armor.
this being here is one of the reasons I question what the hell it was doing in Druid. Because, like, armor is a real mechanic for Warrior.
Yeah.
The card's also quite good. Compares to Tarlord a little bit.
Yeah, well, here's the secret with this card is once you've got it in the way as a wall, and it's kind of easy to get the 5 armor to let it start attacking.
Yeah.
Also, this is a common.
Yeah, this is, again, big old taunters at low rarities, so...
Like, Ancient of War is a card that costs 7.
Right.
And it's an
Yeah,
epic.
with 1 more toughness.
Yep. Quite good. Kobold Barbarian. 3 mana 4/4. At the start of your turn, attack a random enemy. I think this is just a flat downgrade on that Ogre from Goblins vs. Gnomes. The 3 mana 4/4 that has 50% chance to attack wrong target.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, with that one, if you had other minions, you could, like, use those to clear the board and then make the worse, the better attack, Like, if you're like, okay, I'll attack this, kill your minion, and now my ogre brute can attack your face 100%.
Right.
This one might just run into, like, death.
Also, I think this one, don't quote me on this, but the way it's worded, my guess is it only attacks valid targets. Unlike the other one, which could, like, hit stealth things.
That sounds wrong. This is a random enemy. Like, I don't know why that would be any different than the ogre, which also says 50% to attack a random enemy. Like, why would that be any different?
Alright. Maybe you're right then. Nope, can't find any notes on it, so fine. Be good to know that. I don't like a class rare being worse than a neutral common from some number of sets ago, but also Ogre Brute was secretly like one of the best Arena 3 drops they printed.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't feel great playing this, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll probably still play it, like in the arena.
Yeah. All right, next card. Gather your party, 6 mana spell, recruit a minion.
I'm certain that this is a card that feels like combo decks are built around, you know?
Yep, this is like the, what was that, was it a druid or a shaman? I think it was a shaman card that's just like draw a card, it costs some amount less, or...
Farsight?
Yeah, and people would play that with like, oh, just play with a deck filled with way too huge things, which this is probably better than...
I was thinking more like you play this and, like, whenever I see, like, a way to cheat a minion into play, my mind immediately goes to, like, how can Melganis work with this? And, like, obviously there's going to be other ways to combo, but this is a 6-mana Melganis if Melganis hasn't been drawn
Right,
yet.
but yeah, but what are you recruiting in Warrior?
There's Malagos, not Melganis. Sorry,
Malagos.
wrong. I'm saying the wrong word. The dragon with spell damage.
Yeah.
Whatever the name of that card is.
Yeah, okay, I could see that being a valid one, and then maybe you'd be fine with like, okay, 6 mana Ysera, or I don't know, here's 6 mana Grommash Hellscream.
Right. If you're using control pieces to hold the early game together, and then your top end is just like the old Control Warrior top end that was like 6 different legends.
Right.
I don't know if that works anymore in Standard though.
Yeah, so this is another reason why I maybe say Control Warrior is more real. I don't know, like, also the Golem is another reason I say Control Warrior is more real. And I don't know about the shield, but, like, one of the modes being Shield Maiden and, like, a Holy Fire, and even the armor weapon, like, a lot of these all say Control Warrior to me. Like, I don't know, you think so, or...
I don't know if there's enough for it yet.
Alright, well, next card. The Spellstone. Lesser Mithril Spellstone. 7 mana, summon a 5/5 Mithril Golem. Equip any weapon to upgrade. And then it becomes summon 2 5/5s. And if you equip another weapon, then it becomes summon 3 5/5s. So, we talked about the Hunter one being quite good, about the multi-man. This one's 7 mana. And doesn't have the Hunter one's benefit of it's great even on its starting point. I don't want to play a 7 mana 5/5.
That said, one upgrade. The upgrade condition's quite easy.
Yeah, the upgrade condition's easy, and 7 mana for 2 5/5s I'd be fine with.
Right, and then 7 mana for 3 is extremely good. So like I think this one like definitely has a place it could work with because of how easy the condition is.
Yeah, and as Hazal mentions, it's equip, not play, so you could use First Mate or something to trigger this as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, decently strong, probably. And next card, Bladed Gauntlet. I like the design of this art here, but, 2 mana O2 weapon, has attack equal to your armor, can't attack heroes. Epic. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Will you...
Kind of reminds me of Fool's Bane. I've only played it in the the like dungeon run gauntlet, and it's been pretty good there. Like if you have a shield block, it's pretty good. I don't know. I'm not certain where this fits as far as like if you want to play it in some sort of controlling deck or like I don't think you want to play it in many aggressive decks because like it's not gonna fit in aggressive decks as like I need a Fiery War Axe replacement.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to be going shortly, but luckily we have like 3 more cards to get through. So
I'm 15 minutes late for a thing, so if we could speed through these,
yeah. I'm sorry. So what was your? I thought. Okay. So yeah, this card seems, I guess, decent if you're controlling. I don't know what you just said about it, but
yeah, basically that it can't function really in an aggro deck
it's not a Fiery War Axe replacement, and it might be able to function in a control deck. That's about it.
Yep. All right. Next epic, Reckless Flurry. Spend all your armor, deal that much damage to all minions. Hey, an actual board sweeper that isn't random like Brawl.
This is pretty nifty for that. Like being able to like spend your armor for like having a full board sweep. That's cool to have.
Yeah, spend all your armor might like be a liability against aggressive decks. I don't know, but
No,
but if you're probably not going to have much if they've actually been good at being aggressive. So.
right. I mean, so like what? Volcanic Potion is what this can be normal, and then like could be better.
Yeah. I think this is a great card. Like, this is 3 mana for this.
Okay.
You're probably just going to have armor anyways. Like, this is very good. All right. And finally, the legendaries. Geosculptor Yip. 8 mana, 4/8. At the end of your turn, summon a random minion with cost equal to your armor up to 10. So, control piece again. Just like, this is, I guess, Ysera type thing of keeps generating value every turn.
I think my problem here is that unlike with Hunter, I don't believe that this deck exists at the moment. I don't know. Like the warrior control deck. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if all the pieces are there for it to exist against the decks that exist within Standard.
Right. And the other question
this card summons a Wisp if you're on 0. I know that.
Yep. And then, like, maybe you're doing 2 armor a turn that summons 2 drops. So, yeah, the question here is even if Control Warrior exists, is it playing this or is it playing Lich King?
I don't think that's a question.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate mana costing, I guess. A little tricky to get to work, so I don't know. But if you actually want even more value pieces in your deck, I guess you could put this in. All right, and our final card, Woe Cleaver. 8 mana, 3/3 weapon. Boy, those are some stats. And after each time your hero attacks, recruit a minion. So it's like that 6 cost spell we just saw, except it's 3 uses for 2 more mana.
So if you're playing that 6 cost spell, you're playing those.
Basically, probably. Thoughts on Warrior?
Again, I just don't know if control... Like, almost all of this seems geared towards making Control Warrior real, and I don't know if I believe that Control Warrior is real.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe it is. Maybe it is a deck that can function. I just, like,
I think
find it hard to buy.
I think the realest card here for it is actually the Golem.
Yeah.
But, and finally, thoughts on the set overall before we wrap this up?
A lot. It's, as we kind of said, a lot of understated minions. I don't buy Recruit at all. That just, I don't. There's 2 cards in the set with Recruit that I buy.
The Paladin one and the Hunter one?
Yeah, and I just shrug. I don't know, but I do find a lot of interesting stuff within it. I like some of the spell stones. I actually like what Hunter's got going, and there's a number of other things that are.
There's also a lot of powerful neutrals too, like the heal everything for 2, or the 2/3 that gains you armor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so the set's live right now, so if you guys ever want to just hop into Constructed or Arena or the new Dungeon Run mode, all that's live in the game now. Pretty cool set. So I know we're running a little over time, so I want to thank you, Slio9, for just hanging out and talking about all these cards and for sticking around a little past the time. I'm sorry if we ran into things you were doing, but appreciate you being here.
Yep.
And thank you everyone in the chat for joining. I hope you enjoyed this Yak-a-Thon thing we do. And be sure to check out Slio9 on his Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Slio9. He streams games and cards and all kinds of stuff.
Thank you.
So, thank you everyone. Have a good night.